You're a monster.
See the truth, no you don't have to lie to me. Don't fill your head with things and think you're free. I can smell the fear, I think you made it clear. Yeah, I could be rude, be in the mood, I could be rotten. I could be cool, might act a fool, but never forgotten. Creeping in the dark, waiting for you. Like what you see. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a monster. 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 Yeah, I feel like you can hold me back. Yeah, I'm coming for you. I'm not here to on you. No, I'm just telling you the facts. Oh, these chains can keep me down. Yeah. I can be rude, be in the mood, I can be rotten. I can be cool, mind like a fool, but never forgotten. Creeping in the dark, waiting for you. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a...
You don't believe in monsters, do you?
Of course not.
I do.
See me change into something darker. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a monster, and I'm just here to haunt you. I've become your nightmare, slipping in your dreams. I'm the definition of the worst kind of mean. Yeah, I feel like a monster. 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 Yeah, I feel like a monster. 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 Yeah, I feel like a...
Trial and error was the way that I learned. It caused me to face a fate that I didn't deserve. I tried to take sips of that sweet old nectar. I fell to once cause I'm a heavy drinker. Thank you for wasting me away on your own accord. You had me locked in a battle, fighting for more.
Going into this tournament, what am I watching for?
I'm watching for the perpetuation of some of the assumptions we've been making based on the last Ignition Series event, where we saw TSM become so dominant.
Does TSM win it all again? They dominated in the T1 Nerd Street Gamers Valorant Showdown, the first Ignition Series event for North America. Absolutely dominated.
I want to see T1 versus TSM. They are the two top teams right now. They're the ones who are duking it out for that #1 spot. And yeah, of course, there's tons of other amazing squads that are still available, but those are the two top dogs. So I want to see them going at it.
We haven't seen a definite winner yet. We haven't seen North America's brightest come through. TSM, T1. I mean, it's a coin toss at the moment. Who's going to actually claim the crown?
Who has the best attacks? Who has the best site defenses? Who has the best operator? Let's be honest, guys. I love the sniper rifle. I want to know who challenges Wardell for the title of best opper right now in the game.
There's so many questions, and all of it is going to be answered this weekend for this event. I can't wait.
Say no legend when you see one. Watch me now. I won't like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now. I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now. Watch me now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational powered by Seagate Gaming. I am WTF Moses, and we are here on day number 2. It's semifinals time, and we've got a 2-match series ready to rock and roll. We've got TSM and Sentinels, and we've got a Homeless facing off, and they got to keep going, man. We got to see Homeless keep going to the finals. I hope that they can do it against Cloud9, and I'm really excited to get this action going for you guys. But first thing I wanted to say is I cannot believe how excited I am to watch TSM and Sentinels face off. This is a matchup that I've really been excited for because Sentinels is going up. TSM looked a little shaky against Envy in one of their matches earlier on, so I'm wondering if maybe this is time for Sentinels to leapfrog and make their way to the finals for the first time. Let's bring in our 2 casters for this afternoon, which I thought it was morning. It's Pansy and Puckett. I guess it's nighttime for Pansy. It's a little bit earlier for Puckett, but we're all awake. We're ready to rock and roll. How you guys doing?
Really good. Super excited. Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock at night, so my neighbors are going to hate it, but I'm going to love it. And as you said, that first matchup to me is a very tantalizing prospect, but then, of course, Homeless, their storyline, it's hard to not get excited, see if they can, if they can keep it going now. They got that big trophy sitting on the mantle after that previous game, but, what more can they do here? You got a trophy?
Ooh, I got one too. I just went and got it from the post office. It's really gorgeous, actually. It's made out of pure gasoline and glass and hopes and dreams, and there's a little bit of magic in there too. But it's actually quite heavy, so it's a nice looking trophy, and I cannot wait to keep this forever while someone wonders where it went.
You deserve it.
I like to think so. But that's what's on the line. You got a trophy and a $10,000 prize pool, Puckett. What are you looking forward to? Cloud9 and Homeless, or TSM and Sentinels?
Oh man, I think Pansy and I we had the best day of casting in Valorant yesterday. We were treated to 2 epic matches. TSM edging their way out over Envy yesterday was such a good series, especially their comeback in their first map. And then watching Sentinels just show off their strength on the attacks when we went to Ascent. I feel like that's going to be the matchup of the day. TSM versus Sentinels for sure is going to be a good one. But on the other side, it's awesome because you get to cheer for 2 underdogs, 2 teams that got second place in their groups, Homeless and Cloud9. I don't think a lot of people expected either of these teams to make it all the way to the Final Four, so it's a win-win for both sides of the bracket.
Well, let's do a quick recap of what happened yesterday. And now, obviously, the biggest story for almost everybody in Valorant esports was the fact that Homeless, a team of players that are all high skill but have only been playing together for a week, toppled T1 in a best of 3, and they removed him from the tournament. That was it. It was a huge upset, Pansy.
It really was. It was a massive upset. I think that we saw potential with Homeless. I think looking at the groups, they came out of the group of death looking pretty good. So it was like, okay, they're on the radar. They're looking pretty solid. Okay. But then that game against T1 looked completely blindsided by it, if I'm honest. I don't think they were expecting the level that was brought through some of those individuals
Supermen.
on Homeless. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the best part, bear in mind, because T1 were known for having these kind of like high fragging, super kind of, individually talented players, and they got beaten in their own game there.
Absolutely. Puckett, looking at the Homeless lineup, I think the biggest story within that squad was Superman, a former professional Crossfire player turned Valorant. Som went to Twitter after their victory and said, "I'm so happy that I ended up scouting you." So Som using that big brain of his to find a literal diamond in the rough. So, I mean, what can we expect from a squad, Puckett, that has only been practicing for a week? Do you think they're finals bound?
I think, like, you look at Cloud9, you're always watching tens. The rest of the squad, they've had some holes in their game. The attacks, the post-plant defenses. I feel like it's going to come down to some raw aim at times in this matchup. It is going to feel a little puggy because it is a brand new team. You don't know what to expect out of Homeless, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're looking for highlights today, that's the match to watch because you have some all-stars on both sides of it.
Absolutely, and it's funny you mentioned also the pugginess of Homeless. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. By the way, we're chatting away, but this is what we're looking at. It's TSM and Sentinels, Homeless and Cloud9. That's what's up. Looking backwards to the quarterfinal stage, Sentinels did have a hard-fought battle over Gen G. TSM, I'm not going to say struggled against Envy, but Envy put up a hell of a fight, and they've been doing that. So Envy is a team to watch. Even though they didn't make it out of quarters this time around, they're a new team, but they took T1 the distance as well. And they did some damage to TSM and made it really close. They were damn near winning one of those games. So that 2-0 is not entirely telling of what was happening. But really, Immortals and Cloud9, I'm not sure. That was a bit of a brawl. It was a late night match last night, but Cloud9 did come up 2-0 on the back of some very roller coaster like games, up and down the scores, very streaky. So Puckett, back to Homeless, talking about their play style. There were moments where they really seemed to have T1 confused. Like Superman was flanking some of their, I wouldn't say set plays, but their ability to adapt to the round was really next level for a squad that hasn't had a lot of time together.
Yeah, they showed a lot of versatility, some unpredictability in that matchup, and I think you're going to see it again. The question is, can Superman play at that same level? It's day 4 of this tournament. He has been grinding through group stages, a big day yesterday in the quarters, but can you keep it up going into the semifinals, especially when you got a man like Tens who is going to be hunting for you? Tens loves to lurk. He loves to lead the charge at times. He has so many different ways to approach this game that he is kind of going to be the X factor for me in this one. So I'm kind of looking at those two individuals to be the star. The question is, who's going to be the second player? Who's the second man up for both squads? And who is going to get that consistent play coming into the best of 3?
And looking back at some of these highlights, this one from Immortals and Cloud9, there were a lot of moments in these matches where specifically, at least for Cloud9, they would go on streaks, but then it would be returned by streaks from Immortals. So we don't really know what to take away from that. But looking across, this is some of the highlight plays from yesterday. What were some of your favorite moments, Pansy, from your games that you casted?
Honestly, as much as Gen G didn't make it out, some of those retakes that we saw up against the Sentinels were really, really solid on the map to start off the series with. That moment from Hayes was lovely as well.
Ace.
And I think a big takeaway from this for me was that some of TSM's quieter players, obviously everyone hypes up the Wardell, Sabrosa, they're easy to hype up, a couple of the other players too, but seeing some of the quieter players who are kind of your more like support-esque players, your Cutlers and such and so on, having some really impressive moments was massive to me. I think that's a big tick in the right box for TSM in working in the right direction.
Yeah, we like to joke about Hayes being the old man on the team, but he was not showing his age at all yesterday. And the guy is to be clear, in his 30s. He's not some ancient man, trying to like figure out how to reinstall Windows or something like that. He's a pro gamer. He's been around a long time, and he can turn it on with the best of them. So it was good to see an even effort from TSM, which I believe they're going to need if they want to go the distance against Sentinels. And realistically, Tens, I think we can't say enough about this guy. He's the man that everyone in the pro scene points to. Like, the best players in the world tell you that he's the best player in the world. So he can he's like Michael Jordan. He can sway a game on his own anytime he wants to. Let's do a quick recap of that of the TSM and Envy match. However, Pansy, this was your guys' first cast. What stood out to you in the TSM and Envy matchup?
For me, it was the kind of it's two sides of the coin, right? Obviously, Envy were able to get such a brilliant run on TSM for such a long time. I think it was the first time we saw TSM looking kind of human, right? It was like, oh, okay, hold on, they're not just going to run through people. There's a bit of an answer. And TSM, even in the post interview, said that they were struggling to adapt quickly enough to some of the way they were playing out. That A-long control, the double stack over there was definitely very tricky for them to find a way through. But again, you can see the kind of fortitude that team has and the depth that they could go to, which is what I've been looking to see, which we hadn't seen them have to go to in previous tournaments. So I think it was a really good indicator that the rest of the scene is also catching up now. It's not just, your kind of one or two teams tearing everyone away. It's been close from the quarters. It was pretty good in the groups as well. A couple of teams, picking up some rounds. So for me, it was just a really good signal overall that, okay, TSM, let's see how far they can take this, because they still look so damn good. But seeing people push them to their limits now, excellent.
Yeah, if you guys missed the match yesterday, this was a 9-3 half in favor of the double ops from Envy. They've held so strong, but TSM climbing back and stealing that first map in overtime with Hayes clutching up on an ace the first round of OT, that's where I knew this team is something special. They have that mental fortitude. They're not going to go down without a fight. But I think after we go back, analyze all the VOD from this tournament, a lot of people could make an argument that maybe Envy is the third toughest team that played in this event.
I think so, Puck. And now I actually wanted to ask you about that. What do you think the ceiling is for Envy? This is a squad that, formerly known as, I believe the name was, but they have been showing, especially with Mummy on the ops, and the op battles in this matchup. I believe it was Calypso on the second op on defense. TSM was really struggling at times. So what do you think the ceiling is for Envy?
They showed you they can do it all. They have a great in-game leader in Finesse, had some awesome play calls. Lauren was calling out some of the big plays that they set up rounds previous, going with feints. And if you look at the matchup here, Mummy is definitely a star. Give this man a raise already, Hastro and the Envy crew, because the man is worth it. He showed you what he can do on Sova as you take a look at some of his numbers, but it's his jet that I was most impressed with. And I feel like this is a team that is working off of strong fundamentals. They have strong players supporting the squad, raw talent, and they're only going to get better as they perfect their attacks.
Absolutely. And for Mummy, the first time I saw him was way back in one of the first community events for Valorant. I think the first couple of weeks after the game came out. He was a huge standout player. I believe it was the Lava series back in the day, 3 months ago. And there was also Zipan, who is another player in Europe who is arguably performing just as well. So Zipan, if he's the top fragger or one of the top players in Europe, and to be compared with a player like Mummy, I think Envy's got a lot to come down from a success standpoint. As far as the ins and outs in the matchup, Pansy, was there anything strategy-wise that Envy was doing differently that was giving TSM some issues?
They were fighting for some map control, which I really liked. I think it was really amplified on that first map when they ran with it. It does help once you get that double op into play. I think everyone who's not stupid realizes that that's going to be very hard to break no matter what you do. And once the defensive side had that and you saw some of those very, very talented individuals popping off with it, it's going to be hard to stop that roll. And TSM kind of had a little bit of their own medicine given back to them, known for how good they get to be once they have the economy on their side. But I think Envy just overall had a really nice approach to the game. I loved the way they played defensive-sided map aggression, taking map territory, showing how important it is to fight for those areas on the map and what it can garner you. I think these are all kind of really good indicators that going forward, this team could have some massive potential if they can apply that to other areas. And I want to see how far this roster can go.
And and we got to talk about TSM. They kind of white knuckled a little bit, especially in that first game. They were on for the ride, but it was only a +4 round differential for TSM in the overall 2-game series, Puckett, which is a damn close series. But let's talk a little bit now about Sentinels. Puckett, what does this team bring into the table? This is probably the most exciting team that I'm from a storyline perspective,
right,
that I want to follow.
I mean, it's got two of my favorite players from previous titles. I loved watching Shazam back in CSGO. I love watching Sinatra, who was the league MVP of the Overwatch League last year. Sinatra is playing weird. He showed you what he can do, playing super hyper aggressive as the duo would just bait and trade each other over on B long on bind. And then, of course, when we went to Ascent, They were a powerhouse duo on the attack, but it was their defense. The Odin came out, and I felt like that game was a little bit rocky until the LMG from Sinatra came out, and it was causing massive problems for the defense. So, for the attackers. I feel like you're going to look at Sentinels today to have a lot of highlight plays, some big individual efforts. What I was worried about, though, from the Sentinels was how they played their post plants on Bind. They got to clean up their attacks specifically on that map, because there was a moment Effie's in a 1v4 clutching up, got a res off, and technically it was probably a 2v4, but still they gave up rounds that they shouldn't have. And Shazam in the post-game interview mentioned it. Sometimes we just get a little bit too cocky. They were up 6-0 and they allowed their opponents to tie up the score going into the half. Today, you can't make those same mistakes against TSM.
No, and they'll punish you really hard. And I mean, looking at the reason why I'm so excited about Sentinels is they faced off against Gen G. And Gen G is probably one of the better, you know, they're not super flashy. They don't have a Wardell. They don't have a TENS, but they have set plays. Their teamwork is really, really good. And they've used that teamwork to leverage themselves as one of the top 5 teams in North America. And Sinatra and the crew, with Dapper as well, who's playing very well as the top fragger on the team, was able to overcome the set plays and the teamwork of Gen G. So if you can think that if Pansy, if Sentinels is able to integrate
yes and no. I'm not sure if the meta's ready, and I hate meta discussions. They're kind of dull, but let's briefly touch on it. I think NA's going through that kind of transition away from, you know, 5 individuals. Excuse me, voice breaking. What can I do? But the point is, like, it was 5 individuals, and they're all, you know, super talented fraggers, but they don't have the side executions. They're not, you know, running through how do we want to kind of theoretically approach this. They're not doing the homework side. They're just fragging out. And at the start of most games, you're going to get that. You're going to get a lot of that, and that's why you'll see those very talented individuals popping off, right? You'll see everyone kind of, you know, these highlight clips and it looks crazy, but then the meta switches and you'll eventually have maybe a more strategic team who can kind of outdo individuals as a collective. And I think at the moment, Sentinels are starting to lean towards the closer side of those kind of more execution-based, but they also do have that dash of individuals who can really switch up around, which you still need. You know, having your Sinatras, having your Shazams, having these sort of players is super, super valuable to you. So it's about that balance at the moment, and the one benefit of being the team, even if you are that kind of like, depending on your individuals a little bit more, you can slot into a different playstyle, you can switch up the meta, but it's going to be tricky to also, you know, keep those egos in check, or who's going to be the support player now. I mean, these discussions have been had in these style games for years, the kind of the way the ebb and flow of the meta switches up, but I think for now, I think you're right. I think Sentinels could be one of those teams that capitalize on it correctly, but there's still a little way to go. I think, again, those post plants haunt me. They really do. They make me worry. And also, people will work out their quirkiness. And right now, it's super exciting to see someone like Sinatra kind of doing some cheesy things. But, you know, his benefit is he really surrounds it by some great plays. Watch his Sova on Ascent. It's outstanding. It's not just that Odin. It's not just the wall spam. Some of his pieces are great. So again, there's a lot going for the Sentinels that when it all comes together, they could be a wonderful team to watch, but there's also a chance they'll just get run over by someone like TENS still. So it's in a precarious spot, but I think we might start seeing the meta shift. Oh, it does seem as though Moses is having some issues, apparently. Not too sure what's going on. Apparently. It does seem as though that's the case, so guys, do stick around, do stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment's time once everything is fixed up. Thanks for your patience. We'll catch you in a sec.
Okay, we're back. You know what? We were in a long-winded meta discussion, and I kind of dozed off a little bit, and I knocked Pansy's birthday cake into my mixer.
It's not even my birthday.
Well, she likes to say this stuff, but you can see
tomorrow.
the candles in the background.
Send it on Venmo now. Yep.
And technically, it's going to be tomorrow in an hour or two from you right now, Pansy. So first of all, I would like to wish you a happy 37th birthday, and just if we could get a round of applause from the chat, that would be great. So happy birthday to Pansy, and let's jump back into the discussion about. I wanted to cap off one little thing. Production wants us to go to Homeless and T1, but I want to do one little thing for Sentinels, which is I think to cap off the discussion that the creativity and maybe the addition of coaching or some additional analysis once the tools are available for Sentinels would be that next step. Quick thoughts, Pansy, on that?
Yeah, no, bring it on. I think that's a good idea. I think I'd like to see more, just the consistency. Once people start working out what they're doing, can they keep it up, right? And that's where that coaching can definitely help out.
Absolutely. Puckett.
Hit me with it again, Moses.
Okay, that's all right. I wanted to know, do you think
I was looking at stats. Sorry, I'm getting ready for the T1 match.
Do you think that the addition of coaching and maybe some additional analysis for Sentinels would be the difference maker in honing their strategy?
I think it's just more playtime, more situational defenses. Like, you just gotta get more time on the game together, and I feel like the squad showed some clear holes. Watching VOD together, the pros will be able to call it out. A coach is definitely going to help them, but I think you have enough veterans on this squad, and a guy like Sinatra, he would always watch his gameplay back in Overwatch and learn from the other competitors in that same scene. I think you're going to look at the players to kind of lead the charge towards their progression, and they've already done that. Everyone had so much hype around this team since the start. They struggled early, but now they're back on their game.
Absolutely. Let's jump into Homeless and T1. We're watching the highlights from this match, and you can see here, we're at a point, it's 10-4, and that was a huge flank. That was such a nice play, and that's what we love to see from Homeless. They were doing this to T1 over and over and over. So I decided to go over there at the last time. But for Superman, I mean, this is a Crossfire player. No, you're not going to hear too much from Crossfire, Pansy, especially in North America. But tell us a little bit about that game. Where is it huge exactly?
Not Europe either. So you got to go a little further east. Crossfire is wildly popular, but as I said, just not in the kind of Western world. We've normally had other FPS titles kind of taking the crown, but out east, it's a huge element. I'm pretty sure, that, and I can't remember the other game. It's Combat something, I don't even know. But again, it was never really that popular here. But you go to like China, these sort of regions, it was massive. But it's great to see a player come from another game that I don't know. It's a new style. It's a new way to do things. I think it's great. I think this is going to be exciting to watch. And his aim is actually so good.
Yes.
Like the positioning, awesome. Things like that, cool. But his aim is just absolute filth.
So many multi-kills, especially.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I was impressed with. Like, you saw in those highlights a lot of his headshots. He also had some nasty spray transfers as well. The man can do it all.
And the great thing about watching, and this is the Reddit of in me coming out. A team is mad and has no answers when all they can say about a guy like Superman is that he's cheating. Of course he's not. He's insane. You don't make it to this level, under the radar like that. And you know what? Shout out to the T1 fans taking it in stride. It's got to be tough coming back down to earth a little bit, and it hurts for us too to watch a team like T1 only show up once in a while and unfortunately go 0-2 and not make it through the quarters. So what do you think went wrong for T1 Puckett?
T1, I think you just let your second game get away from you. Ascent has been an on and off map for them so far, and yesterday it was totally off. I feel like they played underwhelming in their first map, but a lot of teams did. So I feel like everyone shook off the rust in their first map, and you expected the higher seed to catch fire in map 2. That never happened. You never saw Brax really reaching his full peak. You never saw AZK get anything going on in this matchup. And Food and Crashies were so good in your group stages. Yesterday, they both had a really rough time in the quarterfinals, and I think you're looking for those youngsters to be showing up and having big plays. Anytime T1 goes deep or wins a championship, it's Food or Crashies with some of the best stats on the team. Neither of them had a good day.
That's true. Pansy, interesting thought here. I just kind of came to me. Maybe you can give me some enlightenment here. Did you think it's common or maybe an issue if a team like T1, who kind of, I imagine, perceives themselves to be so good, and they are, to really dominate in group stages and then maybe put them at a relaxed kind of state of mind going into the quarterfinals?
I think that could be it potentially, but also I'm going to be honest. Let's just kind of take into perspective this. If you're homeless and you're one of these teams that don't have that kind of big target on your back yet, you will probably take the time to watch, how T1 play, take that into account, understand what they've brought to the game so far, watch through their group stage maybe, keep a tab on what they're doing, maybe even played a couple of scrims against them. But would T1 do the same to Homeless? I'm not sure. I don't think they would personally. I think they're probably just focusing on their own gameplay and just trying to refine that. So coming in as the underdog, there are a couple of benefits that you definitely get. And I mean, it helps when, I wouldn't say they're like a mirrored lineup at all, but I think they've got some similarities of very strong individuals. Right. And when one team's individuals are substantially popping off, a little bit more of a fire burning under them, you're going to see better results, right? If PAX isn't having that crazy game, and then you have someone like Superman popping off, of course it's going to be a great moment for Homeless just to tear it away, because everything then falls in line. And that's one of the harder sides to the coin of having one of those teams that depends on having your individuals playing well. When they don't play well, you look flat. You look like you're not having those great games. Your strategies, start having a little bit of wane to them. So, again, to me, I want to see what happens when people take Homeless as seriously as they should. I think maybe people just kind of didn't maybe take as much stock in what happened in those groups. Bear in mind, does this now take into account a bit more that 100 Thieves got grouped because they lost to Homeless as well? They lost 2-1. They picked up a map off them at least. Right. So let's kind of, again, it's all that, okay, well, does that then change how you look at 100 Thieves' underwhelming performance in the group when the group of death became even harder technically? So again, right. it's a pretty tricky scenario, I'd say.
Okay, this is the hot take section here. I'm gonna throw this one to you. Do you think? And this is I gotta bring it up. I'm thinking of my boy Skip Bayless out there. But I mean, as far as the hunger, do you think that a player like Skadoodle, who he's got a huge social following, he's likely making a ton of cash just based on the fact that he's in the greater Shroud circle, that kind of thing. Do you think that the fire is still burning hot from a competitive standpoint from a guy who's already won a major in Counter-Strike?
100%. He stopped streaming. That should tell everyone enough that he is grinding there, putting in those 6 to 7 hours. And I think that may be one of the issues for T1 is, are they overprepared? Are they expecting things? And when that doesn't happen, their plans are kind of falling apart. Previously, my knock on them was that they waited too long to execute their attacks. And when they executed, sometimes something unpredictable happened and they didn't get the spike down in time. I just wonder, this is one of the squads that if you're looking at all of the teams in Valorant globally, I think they are up there with some of the most practice time in the game. So I wonder if that's actually hurting them versus being able to free flow still while the game doesn't have a set meta.
I'm wondering, and I'm glad you said that, because realistically, there's very little chance that a guy like Skadoodle is not going to be fired up to compete. But practicing in a bubble is one thing. Ultimately, the best experience you're going to get, Lauren, comes from where? Playing in tournaments. Sorry, your mid-drink, not a big deal, but I'm going to say it for you. Playing in tournaments. That's my only real big critique on T1 is they need to get out there and play more and be more visible and that kind of thing.
With that theory in mind, then how did Homeless beat them? They haven't been in any tournaments.
Right.
Well, they played with FaZe, right? At least Psalm has been out there. They've been grinding.
Not this 5-some. Yeah, it's like Corey played with Psalm and Superman in the past, but this is really a squad you couldn't prep for.
True, that's true.
I'm pretty sure, and again, I'm sure people in chat or people who follow Sam a lot more, I'm pretty sure that he did VOD reviews on stream as well. I'm pretty sure he's been watching over these guys and keeping a really good mindset towards the game. And this is something I want to highlight as well. Coming in from various titles, you can still have that ability to get good quick. If you've ever been tier 1 in a game before, you have the ability to apply that same learning pattern in new areas. You saying that Sinatra liked to watch over his gameplay and the opponent's gameplay. This is a huge element, and wanting to do not just that, sit in the practice room, sit in the kind of scrims over and over and over, but critiquing that, kind of working on it, kind of stepping back and going, okay, well, how can we apply this practically? Is that next step, and it will show that. And I'm really hoping that more players from other games show how good they are in their own world, and we get to see it in this kind of neutral environment of Valorant, which is it's very exciting overall.
We haven't left a ton of time for it, but honestly, it's very hard to analyze the matchup between Cloud9 and Immortals because they're both very streaky. Cloud9 is a very difficult team to nail down, Puckett, but just a quick recap. It was a 2-0, but it felt like there were maybe moments where Immortals could have turned at least one of those games around in their favor.
I mean, these games were swings, right? 6-0, 6-6, going back and forth as the teams were trading. Sometimes it looked like there was a little bit of luck in the rounds. Other times it was pure skill. You're looking for consistency from both of these squads, and Immortals, they were looking pretty darn solid in group stages. So when Tens and crew were able to come out here and get the 2-0 with a strong play right there from Shinobi, as you saw, you know, I got excited for this squad, and I want to see what they can do on game day here in the semifinals. Can they keep playing with the fast pace? Because I felt like that was when they were really starting to succeed. It was when they were hitting quick and they had the follow-ups on the trades. So I want to see if they can keep that up. Relics, aka Skylar, keep your eyes on this man. He has been taking on more of a support role, but as you can see by the numbers, was getting the job done on the slaying side. And for Immortals, I feel like they were just a little bit off compared to the way they performed in the group stages. Asuna had a pretty solid series, but the rest of the squad, at least statistically, not living up to the same level that they were playing previously.
Asuna's been the standout for me as well. I mean, I was kind of asking who the star player was to Golden Boy last night when they were casting it, and he's the #1 Asuna fanboy out there, probably due to the anime name. But realistically, I think that he's the bright spot, and I hope that the Immortals team can kind of gel around that and find a strategy that allows them to apply even pressure to a team like Cloud9. But also, Cloud9 is like, you know, it's like trying to hold one of those. They're slippery. You can't hold on to them. They're too difficult to really predict. Pansy, do you think that the unpredictability of Cloud9 is an asset or a detriment?
It's an asset when you have tens popping off. It can be a detriment when you don't. I think, though, the big story for me is that Cloud9 have started to look more like a team, less like tens carry, the rest follows along. It's starting to be that kind of collective approach, which I like. That's a really good indicator for progression with Cloud9, that they're getting on the same page here. And a good win against the Immortals. Immortals, I like the Immortals, but again, they haven't been pushing the high end for me in a little while. It's kind of, you know, get to quarters, you know, look good in groups, but then once they get against the big dogs, they don't quite have that final punch to it, but they're not doing badly by any means. So please don't get it twisted in that. But I think Cloud9 is on the up. So this is, again, kind of going as we kind of predicted off, you know, the back of like day one, is that Cloud9 are actually coming together. They look good as a collective. So this is just progression in the right direction for them. This is, I am worried how they'll fare against Homeless, though.
Can we also mention that they don't have a fifth signed yet? Like, this isn't a complete team, and I feel like a lot of people are treating them that they're a complete lineup and that they're getting the same amount of practice in as everyone else. I don't know if that's the case. Clearly, they're getting more tournament time. Vice has become a mainstay on the roster, at least of back-to-back tournaments, but this is a squad that is not fully locked in quite yet, and I think we have to keep that in the back of our minds. Absolutely, and I mean, Tens is playing so quickly. And you should be playing quickly at home as well. And the only way you can do that is if you have a fast hard drive like the Fire CUDA 510. This thing is reading and writing at over 3.5 gigs a second. It's a 1 terabyte drive. You slap that in the NVMe. It's like it's actually miraculous considering how technology was when I was young, way back in the day when iPods were this big and you couldn't fit them in your pockets. And this thing holds a terabyte. It's super fast. It also has many other features that I will now read off the side of the box, like it's a PCIe Gen 3 ×4 NVMe 1.3. That makes a lot of sense to me, and it should make a lot of sense to you. This is an easy purchase. To get yourself some good storage, this is the bedrock of any performing gaming PC. Shout out to Seagate Gaming for sending me this. You know what? I think I'm gonna throw this in the PC. When this is all over, it's going in there. So again, thank you to Seagate Gaming, our title sponsor of the weekend. Let's talk about the knife round situation here, Puckett. Let's walk us through it. You're better at it than I am. Yeah, so this has been really interesting because coming out of group stages in the quarterfinals, you had a top seed versus number 2 seed in every single one of those matchups. Well, today, for example, with TSM and Sentinels, both of you are top seeds. You're both 5-0. You haven't lost yet. So who gets to choose the maps? It's going to come down to an old classic knife round, and this is huge because the winner of the knife round gets to choose whether they want to ban or whether they want to pick map 1, really is how I look at it. So I think you're going to look for Sentinels having kind of a look at the numbers here. Yes, you're the only team to have beaten TSM on split, but do you want to ban a different map and force split and Bind into this mix. I think you want to see Bind, even though you lost on that to Gen G yesterday. Statistically, this is the only weakness in TSM's performances so far. So get Bind in the lineup. If you're TSM, I think you're going to see an instant ban on Bind, and then that split map is going to become really interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up winning the knife round. So essentially, just to be clear, if you win the knife round, you get to you're banning that first map. And if Sentinels does get that choice, I would imagine that they want to maybe ban Haven. Haven is the other strong map pool in TSM's lineup, and they could maybe do a coin flip on the old split. But this is the knife round, so let's see how she goes. Let's take some bets here, Puckett. I got $5 on Sentinels. What about you?
Ooh, $5 on Sentinels? I'll go with TSM here. I got faith in Hazed. Hazed is going to clutch up again.
Oh, yeah, Jet can't be played in the knife round, by the way, so Wardell is going to be on the back foot.
No floating knives, you know?
Yeah.
You got to stay grounded here. And, of course, no ability, so it's all about the shanks. You can go for the quick slashes or, of course, the deep cuts. They're in the corner. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, God. It's a murder.
And here comes TSM. Pay me.
Oh, Jesus. They got him cornered. You don't back yourself into a corner in a knife fight. Well, TSM's going to take it, so they are going to be getting the benefit of choice when it comes to map selection. So I wonder if we have that ready. You can bring that in if you're ready, production. I want to see what's going down. You know, I really wonder. I wonder what's going to happen here. Oh, they banned Haven.
Bind is in.
Yeah, okay. They banned Haven.
Okay.
So Ascent, Bind, and Split. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, realistically, Sentinels has good performance on all these maps, but so does TSM. I mean, Bind is their weakest map, so really, if Sentinels, Lauren, can get out of Ascent unscathed, they might be in a good position to win this thing.
This is a really good map pool for Ascent, for Sentinels. Starting on Ascent is great for them. Quite genuinely, great start. Could be a good confidence builder. This is not a bad map for TSM, though. And it feels like TSM picked to their strengths, whereas Sentinels tried to pick against the strengths of TSM a little bit there, too. But, you know, whichever way you want to cut it, it doesn't really matter. This is the win condition for Sentinels here. So I'd say picking up map 1 means we potentially could have a 2-0. If TSM picks up map 1, I'd say they probably ride that confidence all the way through.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the agent lineups here. Puckett, walk us through.
Yeah, as you take a look, you're going to see Drone back on the Phoenix. That's where he was doing the most damage yesterday. I like to see Hayes back on the Omen. As we saw him on Ascent, he was top fragging for most of that game. Cyphers, of course, going to be played by Dapper and Cutler, and Sub Rosa is going to be running the Brim. So double smokes for TSM. On the other side, I'm looking at Sinatra on that Sova. It's not just about the LMG spam. Of course, we like to highlight it, but of course, his slow play on that B site, the delay he did, and the rotations coming through. If you're looking for a key player from the Sentinels, I got eyes on Sinatra on the Sova, and of course, Shazam had some round-winning plays using the Breach Ultimate. He says it's not a great character if you want to go and just top frag all day, but it is one that has led to team success for the squad. If he and Dapper can perform again with the operators on defense, I think they definitely have a chance against Wardell and TSM.
I'm really excited to see it. So we're going to do the predictions again. I'm going to force you to do it. I'm going to call it for my boys. I'm going for Sentinels. I love TSM. They've been great to me. I love Wardell, all those guys. But I want to see the rise of Sentinels continue. I think these guys need a high-profile victory. Pansy, what about you?
I don't know, honestly. Head says that map pool wise it could favor Sentinels, but my heart's kind of with TSM, dude. I don't know. Puckett, where are you going on this?
I'm all TSM today. I think they got over the hump yesterday. I think today they will definitely be coming in warmed up. They're going to be playing fiery, and the fact that you chose Ascent, which in my opinion is Sentinel's best map, I think that shows some confidence. They've got something up their sleeves for this matchup, and I think they're ready to go here on the attack.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting ready for the first game. Pansy and Puckett, take it away. We're ready for map number 1 of our semifinal matchup of TSM and Sentinels.
Thank you so much, Moses. Pansy and Puckett bringing you the action. This is the semifinals of the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational. 2 top teams have not dropped a match. And if you look at the numbers, TSM 10-2 to just 10-1 for the Sentinels. Only 1 map drop the entire way. Early on, Drone taking some heavy fire. And this is going to be a slow start, but early mid control taken by TSM.
Yeah, but look at this cat walk coming out from TSM. I like this. It's probably gonna be a contact piece. They're gonna try and take the fight and then burst off the back of it. They've got their Phoenix lurking in mid as well, which could work so well. Zombs was so unaware, caught with his pants down, And now this is where you've got that mid lurk coming into play, but Dapper's trying to hold back his blood.
Here comes the push from the top. Dapper trying to keep him off. And there's the first shot. Lands that one. Paranoid, but it's nearsighted, and he's able to find Hayes. So big hold by Dapper once again. The Star Cypher holding his ground as it's going to be Sentinels taking the pistols, and we'll have money going into round 2. The question is, how big do they buy up, and will they prioritize an operator on Shazam in this matchup, knowing the strength of Wardell once he gets to that weapon?
You know what, I'm just so impressed with Dapper already. Just, you know, not only buying great deals of time with that first pick he got kind of as they came through heaven, falls away towards sight, still staying alive, doesn't overcommit, crushes it. I like that. That's going to really try and, you know, keep control of the pace. I absolutely love what he did there. So again, for TSM, I liked what they did as well, though. They did nothing bad. I like the mid lurk. This looks like it could be a different piece. Sick going to put down some early utility to maybe put then, you can see the combination with Sinatra into play, the slow in combo with the wall bang that can come through with the dart that would show up where they are. So nothing new. TSM should be aware. It looks like they've fallen into a mid take here.
And here comes the push up the cat once again. Zombs is going to call it out. Saw at least 2 guns there.
Cover going
And he is just going to slow this one down. If you take a look at the minimap, once again, it's going to be Dapper backing him up on the A side. The rotation could be coming in from Shazam down the middle, but they don't have all the info. They hear the door at B starting to take some heavy fire.
They've got mid control. They've got what they wanted, but what can they do from this? I love the fact that having Breach behind them is, you know, Shazam just needs to stay alive again, keep them boxed in, keep them controlled, buy time for this short play to come through. Zombs towards Hayes, but the trade comes in for Sabrosa. But by now, look at what's left. They're down to so few, just 2 stabs, and Dapper's still about and just does wonders with that ghost. My God, that was crisp.
Dapper played that so well. You caught Sub-Rosa reloading, but I think it's all set up by Shazam. The patience there, playing the middle of the map. He went for that jump peek, confirming it was more than 2 players in the middle, calls it out, and then the whole team collapses. Love seeing this early defense coming in from TSM, and as you can see, they're actually going to give the operator to Dapper over here on the A bomb site. So Dapper, yesterday, if you missed the matches, did not miss. You have a jet flying in at you, he's going to pick her out of the sky. There's no jets in this matchup, so I want to see what is the approach, as he looks like he may want to get aggressive.
Dapper instantly trying to remove some of the utility away from the opposition, ensure that they don't get free info towards A if there is a, you know, an aggressive play towards those A push-outs. And again, I like this. Look how aggressive the defensive side is being, how proactive they're being. You have that double push from Breach coming through, but Wardell finds it. Dapper's already gone down. That's the pick that TSM needs.
Wardell with an opening pick. Surprise, surprise. The sniper's coming into play, but so is the Bulldog. Shazam holding strong so far in market. You can see the spike is just around the corner. Sinatra backing him up, and Sinatra's going to bait it with the door closing. The peek comes from Sub-Rosa and a free kill for the defense. So now we've got 3 attackers left against the 4 defenders. Spike's in the middle of the map. 50 seconds to work with, so still plenty of time. But they're without their Sage. And really an op is going to be the key here if they can get an opening pick. But you got to get through Sinatra, who is so good at stalling here deep on B.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the best of Sinatra, I feel, as to how much time he can try and buy. He's got to deliver at least 1 kill here or try and stay alive, because Shazam's the one floating at the kind of backside of B. Now, this hit's going to be a little bit drier than maybe they'd like on the attacking side, but they can play contact. But it's going to be Sinatra who's going to call it out if they do step out. They're going to see it now, so you can expect the swing coming in from Shazam. Might see a kill in the back. We don't. So it all comes down to Sinatra to hold the site, and he does. That's perfection from Sinatra. That was so well handled, the timing, and this is credit to how good Sinatra can be on these scenarios. This is exactly why you got to hype this player up.
And can we remind you guys what weapon he just did that with? That was the Ares. Now he's going to upgrade to the Odin, so he is sticking with the LMGs. But a big gun round now going in favor of Sentinels. A fantastic start. Keep in mind, though, they started off very strong against Gen G before giving up multiple rounds in a row. So for me, you got to stay consistent. Do not give up an eco. Don't let any sheriffs find your head in this round.
Now, this is the thing, though. This is one of the big win conditions if you're a Sentinels fan. And a problem if you're a TSM fan is you want the economy to be in a very good position for TSM on either side. You want to ensure that someone like Wardell can get that up whenever he wants it. So again, this round, you want damage. You want to get guns away. You want to try and recover the economy, because right now, as you said, they're down to sheriffs. It ain't much. They're going for a play up short, it looks like. Plenty of util in the way, though.
And here comes the double shock dart play, as it should be the first pick, not complete. And we will see Sinatra still holding the corner, as it's going to be Shazam forcing Drone out. Excellent teamwork there to get the pick. The attackers all hitting A quick, though, and it's going to be up to Dapper and Zom. With the first two, Spectre at range, and Dapper is going to have his work cut out for him.
Oh, Wardell, that's a little cheeky there, coming in. But Shazam's on the case, and Wardell, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Sinatra is just doing him dirty. Look at this. The lineups, the spam, the wall bangs. It's everything you want. And I'm going to say this right now. Sentinels look so warmed up. Like, the way they've been playing, like, Dapper's aim looks crisp. You saw Zoms then just sliding that third kill. I mean, he was being shot at, so aim punch kicks in. But they look warmed up here. This looks like that they were grinding, getting ready for this one. Now, another incredibly paramount round for TSM. This could be the big turning point for them. They could try and slow down that economy build from the defensive side. They've got the op back out, but they need that start. They need to find their footing here, Puckett, and it's going to kind of happen soon.
I want to call it out now before that number changes, but Drone is 0-4. He has picked first blood for 2 of the rounds. Keep your eyes on the Phoenix. He was one of their star players in yesterday's performance for TSM, especially in that comeback. If he starts to heat up, that's when TSM can become extremely dangerous and make their way back in this game. Here comes Drone, leading the charge up the middle, getting rid of the Cypher wires, and they're going to try and isolate Shazam, who normally plays the back middle of this map. This time around, it's going to be a rotation, as it looks like that is going to be held down by Butler.
They've switched. They put their Cypher over by B. They put Sinatra over by A. They did a mid-round, well, not mid-round, but mid-game switch of positioning, maybe just to allow for this A stack. Is this a counter to TSM? This is a really good read if it is. They've got the stack in the right place, and they know it. Sabrosa does find Zoms, though, but do they expect 3 more players this close by?
All right, you just saw Sinatra give up his location. Drone tried to punish it. Sinatra with the ult and holding strong. We'll see how long he can survive. Here comes the push. 2 more players getting in his face. There's a second down. He can keep the spamming. 100 bullets in the clip means he can go all day. Finally, Sabrosa finds his 3rd kill. But the man has been a one-man army at this point. Dapper, last man standing for the Sentinels. And here he's got to get through Wardell.
Wardell on red alert. Dapper wanted to walk the smoke. Been spotted. This is going to be even trickier now. Everything's been noted. Trying to fake the sound on breaking the window and going to double back around. But that util. Look how much they've got left here. Nicely held by TSM, buying as much time as possible. And Wardell ain't going to let this one go. Surely he just holds this. The crossfire stays in place. Dapper would have to pull off a miracle at this point to get back in.
What can you do as a Cypher? The kit, not great for the retake, and Wardell is going to find the easy one. So up to his ultimate already is Wardell, operator in hand. Now we'll see, can TSM string this into multiple rounds in a row? But you got to keep in mind, Sentinels were able to build up a decent bank, definitely able to buy the next 2 rounds here. And we're going to see a little prioritization. Keep some cash. Sinatra putting away the Odin, just sticking with the Phantom here. 9-1 to start, though, for Sinatra. And on the other side, Sabrosa showed you what he can do once his shot is on with that 3K.
I just want to highlight as well, this is credit to TSM. They went into a stacked out site. There was basically, I think, 4 players there at that point. So to be able to take that is very, very good for them. That's going to be a confidence builder. They may be curious when they come against 4 players, but no matter what the outcome, that was a really kind of good approach.
Easing in his Cutler through the middle of the map on the other side of the wall. It's the duo, Sinatra and Shazam, love to peek together, and there is a opening pick on both sides. Drone is going to find Zoms, though, so the A site being taken. All 3 defenders having to rotate through the middle, and you got Drone just waiting for him to push through this smoke. Sinatra finding nothing, and Spike does go down. So now it's going to be Shazam with a retake attempt. It's going to lead this charge sick, letting everybody know where he's at with a little spam through the smoke. And the boys are going to try and go through the high ground. Hazed on the Omen. No paranoia at this point. Does have teleports, but that's not going to be useful here. Trying to spam through the ground, and he's really just distracting as Wardell does the damage from range. Hazed from underneath is going to find one, but Sick goes for the quick res. So back up to 2 defenders here. It's Shazam and Sick. And instantly down goes Shazam. This should be all TSM in this round.
Found an individual fight, and I'm pretty sure time's kind of run out. Yeah, Sick, get out of there. it was a good little bit of a last moment, but not good enough. And there's got to be an answer now from the Sentinels. You can't start letting these get away from you. And there's going to be a tempo set, right? So TSM now have successfully hit that site 2 times in a row, and there hasn't really been a big answer. So I do want to see what they try and come back with. Maybe that was their attempt to kind of make a bit of a mid play coming up, but they lost players on short. So there's got to be something they want to try and implore to bring this one back around, but I'm not sure what state the economy is going to be in at this point for the Sentinels. They can still fashion a buy. I think this might be the last one that they can truly get in a comfortable way. But this is where TSM, as said, setting the tempo, they can then just go back to a B hit, and they've probably already stacked out towards A. So this is then TSM taking back control of those mind games.
MC6 soloing B at the moment. Spike is down on that side of the map, but here's Drone popping the ult and leading the charge. He's got his running back, and he's looking for info. Didn't see much except for the edge of Sinatra. So they know at least where one player is, but not a ton of information there from the Phoenix ult.
Enemy tag.
Drone coming back out on the opposite end. The owl drone, I should say, from Sinatra, as he is just peeking. Was able to tag one, and you're going to see that Spike still sitting pretty in the spawn. They're waiting for the defenders to peek. After watching the Sentinels footage against Gen G, not a bad play, because they were often going for the aggressive peeks, especially from Sinatra and Shazam together.
But look how deep the defensive team's sitting. They're playing instant posture towards a retake on B. They're not even holding the B site. They're more than happy to let that go, apparently, and play on the retake towards this. They've just got to make sure they keep some utility. Sick is there, so he's going to definitely know when they hit the site. And I think now, seeing all this utility, they're going to know what's up. Let's go for a spam. Shouldn't go for the big fight. Needs to wait for those rotations to come in, which they're right about to do now. So if you're going to posture like this, you better be ready to hit these retakes, which is not easy at all.
Cutler's got wires watching B main. Meanwhile, Subrosa was holding door, but Shazam's going to get the first peek. So here comes the defense. Hazed very weak, still back on site, hanging out with Drone. We do have the Rolling Thunder available. Will Shazam invest it here? Now could be the time with everyone set up to follow it up.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a very, very comprehensive hit together, because time's going to be running out, and Drone has just found 3 out of nowhere. That's 4. Drone just went massive for his team, and Wardell's just going to close out at the very end. But a really nice take, and TSM leading the mind games right now. They have a really good grip on what they're doing in this.
Warren, I don't know if you noticed it, but Shazam was using his ultimate right when Drone popped out and got that 3K. So not only a big round win, but you're getting some of the biggest ultimates that Sentinels had in the bank. Huge round for TSM. You're looking at the very last buy from the Sentinels. If you lose this round, you are broke, and it will be TSM stealing the lead.
And now the switch up again. This is so nice. I like what TSM are doing. This is a very well thought out attack. They're kind of, switching it up again. Okay, successful B hit. Right, let's spin over back towards A. They are going to be putting Sentinels through their paces. This is the game we really did want to see between these two. Some really, heavyweight teams at the moment. This is going to put, Sentinels through their paces. They're not going to have an easy time. But there are still 2 players posted up towards A, and this aggression towards B makes them know, okay, well, they're not coming B, so we better get our rotation starting, and they're going to see all this util. And, well, Zom still fully blind, manages to catch Drone. That's not a bad 1-for-1, but there's only 1 man left on that site.
Set it up at head height and pull the trigger. Dapper, can he be a legend once again? He clutched up in the early rounds. Now he's going to be swarmed, and this time Cutler gets the best of him. Instant use of the ultimate from the Cypher. That's going to reveal all the remaining defenders, and now they got the info. They're up top, plant it behind Generator. Let's hold it safe and force them to come down.
All of these players retaken from the same position is going to be really, really tricky, especially when you still have Wardell in that sort of position. Util left on Subrosa to buy more and more time. At the moment, TSM are showing exactly what they're made of. This is a big performance, and this retake is going to be brutally hard. And again, these quick hits, these well thought through hits, are just going to make it trickier with this utility left, and Wardell is just buying time. He's being the biggest pain he can be. Sinatra might find 1, Shazam finds a 2nd, and suddenly it's game back on when Shazam lands shots like that.
If you looked at the post-plant setup, you think this is TSM's round, right? You trade out 1 kill at the start, but after that, it was all TSM. This was just brute forcing their way. They stuck Wardell in the corner between Shazam and Sinatra pre-firing, couldn't get the shot off, and then, of course, the quick spin around from Shazam to find the kill on the Cypher down in hell. This is a big round from the Sentinels. We mentioned they were broke if they didn't win it. Now they got the op off of Wardell. They can all buy up. They're going to be feeling good outside of just a Spectre there. there on Dapper, but that's not terrible considering what the opponents can bring to the table.
No, this is going to be a fun one. It looks like maybe a pacey piece towards B because they haven't taken any control elsewhere. They are looking towards middle at least, so they've got they're not leaving it completely open. They're keeping some options open by leaving their Omen to kind of lurk around middle. Not being subtle with their presence here, though. Sick now knows what's up. Drone's going to punish, and they might springboard off the back of this.
Sinatra about to get flooded, and he's trying to trade out. Injured 3 players, but killed nothing. And with 4 players left, including the ult from Drone, they should have an opportunity to break on site. As I say, Shazam hits its first shot and the second on Wardell. So Rosa and Drone are going to be able to pick up kills of their own. And Dapper, again, able to pick up a kill to stay in this one. 1 versus 2. Both players are weak. It's going to take about 2 bullets each.
I liked what Dapper tried to do, capitalize on the player holding the back while the plant was coming in just for that second. Tries a new angle now. Still trying to get past Sabrosa, who's not allowing it. He knows the positions, the time is being bought here. Nicely played by the post-plant team. They're going to sit in deep. They do not want to allow any mistakes. A readjustment as well. Playing a little bit of a new angle. Post right on the boxes. Swing comes out, but Dapper finds Cutler. A mistake being made, but the time is ticking. It's 4 HP. I think it's good.
What a 2v1 clutch coming out of Dapper. That was even a Brimstone ult trying to delay him. You saw a switch up in the positions, but they kind of went to the same spot the other one was previously. So a little easy read for Dapper on the first peek, but his reactions were incredible. TSM clearly afraid to take the straight up gunfight. They weren't able to peek at the same time, and Dapper played that one well. It all starts, though, with a strong snipe from Shazam, and I think this is going to be a key throughout this series. Doing that damage at range, staying alive, buying time for the rotation, especially on maps like Ascent.
We'll see what they go back to for TSM. Now on the attacking side, the A hit still worked. The retake was just successful that time. You know, that kind of play back in with Sinatra coming back through. And I wonder if they go back to that or if they maybe feel a little bit turned off by that one now and they're not feeling it so much more. Shazam, that sloppy gets caught by Drone. Drone is not going to let you get away with that anytime. Quick res comes up, but Shazam is really vulnerable here. They're going to have to back away, but look at this utility committed towards it as well. The defensive side having to work for this one. That mid pressure is really mounting.
And you're looking at the utility. It's all been used from the defenders in mid. Zom's holding strong at the top. Cat is going to find the first. Wardell is going to be able to answer back, but the Spectre did its job. They've got the info and they've seen the spike. What will TSM decide to do here? You still have a minute. You've had most success on the A site, so I do expect them to fully commit here, but they always could wrap it back around.
Dapper's been so good at this. I say that, he'll probably die instantly, but no, he's good for one. Gonna fall away, doesn't overcommit on this, but you know he's tempted to. That shock dart in, those darts kind of coming through. And yeah, this is a great moment for them, but Sabrosa is still standing. And this man is a god of his own right, but there's 2 players to try and get this against, and Shazam's not gonna allow it. My word.
Comes in with the classic.
Individuals. Woof.
Yeah, anytime you see Shazam working with Sinatra late in the round, this round is not over. The duo continues to push and do work. Nice res, though, from Sick, giving his offer an opportunity to get back in the round. And, of course, everyone surviving through the spray is what turned the tide for the defense here. Let's see what attacks can do here with just Sheriffs as TSM have pistols in hand, down 7-3. This is not the way they planned this map, the one they picked to go.
And these post plants, the retakes that Sentinels have been pulling off are just wild. I mean, it's great to see. I'd say, you know, when we looked at Gen G, for example, they were very well constructed retakes. This is just some individuals really shining. Just taking nothing away from the Sentinels, it works. Sabrosa, speaking of working, that's a pick. That's a nice little freebie to begin with. You can't underestimate TSM's aim. You don't want to over-peak these guys. You don't want to be sloppy in these rounds because you'll get punished.
Shazam investing his Rolling Thunder down the middle, expected everyone to be pushing him, and that definitely is going to delay. Brings time for everyone to push up. As you're going to see a little bit of action from Zoms, just smoking Cat. He's still playing deep. Defense has been very respectful through the middle. They're just giving this one up and making you play them tight, giving themselves time and opportunities here. As we take a look at the offense, though, it's going to be Drone leading the way once again. He's been clean with the Sheriff throughout this tournament. In their eco rounds, he was a key factor for them. Will he be able to find this first pick following up a flash? Try peeking, and that is going to be costly. Shazam finds the first. His second is dropped down to 0 health. Sinatra just beaming him through the middle. And it is a strong hold from defense so far. Just a pistol round, but you gotta love the way that Sentinels are using their abilities here. They are not giving TSM any free rounds. Sabrosa trying to be a hero, though, a 1v2. He's got 3. This would be an ace if he clutches.
Open up the sky.
He's got his ult. This could be so uncomfortable. Oh, Sinatra. Safe pair of hands at the end. That got a little scary, didn't it? That got a little worrying. 3
it's
kills.
Round 11. Let it rip, right? It's round 11. You don't want to save it for the final one. You got an opportunity. Sabrosa's feeling it at 13 and 10. But man, this has been a tough half for the attackers. TSM, we got to remind everyone, they were in the same exact position against Envy. It was a different map, but a 9-3 half before they got their turn on defense. So we'll see. Will they be able to put up a 4th before the half is over? They've got the guns to do so. Wardell only a half armor, but everyone else fully stacked.
This is a big wake-up call for TSM, I think. The rounds they got aren't bad ones, but 3 rounds is still just 3 rounds. Again, you don't want to be put through these constant comebacks that they have to do. This is a little scary for them, I can imagine. But for Sentinels, it's hitting just right. Gonna take towards mid, potentially for Shazam. It was closed out by Zombs in the end. Gonna just spam through that smoke, knowing that Sabrosa was definitely damaged on the other side. Sick gonna assist over by Sinatra, by B, just gonna pop the walls, kind of buy a bit of time. Everyone playing very patient for the defensive team as well. They're not overcommitting here, and you can see TSM looking for opportunities. They're not being given many, if I'm honest.
Wardell looking through the middle. That smoke is going to be clearing just as Shazam is going to go for a peek. Does he feel the pressure coming? He's going to sit in a smoke of his own. It's only a matter of time before Shazam's able to pounce. 3 players in it. They have the other side of the door closed. So Shazam in a perfect position to slow it down, but Drone somehow pulls it out again. Following up his curveball, he finds 2 headshots, and now they're flooding onto A.
This could be a huge round for TSM. It gives them that little bit of a buffer going in towards that second half, but Sinatra doesn't want any of that. He wants to stop it before it starts. Cutler kind of feeding there. Didn't need to die that early in no man's land, but Drone is on a tear here, Bucket.
Using that run it back, gives himself information and opportunity. Sick, though, with the pick on Wardell. It's going to make this tough. It's going to be the 1 versus 2. Can he clutch up? Not this time, as Sick is going to lock it in for the Sentinels. 9-3 defense. You can't ask for a better start for a team that they love this map, and their opponents picked it for them.
Okay, so let's look at silver linings for TSM here. The rounds they won weren't at least pistol rounds. You know, if you come into a half with 3 rounds beside you and they were the first 2, let's say you pick up and then, you know, maybe the other team gets the other one, but then you bring it back in the 4th. That's a nice benefit. They won in some of the gun rounds. They were having some really good success towards A on their initial hits. They seem to have been thrown off by some of the retakes coming in because they didn't go back to that sort of defaulted A hit that they were bringing out, which was really, really diligent. But for the Sentinels, I've got to say, their individuals have been so clutch. These retakes have been so on point. For TSM, it's time to turn up, though. Let's see if they can deliver on the way back through here, because again, TSM, we know they can pull off comebacks. We know once the economy goes in their favor, they are so well handled at these sort of games, so they're probably not out of it yet, but it's going to be a tough one. And honestly, if you're TSM, did you really want to have to do another comeback?
Oh, man, I don't know if TSM has this one, though. Yesterday, they were able to turn it on. They were able to take advantage of the range that Haven gives you. And, of course, we saw some excellent individual retakes coming in. But now you're going up against a different beast. I feel like Sentinels are all hitting their shots right now, even when they're on low buys. You see what Zom was able to do with his Spectre at this point. This is going to be a very, very dangerous second half. Can TSM pull off magic in back-to-back days? If they do, I will go ahead and hand them the crown already and just say, you guys are the best team in Valorant in North America. You got the best mental game. You're able to bounce back regardless of how much is stacked against you. But this is a fantastic start. Sentinels now looking like they could be at 1-0. We have a small disconnect, so we're just waiting on players to get back in this game, but we will be keeping it up and running. Chat, let us know what you think about the matchup so far. I saw a lot of the Iron players saying that it was a wasted ult in the chat. Thank you for calling them out, Gold 2s. But no, shout out to everyone who has been with us for the entirety of this tournament. If you're just joining us, it's the PAX VALORANT Invitational powered by Seagate Gaming. And the PAX Arena Invitational has definitely been a good one. If you missed the VODs yesterday, check it out after today's matchups, because this has been some of the best Valorant play we have seen in NA so far.
100%. Okay, so you asked Chap something. I want to ask them. how does TSM win this? What are their win conditions? Is it that you need Wardell to go off every single time? You tell me what they need right now, because honestly, Sentinels are showing a great deal. But again, you know, attack and defense, let's kind of keep it in mind. Let's not kind of get too ahead of ourselves just yet. But I'd love to know what you guys think is maybe the turnaround clause for TSM on this one, because 3 rounds it's pretty brutal. But for now, it's attack time for the Sentinels, and we've seen some interesting plays from them, but they've got to really muster it all together here, and it looked like an early feign towards B, but still going to sweep through the map, head on those rotations, and Dapper, well, we saw what happened on the previous pistol. If he's on point with this Ghost, that's dangerous. That's surgical precision, but now I've said it, he'll probably, you know, miss the whole clip.
And keep your eyes on Hazed on this defense. Yesterday, he had such a good job of working on this agent. Normally plays the Sage on other maps. Today he's going to be stacked up at B, at least to start with Cutler. And the push is going to be coming in. Wardell trying to get into position as they hear the footsteps flooding through. Going to give up his location with that shock dart, or excuse me, recon dart. And the cameras are going to spot too. So very slow round, but the attack is coming flowing. Zik finds the first headshot. Down goes the back. You have the site wide open. 3 dead already. Drone trying to call back in this one. We got Sarosa holding. But do they know? Dapper's around the corner. Nope. This is definitely going to be a 10-3 start here. What a job by the weakened attackers. You can still pull this off, but it is going to be so tough for Drone, who's on 63 HP.
Yeah, and Dapper's buying time. Look at the way he's fallen back towards middle. It's going to cost Drone even more opportunities. Quickly picks it up. That's good. There's just not much time left on this. He's got to go so quick. And Drone's been pretty clutch, but the speed in which he has to do this has to be so on point. Zums just denies it. The double face at the end. And I love that mid take, but god damn. God damn. This is looking scary now. You know, if you wanted to come back, everyone's gonna say, yep, that pissed around, the one to follow. Ideally, that kind of weird buy they get left on against the full round, but 10-3 when you hit those double digits, I'm worried. I'm worried because let's apply confidence to the Sentinels' win conditions. Let's apply that in there. And then suddenly this map pool gets pretty beastly in their favor, because I was expecting TSM to be confident, bound through the game. It's not to be. But this round could certainly be turned. It's a very light investment from the Sentinels. They don't have to rush their economy. They can take their time on it.
Sentinels spreading it out. Default start here. Just trying to get some equipment out from the defense. And we'll see, will anyone peak? Last time they were in this situation, we saw Wardell buy up the shorty and press aggressively through the beat main. He was able to trade out 2 kills before falling, this time playing very deep on site. And it looks like everyone is going to let him through the front door. Wardell is going to rotate back while the rest of the family comes from the middle. First pick goes through for Wardell. Sick answers back, and the USP, or excuse me, the Ghost just too strong as Zoms is going to find a third. It's once again Drone and Sarosa rotating from A.
Rotations are going to be tough as well. Shazam's got him pinned.
Oh, that shorty's really good, right? Yeah, let's upgrade to a classic from the shorty in a 1v4.
Right, and I know you were looking at the statistics. Now, obviously, we know this is a good map for Sentinels, but could you give us some context real quick on TSM? Because I know this isn't a bad map for them either. I'm pretty sure this is a pretty decent map for them. If you get the time to have a little look on that, maybe win % on this map on average, that'd be great. So I said I'm pretty certain this is a very good map.
If you're looking at the numbers, I mean, TSM is great at everything. They're 20-2 on Haven, 11-1 on Split, 19-4 on Ascent compared to their 6-6 on Bind. So they still have an 83% game win rate on this map coming in. But on the other side, it's 91%. Sentinels have only lost it 1 time since they formed.
Now, the one thing I want to bring in, and again, these are all just small things I'm trying to keep in mind. We have seen Sentinels struggle to close out games. We saw them discussing sometimes to get too ahead of themselves. I think they're keeping themselves in check in this game for now. You know, 11-3, they haven't gone sloppy. They haven't got ahead of themselves. They're kind of keeping everything in check. And a game like this, obviously when you know your opponents can snowball so well like TSM can, you have to do that. So I like the way Sentinels are approaching this. They're being very meticulous and careful. Now, this is the round where TSM could get one back in, and what a cheeky win this would be if the Sentinels got it to get to map point. But the buy is substantially better with TSM here.
Absolutely. 2 Bulldogs, and of course the Ares on Sinatra. Going up against TSM's full buy. Wardell, well, he's down to 16 HP. Not the start you want. And of course, a Sageless composition. That's what he's going to have for the rest of it. Will he be able to get the first pick, though? Here comes the flood. Wardell is going to get pushed back to the corner, but doesn't fall quite yet. He's going to go down, though, and now Wardell is going to get dropped. So Rosa and Drone, how many times in a row? The last two. I feel like this is just 5-stack B at this point. It is getting rough. This time, they have weapons, though, and we know what they're capable of. Full kit left here for Drone. He's going to be 2 kills away from popping an ultimate. So Rosa, well, he's going to be scouted by that Drone, and now he is going to be in trouble. Gun down, Drone in a 1v5, able to get the first, but that could be it.
All right, Drone. Good luck, bud. This is the icing on the cake for Sentinels. He's doing what he... 6 HP, it's done. This is the, put a fork in it. This one's done. 12-3. They won the round. That was always going to be... That would have been just, that's a cheeky one. That's the one you're happy with if you get it, maybe. You don't expect to win that one. The favor sits on the other side. But this is a big statement. I think we were waiting to see, okay, well, we've seen Sentinels on the rise recently, and I think that's something that, if you guys listen to podcasts, keep up to date with a lot of, content out there, people have all been noticing, okay, Sentinels, they're looking so much better. Now, does that translate into the immediate tournament results? We're not sure yet, but this is a big statement for them. Yes, this map is a good map for them, but it's also a good map for TSM, and it's not enough of a differential to have a 12-3 standing as it is right now. So we'll see what happens down the line. For now, Hayes is in all kind of danger, and Sinatra wants to pressure that problem.
Hayes getting in the corner early on, was able to teleport out. Drone finally gets his ultimate, but doesn't get much out of it. So defense, again, in a very tricky situation. Sinatra, he uses recon dart. He's used his whole kit through the middle of the map. And the Sentinels look like they may finally make their way towards the A site. Just so Rosa, last man standing here as everyone else is stacked up over on B, but he's got the right weapon for it. It's the Judge, finds one, does get a second before Sick is able to clean it up. And Sick, we mentioned his strength yesterday, so strong as a Sage player, playing aggressive through the group stages. Had a little bit of an off performance, but the man is back on the attack. Wardell from above with the Guardian. He is going to be just the first one to go down. 3 more going to try and push through, and they know exactly where the defenders are positioned.
Shazam towards Drone, Sick towards Cutler, and Hayes falls, and there it is. What a commanding scoreline, 13-3 bucket. That is a statement and a half. That's ridiculous. That scoreline, you don't get to do that against TSM, but apparently the Sentinels do now.
All right, so Lauren, I've got stats here, and I want to give a big shout out to Jasher, our stats wizard, who put all this together, and of course the Spike.gg, who put it together for us coming into the event. They've only played 1 time. That was back at the 100 Thieves event there. It was a 13-4 performance. Myth was in the lineup, I believe, at that time, as they were constantly swapping out their 5th. But now a 13-4 and a 13-3 on the record books. This is a good matchup for the Sentinels, at least on this map. I'm looking at TSM. How do you bounce back in map 2? Because this was a huge slap in the face to start your day.
It's going to need a little bit of fortitude, isn't it? I mean, it can happen. You lose a map, you move on. It's a best of 3, don't worry about it. But losing 13-3 is harsh. That's gonna be a mental reset they need to hit. And for maybe a less experienced team, I'd be like, okay, that could be a GG right there. But let's bear in mind, TSM are experienced players. They know what's up. They know how to mentally reset. Moses, how you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling like this might be a 2-0 all of a sudden. I was kind of thinking in my mind that TSM was going to take this first map, but no, it's not the case, unfortunately, for TSM.
Yeah, when I saw Sed coming through, I had all kinds of questions in my brain, and I think they have those same questions in theirs after that performance. But you look at the rest of this now. Where are we going next? Is it Bind for map 2?
Bind is next, and that's and TSM does. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a bad map for them, but
it's their worst of 4.
It's a danger map.
Yeah, it's 50-50, so 50% win rate there for them. They were simply, I don't want to say outclassed. Like, these are all very good players, but they didn't get anything started that game. There was nothing really. There's no really good examples there. Pansy, what went wrong for TSM?
It never started. I think that we saw a little bit of that, what could come together when they were kind of rolling with those A hits on the attacking side. It was looking good. They'd found their play coming in, but then a couple of retakes happened against them and they never tried it again. I think they kind of got pushed away by some of those very individual retakes. I don't know what put them off that site hit, because they were getting the spike down, they were getting okay post plants, and they were just losing in kind of dumb scenarios with an individual kind of popping off, no crossfires being held. So maybe a little bit of a tilt on that, or a misread maybe, but I'd have loved to see them continue to try that, because some of their set pieces were really nice.
Well, Puckett, I'll give you the easier question. What went right for Sentinels?
I feel like everyone took their time chiming in. Dapper's back on point. I feel like I love watching this guy on defense A site. He's one of the best at holding it down as a cipher. Zom's doing such a great job on he was constantly the man with no money, right? So he's getting the job done at a Spectre at close range. I felt like they just had really strong retakes. They're using their utility well. They're setting each other up. When they have a player pin, there's a call out, and 5 seconds later, Shazam is there forcing Drone out with the blast. I feel like they're just practiced at this point. As Warren said, it feels like they are warmed up coming into today, and they just didn't show us the same flaws that they showed against Gen G.
And Dapper's big, at least from what I was seeing, was it kind of started on that first pistol round on the A site. I believe it was on A site when he backed away around the back of the site, and did a really good job of just holding on for TSM for the backup to come from his squad mates. And ultimately, it led to this streak that I don't think TSM was able to recover from. So really huge game number one. I'm really excited to see Bind. I mean, this is now I'm really excited. Sentinels has the ability now to not only catapult themselves into the finals, but up the power rankings for one of the best teams in North America. If they can 2-0 TSM here, that would be pretty sick.
But let's be reasonable here. That was one of the best maps, I feel, for Sentinels that we just witnessed.
Yep.
And that was TSM getting none of their win conditions going. Now, Bind is a bad map-ish for both teams. It's not their best map to look at, but the most recent loss to Gen G worried me on Bind. Those retakes were rough. I don't know if you're going to get the same look coming out from TSM than you would Gen G. It's a very different stylistic team. So let's not get too far ahead yet. I think...
I'm not ahead. I want a third map. I
know.
want them to go to split. I want them to go to split because they both have really good win rates on split, so I think it'll be a brawl.
I think it comes down to the pistol rounds. This is something to keep in mind whenever you're watching TSM. You just assume they have the economy. You assume they have everything in their kit to do the job. They never got a chance in this last game. So you got to win your pistols. You can't give them up 0-2. Let's see if they can get it started early on here, and let's see what they can do on defense.
So this is a bit of the tail of the tape here on Bind, and shout out to production for having this ready for us. So that's average between both teams. The statistical edge does appear to go to Sentinels. Now I think this is tournament based, right? This is not like recent. Yeah. So they haven't. I don't think TSM's even. I guess the one time they played Bind, they lost it. So it feels bad for them. But Sentinels does appear, at least in the top 3 categories, to have the statistical advantage, and especially, as you said, Puckett, that pistol win percentage. If you can keep the op out of Wardell's hands for extended periods of time, that was a very low performance for Wardell. Now, I'm not trying to say he's if he doesn't have the op, he's really limited. So Sentinels attacking the economy, Pansy, has been huge.
Are we all becoming robots?
Yeah, it did sound a little bit roboty. Am I a robot right now?
I don't know, but you know what we should do? Let's throw it to the highlights. We'll make sure that none of us are actually turning into robots. That's actually safe for the end of the show. So nice. Let's hit the highlights real quick, and we'll be right back with the game number 2 from TSM and Sentinels.
jungle out there. Everybody got a wild side. Yeah, you probably about to see mine. Come on, don't you think it's about time to live it up? Can't get it up on your wild side. Everybody got a wild side. Yeah, you probably about to see mine. Come on, don't you think it's about time to live it up? Can't get it up on your wild side. Wild side. Everybody got a wild side. Let's live it up. Can't get it up on your wild side. Everybody got a wild side.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational presented by Seagate Gaming, and I am no longer a robot. Let's talk a little bit about the match we were just talking about, and the match.
I wish you were.
I could do that voice all day long, I promise. But let's talk about Bind. That's what we were talking about before we went into break there. The Bind situation here is very interesting. Sentinels is down a game, and they're going into arguably their weakest map. It's a 50-50 win rate for TSM on Bind. What do you think, Pansy, is going to be the initial game plan here for Sentinels? I think that pistol round is going to be a must-win for them.
So yeah, Sentinels up, obviously, after the first one. Coming into this, my mind instantly goes to that Gen G game, of course. I think that's the most simple one to go to. I'd say, honestly, for Sentinels, their early game on this, until Gen G worked them out, was great. That double stack on long, let's not forget that. That was super powerful with Shazam and Sinatra. Eventually, it did get worked out. I think the big thing, honestly, in my mind, is how tilted are TSM? You know, like, this goes beyond just kind of what to expect. I'd be pissed if I was TSM. They don't look awake yet. Yeah, and I know that's like such a sloppy kind of like, you know, lazy take, but would a normal TSM get 13-3'd on the map? I don't think so. Surely out of any of those rounds, they could have just had like a crazy round. I didn't see an individual pop off, which is so weird to me. It's not what I expected to say or think about. So this map goes away from its normal discussion in my mind, and how well does TSM mentally reset now? Because if they can't, Sentinels are just going to walk it.
Pugga, do you think that this is going to be a Sentinels aggressive style? Like, I mean, they're on attack to start. So I imagine if TSM wants to play it really safe, we're probably going to see the double op setup. Do you think that's going to be the case here?
I don't know if we'll even get there, to be honest, because the Sentinels are really just prioritizing rifles in a lot of cases. If Shazam can get one, he'll get an operator. But the rest of the time, they're very comfortable on just rifles. The Phantoms.
Sorry, I meant TSM on defense. Do you think that they're going to break out the double op?
Is TSM going to pull it out? I know Wardell will. Who else are you going to give it to today? Is it going to be Sub Rosa again? Hazed and Cutler, they had 5 frags last map. I feel like these guys are probably not going to be your oppers for the squad. I don't know. I think it's, again, going to be a very tight game with low economy. So if we get to a double up, that is where TSM could roll and get themselves right back in the series. But it's going to be tough to even get to that point.
Absolutely. And looking at the agent lineup here, we'll go for a quick rundown. I don't think we're seeing anything too crazy here. TSM is going to be fielding the Phoenix, the Sage, the Cypher, the Brimstone, and the Sova. No Jet for Wardell, which is, I imagine, probably they're gonna be wanting that extra utility against Sentinels, who have been flanking the crap out of them all the time. And looking at Sentinels, we have a Cypher, Sova, Sage, Phoenix, and Brimstone. Well, it seems very similar in setup, so I don't think there's gonna be too much to talk about there. Anything standing out here for you, Pansy?
No. Pretty nice. I'm excited to see the Phoenixes. Drone was really fun to watch. Sinatra really fun to watch. I think they're, you know, kind of pinnacles at what they're doing with this role right now, which is fun to see them, you know, head to head, of course. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is gonna be such a big changing point in this game, right? Because the reason we kind of give room to TSM in more regard than others is because they were dominating the scene for quite some time. You know, they picked up a lot of wins in tournaments. They were, you know, quite convincing in how they did it. T1 in the same vein. It's why we get surprised when someone like Homeless, you know, beats them. This could be a big turning point in how we look at North American Valorant for now. This is what this whole tournament was about to me. So I think this game is going to be very, very telling as to does TSM have that depth to go to? Because we've been asking for it a lot. We've been asking, you know, I like their composition pick there. I think it's really solid. I think it's perfectly fine. No one's going to put out anything weird. at this point because they can't risk that, right? You give a bit of room for TSM to come back in, they're going to do it. Sentinels don't want to let that happen, and for TSM, they've got to play to their best strengths here, so no time for weird picks and wonderful things. But this could be a big game changer. There's a reason we give TSM that little extra room, right? It's because they have had the results to back it up. But this could be where it falters. This could be it.
I think that it's a matter of composure on both sides. I don't really see Wardell, and I obviously don't know him intimately or anything like that, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who tilts easily. And if not, he's probably going to be a guy who's going to be the positive kind of force that is going to be driving the team to get him hyped up. He's a big ball of hype most of the time. But on the other side, my question about composure, Puckett, is Sentinels ready to take the next step? Are they willing and able to 2-0 TSM on Bide? What do you think?
This is your map pick, right? You're going on attack first. You were able to get so many plants down yesterday at the A site, but then you let Gen.G retake. I think you watched that VOD, find the holes in your game. How did you allow those retakes to happen? If you can prevent it, and if you can get out 7 rounds here in the first half, I feel you are confident that you are going to lock things up on defense, because their defense was pure, especially over at the B site. This is Sentinel's map to lose in my mind. You are coming in with all of the hype, all of the momentum. You know you are out shooting every single one on TSM last map. Can you do it again? It's time to shine and send yourselves to the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, we're headed into Bind. It is a 1-0 lead for Sentinels. They have the chance to rewrite their short history and become one of the best teams in North American Valorant with this victory over TSM, if they can do it. We're headed to Bind. Pansy and Puckett, enjoy yourselves.
Thank you so much, Moses. One thing to call out early on here is going to be Sinatra on the Phoenix. Yesterday, he went with a Frenzy. The pistol can do some rapid damage, and of course, he was playing with Shazam, who is always on that Sova, ready to back him out, getting the information, using the recon darts, and then, of course, the bait and trades. If you look at the numbers from this tournament, TSM, again, has only played it once. They lost that map. They've only played this map 12 times in tournament play since we started tracking on the Spike.gg. They're 6-6 on it, not one of their best. We'll find out how much time they have been putting into it, because normally this is a ban for them throughout group stages. At the start, on the attack, you're going to see an even spread. Sabrosa's just waiting to see if there's going to be some early aggression through the bathrooms. Meanwhile, Dapper is going to be stacking up with Sick over at the B site. And they're really just looking for Shazam and Sinatra to get some early information and potentially an early pick.
I like the way the Sentinels are approaching this, and the fact that they're being, they defaulted throughout, trying to draw utility away from the defensive side, maybe feel out a stack, any, weird and wonderful things they might be getting up to. There is that 3-play stack towards B. I don't think that's too bad on a pistol round. I think that's pretty solid. And now going forward, it looks like a contact play off the back of this flash. Sinatra's going to swing on it, and there it is. But instant response, it looks like they're well aware of what the Sentinels like to do here.
Here comes the Frenzy. He loves it. Goes for a quick high hits. He's going to heal up while shooting. That was the game plan, and now he is connecting. He knows how to control the recoil, finds 2 headshots, Shazams his arms are in, and all of a sudden it's Wardell against an army, and he is going to fall. Great execute coming out of the Phoenix.
And honestly, if you want to talk about mentality and what can happen in this regard, that is the worst start you're going to get for TSM, in the fact that you just got battered by a Frenzy. Any CS player will know how annoying CZs are, let alone a Frenzy now, and to have that just thrown in your face by an Overwatch player bouncing through your wall. This is great. I love to see it, because it's just like, I know that they'll be tilting on this. I know they'll be mad off the back of that.
That's 3 for 3 in pistol rounds. Like, you have not won a pistol round in this matchup. Sentinels are rolling. Now you got Shazam buying up to the Phantom double shorties. The shotguns are coming out on defense. They're going to try and hold the tight angles. And already Zobs just runs through the smoke. Headshots of Rosen is going to steal the orb.
They're on a high note right now. Sentinels are feeling confident. They could get punished for this. This is the other side of the coin. If they get overconfident, they could get punished. But it looks like probably a close wall and then play off the back. But Zoms is feeling it. He's got that hot hand. Cutler's gone down. Piece by piece, they're just taking the side Puckett, and it looks a little too easy here. Of course, the buy they're up against is very light, but they're feeling it. They're feeling the game, and that is the most dangerous thing you're going to get, honestly.
When you're on Jet, you can do something with this shorty. When you're on Sova, well, you're hoping someone comes in and peeks you and you can steal their weapon. Sinatra might be the first one to come in, but again, it is Wardell against 5. And he has the worst gun in the game for this position. They look like they're just going to leave the site. let him keep his 200 credits, and he will catch Shazam, who actually has the Phantom.
That's
So that is
costly.
a huge kill. Does he know about it? He's going to try and sneak over to the
Ooh, that's
site.
cheeky.
Not going to be able to get it off, and that means he will not have an assault rifle moving forward. That could have been costly for the Sentinels if Wardell survives. Instead, they go up 2-0, and, well, Shazam's going to be a little poor, but the rest of the team feeling great.
I like the idea. Again, even if he kept that rifle over, it wouldn't have mattered. He was going to go up to the AWP anyway. Yeah, it might have saved him a bit of money, but I liked to see if he could get maybe a sneaky ninja defuse. I don't think I've even seen like an actual ninja defuse in this game yet. I don't mind that. Now, the actual purchase coming out from Sentinels, or the leftovers, should I say, is pretty strong. They've jumped up towards those Phantoms, but that op. Wardell, it's time to do some work, buddy. Let's get that reputation going again. Let's get what everyone gets hyped about being able to be seen here.
Wardell's over on the A site, and he is going to get the call, we need help at B. Did they see anything, or is it just a feeling? Either way, after no early action down short, they'll be in position to stop this. Owl drone coming out from Shazam as he is going to send out his bot to get the information. Spots one, potentially both. And will he be able to move off of it? Here comes Sinatra. He's going to lead the charge, but Drone fully flash is able to trade it out. Dapper is there, and Wardell is going to answer with the operator kill. So finally, defense with an advantage. That was until Shazam finds the headshot.
Okay, Hazed is still there, though. Nice position from Hazed. Good trade. Better trade from Dapper to come back in. He's going to put Cutler in so much of a bad scenario. Look at that. Instantly overwhelmed, can't do much. The flank from Sabrosa could be good. I don't think they're considering it yet. Shazam is going to have to now, but this off angle will Sabrosa check. He does, but he thought he'd be up on those on the boxes rather than down on the ground. So Shazam closes out well, and a close round, but a win nonetheless for the Sentinels. And this game's starting to look a bit dangerous here. It's going to keep the economy a little bit lower. They can do a light buy, maybe down to, you don't want to go below 2k, really. 1.9 is as low as you want to get, but Cutler going pretty heavy on that. But I guess Cutler hasn't had much to work with. 0-3 so far. A little rough of a game from him, and I was getting excited for the prospect of Cutler becoming a, you saw those clutches just,
He was so good yesterday.
He was great. I'm a bit worried that he's just, not having that game today, and that's such a shame because that was such a big win point and something that I was really looking forward to here.
So far for Cutler, he's sitting on 4 kills for the entirety of this match, the first 2 games. Yes, it is early here in Bind, but those are uncharacteristically low numbers for the Cypher. Wardell trying to survive, had the shorty up tight, but he is forced back by Sick, and Sick is going to find 2 of his buddies. They're outgunned. They're expected to lose this round, but every kill matters for the economy in the long term. And we'll see what the Sova can do. Absolutely nothing as Sick finds his 3rd. They're going to ease their way onto the A site. Of course, they've already got Bath locked down by Zoms, and it's going to be a retake attempt coming through CT. Shut down. Last man standing. Good luck, Mr. Hazed.
TSM need... I wish you could call timeouts in this game. They need something. They need to stop this. Sick's so good. I mean, everything they're doing is just working. And for TSM, you've got to reset somehow because they're getting run over. There's the answer they're going to go for. This is their idea. This is their theory. It's the double op, and it's incredibly powerful. It's probably one of the biggest wins that you can have in this game, right? We talk about how powerful it is, how OP it is. I want to see that now. Can they handle a team who's got very, high confidence? They've got a decent composition with someone who's very good at entering here, Sinatra. There's a lot of things that could work against it, but I'm excited to see what they do with this double op now.
Yeah, as you saw in the last round, it was just a raw buy. They were saving every credit possible so that they can stack up to the double ops here.
Do we have a fun pretend technical pause?
Uh-oh.
Have they done it?
Uh-oh.
If this is from TSM, like in production, just confirm what this pause is because it's making me smile if it is the case.
Are you thinking mental booming right now? What are you expecting here, Pansy?
Look. I don't know if it's the case, and I'm gonna just say I'm just gonna
be the first tinfoil hat on Reddit. We'll let you play the persona.
There's a chance, and I doubt it. But I mean, back in the day in online games, your keyboard might suddenly disconnect when you need a tactical timeout, and then you're okay. I'm just saying that could have been the case. I don't know if it is. As I said, I'm just having a bit of fun with it. But here's some aggression over towards Long. This is a big start. No, you just ate that flash bucket.
Again, able to trade out through. Sinatra finds Hazed, but Drone is there, and Wardell is going to find a second. So defenders with an advantage. And TSM are going to be clean on these ops. So Rosa finds Zoms, and for the first time, the buys are definitely working out, and they are in control of the round. Spike in the middle of the map, and it's just going to be Dapper working on opposite sides with Shazam, looking for an early pick, get some info, and then work off of it. But you have an op on both sites. Wardell is going to be watching exactly where Dapper's trying to push them, and Shazam is going to run through Sub Rosa, who misses wide right. So a little bit of life still here for the Sentinels. It's a 2v3. You got 51 seconds left.
All good.
And they think that it may be an A push. If Shazam keeps rotating in this direction, it's just going to be Wardell they have to get through. There's a cyber cage up available for Dapper. And of course, the Sova could hit him with some shock darts at range. Wardell just keeping his crosshair on this corner, waiting for any peek. If he sees the tip of Dapper's gun, he's going to know exactly where it's at, and everyone will be able to stack here.
Joke's over. You're dead.
2 players here for now. Here come the ultimates. Wardell's still on patrol, trying to keep eyes on this. Let's see if there's any play. You've got 15 seconds. They've got to make their move. Wardell is still just pinning them to this. Surely they're going to see... Cypher's got through towards site. There it is. Wardell on patrol. Not going to let it happen. Big confidence boost for him there. 3 kills that round. And the double ups, yes, a costly investment, but it makes sense.
And this is how you get back in the game, right? You got Sub Rosa, who is a great sniper. Missed one shot against Shazam, but I'm not going to hold that against him. And then Wardell hitting all 3 of his. They combined for 4 of the 5 kills in round number 5. Finally, the Sentinels have to go and purchase some new weapons, as Sinatra isn't going to be able to afford a rifle. He's just got the Spectre, but as Phoenix, that definitely will not be a problem as he follows up at close range with the curveballs. Heavy beat lane early on, and they might just try and hit this quick. This is what they did to Gen G.
Ooh, Wardell, I like that. Trying to get in their face a little there. Can fall away to a new angle. He's got his safety net over on Long, so he's not going to get pinched in that. Nice timing on the ult here. This could be good. It could isolate some players. It could try and slow down this hit.
Drone holding strong at Long. They didn't check the corners, and he's able to punish 2. So strong defense, but here comes the attackers. Out Hookah. That Molly is not going to allow any peeks from the operator. And out comes Sinatra. He is going to be the one flooding deep into sight. Meanwhile, you can see it's going to be an elbow push coming in from Cutler. Drone holding his own is going to get a full flash, but it's Dapper who finds the headshot through it, and Dapper finds a 3rd. Cutler goes down, and all of a sudden it's just Sub Rosa. As what a round. The 3 remaining attackers get the job done after flooding through Hookah.
Okay, 5-1. We have a little hit towards that scoreboard if you get a sec there, observers. Just have a little kind of look at how things are shaken down. Money's mismatched, of course. Hazed and Cutler not having the good games at all yet. A little rough for them. 1 kill so far between the 2 of them. So their monies could be a little bit less than ideal. Of course, money on the swing now coming back up for the Sentinels just after that round. But this is the scary thing. If you're depending on double ops to get you that round, you can't afford that every round. So we've got to see how they make it work in these more... I don't want to say that's a normal buy. It's not. You've got 2 players basically on sheriffs, but on a less than ideal buy. And it looks like they've gone for a bit more of an assertive, aggressive stance towards Hookah, trying to put a bit of a player up there as an early warning signal, which might be the Sage on the sheriff. But for now, this default might feel this out. We'll have to see how they approach it on the attacking side.
Yeah, Cutler is the other one with just a sheriff in hand, and he is going to be playing deep on bench, it looks like. And we will see Zom slowly making his way through bathrooms as everyone else is going to be moving through short A. They love to stack up. So Broza, he's got the molly ready, camera, and of course the dart coming out gives him the info he needs. They are heading on in. Smokes are down. He's going to be fully blocked off, and they're just trying to buy time as the rest of the squad rotates. But this spike should be going down any moment.
Cutler could do some work from Shower here. They haven't fully cleared it, so I think they're trying to keep that in mind. Sage is going towards it now. Oh, he's gone down. Sick just finds him, knowing where the weakness may be. So Broza tries to do the damage, but no. The site's being held. It's being controlled so well. Sinatra showing how it's done, these post plants. It looks like they've tried to put in that work that was missing before. The A hits were good last time around, remember. But they weren't able to hold in the post. Now with 3 players left against them, I don't know how they're going to play this back in for the TSM side.
This was a weakness for the Sentinels yesterday, was holding the site after planning. So far, it's just Wardell chiming in with the snipe from above, but he had to be brought back to life earlier by Hayes. And he is going to be found by Shazam. This is Sentinels round. Hayes knows it. Keep my weapon. Thought about going up to get that up. Instead, he's just going to stay alive as he pushes back into spawn. So far, Haste and Cutler have been 100% shut down in this matchup by the Sentinels. Sentinels just, they get to pick and choose. Which site do we want to go crush on?
I like this from Sinatra in the post plant, him being kind of the forefront player, so still keeping that pressure so high with the Phoenix. It's why I like him on the Phoenix, if I'm honest. And top fragging as well as arguably an entry fragger is actually pretty hard. I think if anyone's ever had to be an entry fragger, you hate your teammates, but you got to do it. And he's just making it look pretty good so far. The economy's been shattered once again and it's mismatched. That's why you're seeing Hazed on the buy here to try and even out the economy a little bit. And maybe he can do something. Maybe you can get aggressive with it, try and make a little bit of a cheesy play happen. So far, no information found. You can see them sitting pretty deep on this somewhat default for the Sentinels. Gonna head in with that owl drone, get a bit of info. They know where one is, and there we go. Sinatra instantly on the push. Doesn't find immediate success, but the pressure is high, and he's gonna draw out that little bit of utility the defensive side has, and it's not a great deal.
And not only does the drone scout out Sub Rosa, but it also tells you what weapons are being played over at A. After you find out it's just a Sheriff, you are feeling so confident with these Phantoms at range, but they don't want to push up. They don't want to make it easy on the defenders. You still have a minute left, so they're going to work towards these orbs, get some free ultimate charge, and then eventually make their decision. But look at the defense, starting to get aggressive. Hazed, of course, still with the Phantom as he was able to save last round. His teammates, though, just on the goods. But Sub Rosa finding the headshot on Zums is huge. Can he find Sinatra? Nope. Wallbang comes through, and down goes one for each side.
Cutler can snake a kill here. Again, though, with Sinatra getting good understanding of how deep they can go on this one. That nice little push up. You got Dapper watching the back, just super kind of passive, and just waiting for him to push through. Drone does, and he's getting found. It's pretty clinical so far. I think that honestly, it looks like the Sentinels have done their homework. Wardell, though, there's your danger man, but only on 8 HP. Bucket, I don't think it's enough.
And he is able to get 2. But again, low health for both him and Cutler is going to be tough. Unless you're facing an op, as long as Shazam keeps missing, you got a chance. And Wardell's going to find a third coming out. Shorty won't be able to land as it's Dapper clutching up once again for the Sentinel. Shazam's going to keep his operator, and a 7-1 score is going to be pretty darn good. Sentinels favoring on defense, of course, but so far their attacks have been absolutely unpunished. They have been so clean. And this feels like a different team that we saw even yesterday when I was impressed by them.
Okay, I'm worried this is not unrecoverable. I don't want to say it because we've seen a big comeback from TSM. I'm worried that all the things we were worried about, like all those kind of like, you know, what if they're tilted? What if they're struggling? What if they're just not into the game? What if they're looking cold? I think we're kind of seeing that. We're seeing what can happen when it goes wrong for TSM, and it's a real shame because they're such a good squad. Right. But again, this is taking nothing away from the Sentinels. Again, pacey piece from Sinatra. This guy on the entries is just unbearably good. Sinatra piercing through the site itself, taking down 2. The site's theirs. They just rolled it back. They just went, you know what, I'm just going to flash it and go. And this utility usage is just so damn on point from him.
Sinatra's always done this throughout his career, at least the time I've had to watch him. He is the first one in, and sometimes the last man standing at the end of the fight, able to pop off as an individual, using the Phoenix so well, especially on Bind. I feel like if you're looking at Sinatra, his Sova on Ascent is very fun to watch. His Phoenix on Bind is my absolute favorite, though, even better than what he can do on Haven. And here's a ego peek as he gets the knife out for some quick movement. Sinatra with the punish, and that is a statement kill right there. You already had the round locked up here, I feel like, if you're the Sentinels, but just taking the 1v1 against Wardell, knowing he is there and winning the shot, that is a huge blow to the best player from TSM's confidence, and a big one for the Sentinels.
Oh, man. I don't know. How are you meant to slow down someone like Sinatra? They're using utility, but their economy's broke, so you can't do too much of that, right? They've had double ops and that worked, but you can't afford that. Their economy being broken has been the biggest gateway opening for Sinatra to run through them constantly. I want to see what he does this round. I just want to watch Sinatra. I want Sinatra cam at this point. They are on Sheriffs. They're on a couple of, you know, lighter weapons, but Dapper this time going to show off towards Hayes. Nice, comfortable pick. And maybe Sabrosa can do something nice here. Good work with the old Sheriff himself.
I love it. Dapper's just gifted a kill, pre-firing the corner. You know they're going to get aggressive, trying to peek, knowing they have weak weaponry. This is everything they could have asked for. Thought he had the kill. Sinatra will clean it up. Didn't take any damage, but Sarosa has time and will find a headshot. Phantom in hand also has his ultimate with 3 smokes to go. So this is not over by any means, despite having weaker weapons. Sarosa forced out, though. And now he is going to be pinched. Dapper able to get drone out of CT. Sarosa surviving, at least for now. But the question is, how long? It's just going to be the one defender up against 4. Can he escape with the weapon? That would be a win in itself. And there's no way.
On the escape.
I looked at the mini-map and I was like, it is red at every single direction he could potentially look at.
I hope the idea is like through the TP, maybe if he plays it late enough, but
Shazam's lurking here, and there he is. Second time in a row that he's going to be punished this time. So Rose is able to get an op out of it. And remember, the only round they did win for TSM was the double op round. Wardell with the full save should be able to op next. So this is where TSM is able to put one more on the board, but it's the last of the half.
I'm just happy to see an answer back to the op meta being in play. I love the way they're approaching these sites. I think, okay, let's roll our minds back to, the tournaments not too long ago, the like kind of mid, if you think about the first couple of tournaments and this being the last, the kind of middle area of NA tournaments, we were asking, come on, let's see that Breach in, let's see that Phoenix in, let's put these players, these agents back in the comps because we need those flashes, we need those, very talented entry fraggers like you have to be able to try and challenge these ops. And we're seeing it. We've seen that in absolute droves. Drones are going to try and get aggressive. I like this. A little bit of a switch up, but I think Dapper's read it. And he's going to get a little bit of info. Not too much, though. Again, it doesn't tell that much, but Sabrosa might feel better to be posted up here with this op now. Decide how he wants to play this out. Maybe a one and done. Pop down a smoke, fall away, find a new angle.
And I see a lot of people in chat giving a tough time to Hazed and Cutler for their low numbers in this matchup. The support players don't have the best kit, especially to deal with the aggression that is coming from the Sentinels. And if you look at just the overall numbers, Drone is sitting on, 4 kills at this point? This is a man who was your MVP throughout the quarters. So everyone on TSM is having a tough time. Yes, they're getting some kills off of Wardell. TSM is having really tough go in this individual matchup. It's their second time that they've ever played the Sentinels in a competitive field. Sentinels, 36 seconds left here, Pansy. Now is go time. You got to act. You got to get this spike planted with at least 4 left on the clock.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Yeah, this 3-2 split. It's going to be hard if Wardell's able to keep it. No, there's the smoke going up, so instantly removes his vision. Sinatra's able to isolate Drone towards the site, forcing actually Wardell on the swing. That's where the aggression that this player, this man can have is great. Keeping the odds still pretty competitive. 10 seconds, ultimate's coming in. The plant's still safe, but now it might not be. Spike is down. Cutler's got Shazam, so this is still pretty good coming back in for TSM. This retake is not over yet. Dapper, Zoms in a nice little crossfire, still complimentary towards the site, but they've been spotted now. The ultimates are being popped.
Cutler is able to rack up 2 so far this round as he stays alive on site. Pulls out the dart and is ready to take on Sinatra. Sinatra by the port will finally be cleaned up. An end to his ridiculous run. And Cutler with a big round shows you that he's still got it in the tank. Can they keep it flowing, though, on the attack? Double ops, great on defense, way tougher against a squad like Sentinels on the attack.
This is a great game. I mean, I'm happy because I think we've finally seen a good answer. Oh, I was going to say the double op meta. You can see the juggling. If you watch Sabrosa, he's probably juggling the Phantom and the op around, so you can have both. It's, if you've got the money to afford both, why wouldn't you do it, especially in a round like this? You can switch between the two. So, Cutler, good little round from him there. Nicely played towards the site. Played patiently on the executions, didn't overpush, didn't lose players early. So well handled in the end. But let's see what the approach now is. You got a double stack towards Hookah for the defending side. Sabrosa with the op on the site. Shazam might have just spotted him with the drone there, so they know there's a couple of players here, but would they expect this double stack?
Let's see what's going to happen after contact. He flashes every time they pinched in. This time, no flash, able to get set up as Drone goes for the early peek. Now walled up. And no haste is close by. Well, the Sentinels just bail from the mid. There.
See how much utility they've drawn out from them, though. Look, they're making this costly. On the attack, they've shown a lot of presence. They did lose out on the player, of course, very unfortunate in that regard. But they have been able to draw away a good bit of utility. So if they try and re-aggress towards this on the attacking side, maybe not in the same location, but, utilizing long a little bit, they're going to be working up against a team that doesn't have as much to give anymore, but they still have to get past those ops, which is the tricky part without the Phoenix.
Dapper taking his camera back, trying to gather some info, knows this room is clear. And they're just working this one. Sick was able to get the ult off, so Sinatra is brought back. No re-peek. Remember, Sinatra still has his full kit. Here comes the curveball. Fully blind Hayes is able to stop him, and Drone is going to hold strong. Now, Zombs is able to find Hayes and Sub Rosa, so Operator down on the B site. But Drone finding his third. Dapper trying to make his way to the spike, and there's not going to be time. Drone coming alive with his fourth, almost had the ace, but it's Cutler with the final kill on Shazam.
That was exactly what you needed there from Drone. That's give them a lifeline, and it's a thin one. It's a thin lifeline. 3 rounds is rough. It is very rough. However, we did see a couple of moments where, the individual shone, but I've got to say, again, it feels like it's so dependent on those ops in play. I hate to keep talking about it because it's boring, but it's true. The economy was kept so quiet. Sentinels were very good at keeping TSM very humble on that. A couple of nice moments, though. I did like that kind of piece coming back in, that A-plant that came out from the Sentinels. This one right here. And then Wardell, they'll peek through the smoke, backs away, and you got Cutler then coming in as well. So it worked out really well in a couple of moments, but 3 rounds I don't think is enough here.
Oh, math has never been my strong suit, but the numbers are definitely adding up for the Sentinels. 9-3 again. It's TSM down. They were able to pull out some magic yesterday in their matchup against Envy. Will they be able to do it again? Couldn't get it done in map 1. It's all got to start here, and I love watching this guy, to be honest. When he is on, Sub Rosa finds nothing but headshots. He has his weapon of choice here with the Ghost. And it is going to be a heavy A lean early. 3-2 split, but down goes Drone is Sick, holding strong. The stage has been so powerful throughout group stages. Quiet yesterday, huge bind so far in this one.
Zoms does find Hayes, but let's see where this ends up. You've got that kind of U-haul take, the lamps, whatever you want to call it. Zoms does get overwhelmed in the end, but Sinatra again, that frenzy is just filthy. So Rosa and Wardell go down. Now Cutler left in towards, what, a 1v3? He's sitting on 35 HP. He's got to fight against Sick, and he doesn't win it. Instantly, this game gets tilted favorably towards the Sentinels. If you wanted TSM to do well, that pistol round had to be the starting blocks for them in this half. And to instantly be put on this back foot on the economy again is going to feel so hard.
They're 4 for 4. Sentinels may be the best pistol team in the game. Or maybe TSM is just really struggling on these rounds. I do not understand how. Again, the Frenzy gets the job done. And if you look at the buy, it's going to be a Bulldog out for Shazam. Last time he had a Phantom, not enough kills to pull it out. Zombs will have his Spectre, which he was so good with on Ascent, holding the A site. And some early aggression from Sinatra. He's going to flash Drone and then just make his way back to Hookah. Here come the Shock Darts. And of course, the Recon Arrow to spot things out over at Long B. And Shazam is just waiting for a challenge. Peek me, bro. I got a Bulldog versus your pistol. And there's a 2-for-1 with a single burst.
Oh dear. Oh dearie dear.
So we think we found our early today. All right, Lauren, let's make some dinner plans. Like, whew, this is going to be a fast series.
Have a nice evening. It's not what I wanted for my birthday. I kind of wanted, a little bit of a close game, but I'll take it. Maybe a new potential leader over in North America. I think a lot of people coming into this, especially if you're over on the Spike GG, a lot of the comments are saying, this was potentially, this could have been the grand finals. This could have been, one of those big games. The way the groups panned out, that wasn't the case, but it's why we get excited by this, and we get so surprised to see TSM down on 3 rounds, especially after the Sentinels got pushed to their limits by Gen G on this map. So again, the mismatch clearly coming through, maybe that tilt off that first map, but we do see an aggressive beginning for Sinatra. Again, they're just running it out. They don't have the best weapons in this one. Sick tries to connect towards those lamps, that little U-haul area. Spike going to be planted, and at least the clock is ticking in favor towards TSM for now.
All right, a little aggression from Suburbs is going to find Zombs looking for a gun upgrade. 3v3. Drone with 2 flashes left. And they've given up 1 position. Drone trying to figure out how can I best support Hayes here. Does he loop around? Or does he try and power through? Sub Rosa coming through short A should help him out. We've got to hold this off for about 20 more seconds. Here's the action in U-Haul. As Drone finds both out in the mid. It is going to be a clean one for TSM. Nice job by the attackers over at A. I expect them to lean back towards that direction because Sinatra at Hookah will definitely cause some troubles.
Okay, that was up against the lighter buy, bear in mind, so we've got to see, with only that player remaining, or those players remaining, the economy is still going to be a little bit rough here for TSM, so they're going to have to be careful on how they invest around this. You do have enough for the op, which is great. Drone's going to be pretty okay, but you still have that Bulldog coming in, probably going to be a little bit light in certain areas. No full armor for Sabrosa. On the other side, they get a decent purchase back. Sick, of course, could be down on the Bulldog, but at least has the full armor. So again, let's see what the attacking plan is here. It looks like early short B control being built with Sabrosa and the Phoenix behind him. Maybe try and get towards Hookah a little bit, try and deny some of those information pieces that the defensive side would be looking for, and it is a full play stack towards B this time-ish. You've got that kind of floating Sage. I know Scream, I'm sure if a lot of people are watching it, Scream has that early slow orb he puts down towards A to feign presence and then stacks on B. Not the case this time. It looks like they're falling back to a more default, but by now, look at the attackers. They're looking towards A.
And they, of course, are always looking to work behind the operator. Wardell started off over at Showers, and he is going to finally be peeking out onto site. And just like that, it's going to be Wardell peeking with Cutler as Cutler finds 6. So the Sage is down for the Sentinels. Man advantage. Spike's going to be planted. And as I said, you're going to see Zombs with a nice peek from CT is able to get Cutler. Now he's making his way through U-Haul, and Sabrosa will find him. Brim on brim action. Going in favor here of... Oh my goodness, I'm looking here, Lauren. I am so scared. Look at this minimap. The pressure is coming in from defense. Just when I thought TSM had it, they are gonna get pinched. Shazam with the big 2. Wardell's on the other side of the wall. He's got shock darts, but how long can he hold this?
One more. Oh, that's not bad. He's doing everything he can. Wardell is going to try and do whatever he can to try and get on this one, but he's got to be quick, and he can't do it. Sinatra denies, and you're right. That flood of players coming back in, and there's a party on his body right now, but that retake was just spot on, and you've got to feel for Wardell. How much more could he have done there? Ran through the shock darts, played the time as best he could, but the wall was in the way. And Shazam finding 2 on the retake just means that we are now on match point. It's not map point, it's match point. And this has been a dominant showing by the Sentinels, which is something I honestly didn't expect to say. I thought it was going to be a close, back and forth, very scrappy, very, heavyweight, pound for pound sort of fight. It actually hasn't been. The Sentinels have looked just substantially better.
I'll take it if I'm Sentinels. That's a pretty darn good day of work. TSM, I feel like this is a mismatch, to be honest. 3 maps they've played, every single one has been 13-4, 13-3, another 13-4 potentially here about to line up. As we take a look at the mini-map, it's going to be Hazed carrying the bomb as usual. This time working with Sabrosa and Drone. And they have such weak weapons here for a final fight. What can you do with your Sheriffs? Now, Drone does have the ultimate, so I expect to run it back to potentially clear B bomb site. If he's able to get this duo of Sinatra and Shazam, they are definitely going to be in a great position.
I'm scared. When I see these two, once they realize it's basically all long, they've fallen away. They're not playing actively on the site. They might let the spike be planted. They might play retake. They're going to buy time for these rotations. They're holding towards the back halls here. Cutler's still keeping some presence, but not a great deal. And yeah, I'm waiting to see how much this damage comes through. Wardell posted up by Hookah. Here comes that retake. First and foremostly, it's Sinatra. And it's going to be Sabrosa and Haste to fall accordingly. Zoms finds Wardell. Pocket, is this all over?
It's done. It's done. Unless some magic comes out of Drone right now. That was his last flash. The wall goes up just in time to make sure it's a 1v4. And he is going to get picked. So Cutler with the Sheriff and all of TSM's dreams. That is going to be it. Spike defused, and we give Sinatra a lot of credit for that last push. Again, it is set up by the utility, the equipment, the Hunter's Fury coming from Shazam, right behind everyone else flooding in a flash. Sentinels looking clean. They are dialed in, and they are headed as our first team to the grand finals of the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational.
God damn, that's a performance from Sinatra. As much as, yes, it is that team effort, Dapper had moments, Shazam, Six, Zombs, they were all great. Sinatraa on that Phoenix was instrumental on their attacking side, and he still found value on that defensive side, playing it back in towards sites. On the opposing side, they've been worked out. TSM felt flat on the first map. I think that's the biggest takeaway, and sadly in Bind, they didn't come alive. There was no, turnaround of performance there. It felt like they just followed on from map 1.
Hey, well, hi, I'm here. I was spaced out there reading Twitter. Hey, how are you? I'm also spaced out because I believe the entire script has been flipped for North American Valorant in one series. That was, and again, shout out to the TSM fans. That was an absolute slapping from Sentinels. To not be able to breach the 10 rounds the 10 rounds total is just not what anyone expected for this series. I'm not sure what's a bigger upset, Homeless versus T1 or Sentinels versus TSM. I'm pretty sure it's still Homeless. Yeah.
You think?
Oh, you think this one really?
I don't know.
I think it's still Homeless.
We haven't seen T1, but we have seen so much TSM, and they have been looking clean. So I don't know. Does hand them a 13-3 loss to start the day, and then the way they finish this one out, Sentinels are playing at another level right now.
If there's one thing that I'm good at doing as a broadcaster, is taking one small little thing and exploding it into a really big thing. So I'm going to take this to you, Pansy. Is this the moment where the tide has turned from the CS OGs losing their grip on Valorant to the young upstarts? I say it is.
It pains her. Look at this.
Of course it isn't. I mean, we literally just had someone playing a flash entry role. Like, well done. Overwatch players are becoming entry fraggers in Counter-Strike. I'm proud of them. No, I mean, that was, I don't want to, as much as that is very flippant to say, because, apparently some people don't understand sarcasm in any manner. Let's kind of boil it down to what it is. That was just very well played by an Overwatch player in the form of Sinatraa. He's a Valorant player now, looking at how he approached that. He was the perfect entry fragger. I think the meta that they are championing right now, the agents they are picking, are incredible. I think Sinatraa is playing exactly against what North America was very good at for a while, those double ops, that opping presence, that aggression, that defensive side where you weren't getting utility thrown at you, you were able to kind of get away with those dry peaks. And having someone like the Sentinels instantly come and be like, you know what, no, we're gonna switch that up and we're gonna do it well, is the biggest answer to one of the big proponents of that style, which was TSM.
I still think that the tide has turned. Okay, we are now entering the new age where we are 3 months into Valorant, and the tide has completely changed. It's now the rise of the Overwatch players and all the other CS
and
players
Crossfire?
he's playing with. Yeah, and Crossfire too. Shout out to Crossfire, a game I've never actually seen any footage of.
I don't know what it looks like.
You're not missing much.
Regardless, this is huge and huge for Sentinels. Really, let's focus on the fact that these guys have got to be feeling so redeemed. There was a lot of question marks about the team at the very beginning when they signed them, and now they've put themselves in a position to win a grand final. And realistically, depending on who comes out of the Homeless and C9 matchup, Sentinels have got to be the favorite, I believe, going into the finals, considering the nature of C9 as a streakier team, as well as Homeless's lack of experience as a team. So if I were to pick one team, I'm looking at Sentinels from a momentum standpoint. But let's break down.
You can look at the stats too, Moses, because look at this real quick. Homeless took a map off of TSM, but TSM wanted to win their group. You've already played your opponent and Cloud9 in group stages, and you won that as the Sentinels. I think just looking at the numbers and the way things are played out, there is no doubt in my mind. If this are Vegas odds, you're looking at a 65% chance here for the Sentinels to take the whole thing.
Oh baby, let's get the wallets out here then. I mean, I'm with you, man. Look at this. This is actually kind of an insane stat line from Sinatraa, Pansy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is my favorite part about watching the Sentinels as a collective, is they play what people kind of theorized and were hoping to see come out, which is that more kind of refined approach, a little bit more strategic, a little bit more based on utility. And then you see a player like Sinatraa backing it up is so sick. I mean, the man can frag, but then also the way he uses the utility is amazing, right? It's like you see him on Sova, it's great. You see him on Phoenix, you're like, oh, okay, he's versatile. I think he's really complementing what overall the Sentinels needed, which is just a little bit of something different. And obviously, as I said, we looked at this at the start, and a lot of cynical people were like, I don't know if I believe in this roster. It's a risky pickup to go for, an Overwatch player. As much as that does sound weird, this is a game that's very obviously similar to Counter-Strike. It's why you see a great deal of the teams sitting with that amount of players, but he's come in and shown his value, hand over fist. He has been phenomenal in this.
And there was a big standout. There are actually a lot of standouts for Sentinels. Realistically, I think Sick had some great games as well. He was clutching the pistol rounds. He broke it open for them in the second half of that last game. Zoms, the whole team, they're firing on all cylinders right now. And in a tournament setting, when you only have a couple of days or a couple of matches to make yourself put yourself in a position rather to be successful, I think that they have a huge amount of wind in their sails right now, Pansy. But we have another man standing by. I'll let you peek behind the curtains a little bit. I went and talked to Sentinel's manager, and I was like, we need to get someone other than Shazam. But god damn it, we got him again.
I'm sorry.
I was just joking, dude. And you know what? Obviously, we're super happy for you, but I have a request. Is there someone on your team, Shazam, that you're comfortable of doing an impression of for an entire interview?
No, they're all such pretty people. I don't know if I can pull it off.
Okay, all right, that's all right. Well, first of all, congratulations, welcome back. We're happy to see your thick ass monitor and your well-made bed and your beautiful haircut. I'm happy to have you along once again. Talk about the victory. How are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling great. I know that this was we all knew that this was our opportunity to make a statement, and I'm just happy with how everyone performed. We stuck to playing this more disciplined than we have previously. And I think that showed, without giving away rounds that we normally are in position to win. So overall, I think we're all just really happy.
Walk me through the comms. You're looking at what it was, a 13-3 first round. What is the comms like in the round 11, round 12?
People just shouting, getting into it. There's just a lot of high energy going on. We know that TSM is a very popular team, but we believe in ourselves. We work very hard in practice and stuff. And just happy to show what we've done.
You've had a long personal journey. Obviously, there's a lot of history for you in CS. You've run the gamut of teams up and down the gauntlet, let's say, of a professional Counter-Strike career. You find yourself now in Valorant, and now I believe you're ready to call yourself a top 3 team in North America. If not, going into finals, potentially the best in North America. How does that feel?
It feels good. We still think it's really, really early on to decide who's the absolute best, and and then in the world, obviously we can't play against European teams, but we're aiming for that #1 spot, and we just have to keep on doing it tomorrow.
Pansy, any questions for Shazam?
Yeah, real quickly. I mean, your attacking side is so utility based. It feels like Sinatra's entry power is nuts. Do you think you've got the answer to that kind of op meta that we saw coming through? It feels like you guys have got a really good grip on it. I mean, you're playing, Breach is coming in every now and then. You throw Phoenix out. Do you think this will change the meta potentially?
I think so. I think people are too focused on the op meta right now. But honestly, I'm an opper in CS. But I don't really op a lot on our attacking sides because I feel like it's better to have players go in and trade. It's really easy to trade. It's harder for people to multi-frag. And so being more tactical and just taking space and winning the trades is the way to go for us, at least.
Pocket, any questions for Shazam?
Oh yeah. First of all, did you guys do any scouting? I know it's still early, but did you scout TSM coming into this matchup?
So last night I made notes for myself because I'm calling. So I watched their Ascent, I watched their Split and Haven. We ended up not even playing Split or Haven. And when it came to Ascent, there are some tendencies, but they're actually a really good team. They have good players and they switch it up a lot. But I think when it comes to tactics and stuff, I think we have the upper hand. We're much more tactically deep than a lot of other teams, I think.
And why do you feel they picked Ascent? Did they look at your numbers? Did they see a weakness in previous games? Because anytime I watch you, I feel like this is your best map. Is Ascent your best map?
I think we're really confident on it. We're still trying to figure out what our best map is. I feel like it changes so much. Teams start to figure out how you play in this game way faster than other games. They gave us the opportunity to ban a map, so that was surprised by that. I figured they would ban the map first, but instead we just took the time to just ban Haven. And then if we didn't take Ascent, we would be starting attack on Bind and attack on Split, which isn't favored, so I can understand their thinking. But it still worked out for us. We're confident on our attacking sides too. So
with a team that improves so quickly, or has been improving so quickly like yourselves, is there a moment in time, and maybe this one is it, where you can kind of point and say, this was the turning point for us, this is where we've kind of shown what we're capable of? Obviously there's still more games to go, you have a grand final to win, but is this the moment in time where you feel that you've kind of turned the corner?
This is, I guess, like when we've kind of shown what we're capable of in this tournament fully. Like we had an opportunity in the last one, but we kind of blew it. I think we've been on an upwards trend ever since we got Dapper and finally solidified at 5. He's a very valuable part of the team when it comes to just like being a second voice as well. So as soon as we got that, and like we have a really healthy like balance and system of voices and just plays overall. Like people memed about Sinatra at first, and like we didn't have a full 5, so we couldn't play and develop a tactic pool because we're trying out fits. Right. But like this guy's like probably the best player in the world right now in this game. Like honestly, in another game, it's crazy. Honestly, and at such a young age as well. And I have one request before I send you away. Now we love talking to you, Shazam. Okay, I love having you on, but you got to go back to the team speak. You got to have the IGL, the pep talk. Get the hair gel out. Get the cameras connected. We want to learn more about Sentinels. We're going to be talking to you a lot. And as much as I love talking to you, man, we got to hear from Dapper. You know, he had a great round. We got to hear from Sinatra. He's not shy. He's been on the Overwatch League stage. Puckett knows him. We're friendly over here. We're not going to bite. This will probably be the last time you guys hear from me for a while. No,
Shazam, I love you though. I'll take your interviews anytime.
I appreciate it as well. Thank you so much for joining me once again. Shout out to the haircut. Shout out to the CRT monitor, and I hope the bed sheets are nice and fresh because you're gonna have a good night's sleep tonight. All right, my man.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Take care.
Shout out to Shazam being a good interview candidate, even though I'm bullying him, cyber bullying him via the interview. So
he just bullied TSM. You know, it's only fair that Moses comes in to balance things out.
I got to bring him down a peg. Oh, look what time it is. There it is. I found it. It is time to talk about the Seagate Gaming game drive, the 4 terabyte external hard drive for the Xbox One. You know, I didn't even notice this the last time we talked about it. It comes with 2 full months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. One of the best services out there, by the way. Xbox Game Pass is pretty sick. It's a high-speed connectivity external drive. If you're struggling to fit all your games onto one hard drive and you need a 4 terabyte ringer to come in, make sure you're getting it from Seagate Gaming. You absolutely have to have it if you're playing games like anything else that comes out right now that's like 180 gigabytes at a baseline download. You're going to need one of these guys. Until we get into that next gen. And you know what? I imagine Seagate Games is going to have you covered then too. So let's wrap it up for Sentinels and TSM. I mean, looking forward to the future. I cannot imagine that they are going to be upset with either matchup with C9 or Homeless. Now, C9 is a little bit more streaky, Lauren. Do you think that they would be the harder team to handle for Sentinels?
Honestly, I think both Cloud9 and the way Homeless play is very based off, individual big performance. Cloud9 is on the up on that, though. They've definitely kind of got past just depending on someone like Tens to just heavy frag, but still it's very much close to their style. And I'd say TSM were one of the pinnacles of that style, right? That like run and gun, Wardell pops off, Sabrosa pops off. So then we kind of bring that back to that fact. I haven't seen enough from Homeless. We saw one game, basically, one best of 3, and they look great when Superman's popping off. Do they have that when they're not popping off in the same manner? I want to see what depth they have, because technically in a stylistic approach, you can then kind of draw parallels that we have now. Sentinels, a nice strategic team, very, well thought out, quite tactical. I like that. And it seems to work well against these quite puggy style teams that depend on the ops. So I'm wondering if the mismatch could come into that factor. But then again, Cloud9 have been changing up a bit. They've been definitely showing a lot more executions. They're looking a little bit more in line. So we'll see. We'll see who gets towards those finals, because God only knows who's getting out of the next semifinal.
Absolutely. Puckett, any thoughts for the finals matchup? Who do you want to see?
I want to see Tens versus Sinatra. I think everyone in the chat is with me on this one. We want to see that 1v1 battle, some big snipes coming out, some huge entries from both sides. The Raze versus Phoenix matchup on Bind, I think, will be a blast to watch if we get that.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We are now looking at a Homeless and C9 matchup. C9, hopefully they can take it up. I love saying the team name Homeless. It's way better than Let's take a little break.
Dirty Mike and the boys.
We'll take a little break. We'll be right back.
This is what I came here to do. I walk that wire and I take that step. Won't look down, got no regrets. Won't look down, got no regrets. I was made for this. I was made You know I'm the one who makes you tremble at the sea. Cause baby, I'm the guy who has my soul in the breeze. I'm not the one you call on to get your fix. But if you look up my sleeve, you may find more than just tricks. Yeah. Turning on the light when I get around to it. You know I'm the apple you planted on your tree, but you are the snake that crawled all over me. I saw the dragon's eyes, they were 10 feet tall. I gave him my ticket, and then we all had a big ball. You know I'll be doing something right when I get around to it. You know I'll be turning on the light when I get around to it. I just don't believe that I was meant to be. Another man is walking on my land. I'm gonna take it back. Take it back. You know I'll be doing something right when I get around to it. You know I'll be turning on the light when I get around to it. You know I'll be doing something right when I get around to it. Don't you know? Oh, don't you know? Now I'll be doing something right when I get around to it.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational presented by Seagate Gaming. I'm once again joined by Golden Boy and Gaskin, our second caster pair, looking at the Homeless and C9 matchup, which is going to be exciting. Golden Boy, how you feeling today?
You know, I'm feeling all right, man. Voice is a little tattered. I've had myself a wild week this week, but I'm excited because we're going to get to see a wild story continue here with Homeless and whether or not Cloud9 really have been able to go on that consistency train. It's a whole train, and I'm hoping that Cloud9's on it right now.
Gaskin, how you feeling? Who you got your eye on for this one?
Obviously, I have my eye on Homeless. I think I'm a Psalm fanboy at this point. I'm still wondering, are we in semifinals? Or like that didn't seem like a semifinal that we just saw. Like that was a pure destruction of TSM. I don't think anyone was expecting that. And that has me excited for this one because Homeless have already had one upset. Imagine a final where Homeless are going up in that final against Sentinels. Like, I don't know. I don't want to count out Cloud9 just yet, but I think that Homeless could be some fan favorites here.
Absolutely. I mean, no one expected the absolute destruction that you just said regarding TSM. But I am excited. I'm all in on the Homeless train. I'm on the if C9's on the consistency train, I'm on the Homeless train, figuratively and literally. And I'm going to stay on that until the train kicks me off like a hobo. Anyway, enough with the Homeless references. I want to see them go all the way. I want to see them go all the way to the final. And I want to see a Sentinels and Homeless matchup. Shout out to C9. They, if it wasn't for the Immortals series, Golden Boy, if it wasn't so rocky, I would be like, okay, C9's probably got this because they got tens. I mean, tens is a factor no matter who they're playing.
Yeah, but we also saw how that raw fragging ability of a player like Wardell and TSM can really get neutralized by just some overall great mechanics. Shazam in his interview, right? He said that they feel like they view the game in a very tactical manner, more so than other teams. And I think that's something that Homeless does incredibly well, is that they really take advantage of each agent's strength on every map. They mix it up accordingly. And then when you have a guy like Superman just fragging out the way that he has been, honestly, it's a recipe for success. So I think that Cloud9 needs to be very careful not to get really outmatched when it comes to the technicalities of what these agents bring to the table, rather than just focusing on the rifles.
Absolutely. And we're actually getting ready for our next matchup here. We are again going to have a knife round, which is has been really fun watching these guys decide who gets to have priority pick in this one. Gaskin, why don't you walk us through the knife round?
Knife round basically just means you get to choose if you want to be Team A or Team B. Team A gets to ban the first map, Team B gets to choose the first map. So it depends whether you want to get rid of the map of your opposition, one of their favorites, one of their best, or whether you want to choose your strongest to start with. So really it comes down to preference, but you can see how that is something you want to be winning. You want to be winning this knife round to give yourself that little bit of an advantage coming into the series.
Absolutely, and it's fun to watch. We actually saw Sentinels drop the last one, so let's see what happens this time around. It's Homeless and Cloud9, the first time they're going to be meeting each other here in mid on Haven, and we'll see who's going to get the upper hand. Golden Boy, why don't you call this one for us?
It doesn't get much more absurd than this. This is like WWE style. And Vice goes in with a clothesline. Vice hits him with two clotheslines from hell. By God, Superman's coming out of nowhere. Superman with an RKO. Superman. Oh my goodness, he hit him with the Stone Cold Stunner. He's broken in half.
By God. I love it. Love that. Well, if we're
almost
doing
as if I commentated pro wrestling for a little while.
And not only that, but you also have that NBC show with Dwayne Johnson. Gaskin, so it looks like Homeless is going to get the priority. So we'll be seeing the map selection here shortly. We'll bring that in as soon as we have it. But Homeless, they take the first round technically against Cloud9. I imagine that, again, taking one small thing and blowing it up to a very large thing, I think this is going to be an easy 2-0 for Homeless.
GB, it means that I can now have like knife round statistics, and the possibilities are endless.
No,
if
stop
you win the knife round and get yourself.
Break it down into these knife match stats. Let's actually go deep. Actually, no, let's take a look at the
when you really think about it, the game was lost at the knife round. Okay.
And I wonder when I get trash talk in Twitch chat. All right, let's talk about Bind. It looks like C9 is going to be defending first. I'm going to actually, talk about Bind for a second here, Dan, while I update my spreadsheets.
Well, I think that this is quite rightly the pick for Homeless. We saw what they were able to do yesterday against T1 on Bind. I think they are phenomenal with their executes. They know exactly how they want to push onto sites. They know when they need to be moving away from sites, when a site is too difficult to take. If there's an op watching them out of heaven, sometimes they'll avoid it, sometimes they'll smoke it. They're a little bit unpredictable, and I like that. Yeah. I like that they have this much cohesion and this much practice, considering they've only been together like a week or so. So I think that this is the right pick for them as map one, and I think they could take Cloud9 down here.
This is actually a pretty great strategy here. I mean, we have a very short window on stats, so obviously some of these percentages are going to be a little bit overblown because the sample size is quite small. Yeah. But Bind is a great map for Homeless. They are 80%. They're 4-1 so far in this tournament on Bind. Haven's a great pick for them too. They're only 2-0. And Ascent is good as well, so they're gonna have a decent chance here against Cloud9, whose best map in their pool is Ascent, but that's also one of the newer ones. So there's a lot of question marks here. Let's take a look at the agent lineups there, Golden Boy.
Yeah, so no real surprises for C9, right? Vice playing the Cypher, Shinobi on the Sova, Mitch on the Sage. Relics is going to be taking on that Brimstone role, as he in the past was always playing agents like Phoenix, and he was playing a lot of entry, just utilizing that kit very well. Now he's playing that support role when we talked to him yesterday, and I think he's really shining there. And then you let Tens be that high impact player on the Rays, and then on the other side it's basically going to be the same exact thing. And my eyes are just going to be glued to Som on Sova, probably the best Sova in the game right now. Maybe that's a broad claim, but he's just so good.
I made it.
And then Superman, because Superman was a superstar yesterday. He really showed how you can utilize the Brimstone kit aggressively and give yourself that controller advantage in very unorthodox situations. And I think Superman's going to be that guy we got to look out for today.
Asking, how about C9?
How about C9? I mean, I think they impressed me yesterday. I knew they had the possibilities to take down Immortals, but I didn't know how successfully they would do so. But I think they showed up, and I think Puckett mentioned it earlier. We need to stop saying like, oh, is this the C9 roster or is it not the C9 roster? How much practice do they get together? They're practicing together now. They're in tournaments together. This should be the finalized C9 roster. And I think if they, even if they only finish top 4 here, that's enough for me. I think they've shown that they are one of the top North American teams, and we need to be considering them as one of the best. And I'm looking forward to see how they progress, maybe in this tournament, but future tournaments as well.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Puckett before we let them go. Do you think that the victory over T1 for Homeless was more impactful than the Sentinels victory over TSM?
100%. 100%. Don't look. I'm sorry to jump in. I'm just saying that, like, yes, the Sentinels win over TSM was big because it's like where we're starting to see a little bit of a change in the wind, if you will. And Sentinels are the ones that are really bringing that change and putting a ripple through that top 3 that I think is now blown wide open because of this tournament. But also what Homeless did though against T1, you got a major winner on that team.
Yeah,
that is a dominant force, and they will continue to be a dominant force. It's just so shocking how this team was able to come together in a short amount of time and utterly dismantle T1 the way that they did.
Absolutely. Gaskin, I'm going to put you on the hot ticket, or the hot box. I think I'm going to put you on the box that is hot. I don't think that's the right term.
The hot ticket box.
The hot ticket box. I know all these terms are phrased. Hot box ticket. Who's winning this one?
I mean, I don't want to make any too bold predictions in case there's any memes made about me, but I'm excited, and I think that Homeless will take map 1 here, and then who knows what will happen on Ascent. Maybe they'll do the same thing they did against T1 and make it a 2-0.
Okay, I'm taking the knife round momentum. I'm calling it 2-0 Homeless. I'm doing the bold claim, but you know what? The time for predictions is over. It's time to find out what's going to happen. We're headed on to bind. Gaskin, Golden Boy, Homeless, and I was going to say TSM, but it's Cloud9. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Moses. And I am so glad I got to avoid that completely because I have no idea who to predict on this. We have very limited stats on Homeless, and who knows? Maybe that could have just been a case of, the Fridays, and T1 was caught off guard. Is Homeless the real deal? A lot of people, though, are really big on this team right now, Gaskin. I was all over the place. I was on VLRGG. People were going nuts for him. People on the Valorant competitive Reddit, they're going nuts for them. It's clear that everyone wants to see this team get picked up, especially in a time in competitive Valorant where we're starting to see teams get split up and picked apart, like what's potentially what could be going on with Fabricant in EU right now. I think that there's just a lot of hope that this team sticks together.
I mean, that is a real shame for Fabricant disbanding because of that reason, like just as an off subject. But I mean, Homeless, the fact they were able to beat T1 in that fashion, I think is why it's more significant of a victory than what we just saw between TSM and Sentinels. Because TSM and Sentinels, like, they've already got organization. Sentinels are sorted. They're not playing for anything like extra. They're not playing for their lives, not playing for any support from a team. Whereas Homeless, they're putting themselves in the shop window right now saying, hello, we're homeless. We need a home. Can you please provide one? And they showed that against T1. And if they got to a final, people would be stupid not to sign them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's silliness, right? There are so many talented players in North America right now, and it seems like players are just popping up out of the woodwork. Even Superman. I saw some folks in chat, right? They were kind of shocked that no one had heard of Crossfire. Fun, just little old man Golden Boy story. Casted a Crossfire tournament with my boy Gex way back when in WCG. And I was really interested by the game because you're seeing a lot of players that were kind of like transplants from other games coming in and looking for that opportunity, right? In a game with maybe a decent amount of prize pool. It's kind of the same thing here in Valorant, where a lot of players are coming in from different games, just looking for the opportunity because you never know what you're going to be able to get out of it. Players like Sinatra from the Overwatch League, or the recently announced Zachary going to the FaZe clan, and now Superman here for coming from Crossfire. It's insane to see the talent that's out there and what's still not all that known to us right now. But in any case, though, the action unfolds, and the B site taken over completely here by Homeless. Be able to place that spike down. No one has fallen just yet. as Cloud9 are going to work the backside here in the B hall. Now we're going to burst out of this door, checking the corners with Blast Pack. Shinobi and Vice, though, are able to make quick work of Superman and Death. And the wall's out. That wall's going to be pretty big. It's going to take a sizable effort to be able to break through that. And they are not going to be able to do so, given that there's just all these guns pointed at the doorway. Smart play there to give up the site, come back in, take it with authority, and they will be able to get that first round win.
I love the purchase of the wall as well. You don't always see Sages purchase walls, but I think it is right. Like, you can do so much with it, and it can win you rounds pretty much like we just saw there. Being able to just pop that wall down, go straight onto the defuse, and then just trust your teammates to protect you. And basically just have free fire on everyone who's going to be like, we need to shoot down the wall, we need to take down the wall immediately. And it was easy pickings once they got to that point. So a good start for Cloud9 here. And on the side of Homeless, well, they'll just have to revisit maybe that starting strategy, and maybe a couple of post-plant positions could be a little bit different so that it's not that easy to wall them off.
An aggressive angle being held on B, and it's actually going to be punished. Poise gets the better of Relics there, prompting Mitcho to back away as Shinobi gets the kill on Depth. You got 4 players stacked here. Mitch is going to be met with a flurry of bullets, will actually have to back away from this one. Luckily has some teammates there to back him up. The difference now, they're all going to be fighting out of hookah rather than before, where they were coming out of that defender side. And then Tens wraps around the corner. Poised with 3, by the way. He's been fragging out this round, looking for another, but he doesn't get it. Psalm's there to back his teammate up, but it's Mitch, ever the reliable one, helps his team to get their second round win.
Mitch is one of those players who plays Sage in the way that I think people should be playing Sage. He doesn't have that fear. He doesn't have that mindset of, I'm a support character and I need to make sure I survive until the end of the round so I can heal every one of you. It's not that case for him. He says, actually, I'm going to use Sage for her strengths. I'm going to utilize these slow orbs. I'm going to use my walls and my best ability to help not just myself, but my team at the same time. And I think the fact he knows when to transition from kind of focusing on his own gameplay and then when to be that support character is what makes him so good on Sage.
It's like a transitioning role almost, and Psalm, a rough start for him, will fall to Vice's Bulldog. They do have a res, though, which they can opt to use. That's going to be because Poise just dominated early in this game. Those 2 pistol rounds have really fared favorably for the Sage.
You will not kill my ally.
And there's the res. Smart to just get it in there with the nade. They will get out of that, though, so Psalm will fight again. I mean, he was banged up, though. They get that res.
I don't think the Homeless will mind too much. They lost the opening pistol. They did the same against T1. They actually lost both pistol rounds against T1 on bind and still went on to win that game 13-10. So I'm sure they'd like to do something similar here. You can see they're stacking towards the A site right now. And they are just getting all of the utility out of the opposition team. Mitch does get the opener onto Def, though. Def often flanking on that one side, and now the rest of the team, they try and push onto A site. It's not going to work out. It's just too strong a hold from C9.
That was clean, and the Guardian from Heaven, that gun is great. It's not something we get to see all the time. Oh, okay, Lasky, calm down for a moment there. 1v3. He's making some noise, and the Brim will hear him. Won't be shocked if he does this. Relics actually pokes out, but he does not. So Lasky just goes back. No time for him to work with. And that'll be 3 in a row for Cloud9. Lasky, though, able to take some guns away from people and make them pay for the next round. Nothing all that crazy, though. C9 continue their winning ways. And that Guardian from Heaven, that was nasty.
If you can put the right player in Heaven, whether it's Guardian or a Vandal, just anything that can one-tap, it is so difficult to push up short on A. Like, you won't be able to get to lamps. You can't cross unless you smoke off Heaven, because people could just one-tap you for fun. As long as they're good at it, and, you know, at this level, at this stage of a tournament, pretty much everyone knows how to hit those headshots. They know those angles they need to be watching, where to be pre-aiming at this point. It's a 3-0 lead for Cloud9. Yes, okay, Homeless are able to save 1 Phantom, so it's just going to be Lasky trying to do a little bit of damage here in Showers. He's just going to opt to get the ultimate orb as Death pushes through. Poised is there to take down Relic, so they've got the opening frag at least.
With the Sheriffs and only Lasky rocking that Phantom, that's going to be the kit that they're starting things off with. And Lasky's going to be on the opposite side here of Tens, but we jump over to Shinobi's perspective now. the dedicated Sova for this team. Spot 2 going to be lingering about by B long. They have that potential option to just port over, but it's Psalm, and what a shot from him. Shinobi's there for the pickup though. Here comes Hunter's Fury right onto the garden, just trying to stop it. Oh no, oh no, oh Def, he caught him. Shinobi, he was looking to just see if he could rain down as many shots with the Hunter's Fury and garden, but did not expect a player swinging on elbow, and now they're able to get that spike down. Homeless, what a play from them.
Yeah, this is a round that C9 shouldn't really be losing. But it's just these opening frags that were found with Sheriffs, as Tens now is going to come from behind in hookah and see what he can do, but needs to be careful as there is another raise right on behind him. I don't think he spotted it just yet. There's going to be Lasky, and Poise will clean up the final one onto Vice. And there's the first round for Homeless in quite an incredible eco round. I know they do like to favor that B site when they have an eco. Of course, they had the one gun on the side of Lasky. There was these opening picks with the Sheriffs and how deadly that kind of single fire at range weapon can be if it's in the right hands. And well, there's some incredible shots that have been able to open up things here for Homeless.
Who'd have thunk it there on the Sheriff round? Getting a little thrifty with it. Poise has been having one heck of a game. Shockingly enough, though, in 4 rounds of play, Superman has been a non-factor.
My eyes are better than yours.
And that's going to hurt them. As I just mentioned, Poise has been on fire at the beginning of this game.
It does mean they're going to be a couple of men behind, and Tens gets one onto Lasky as well. Sam will reply, but these opening frags from Sheriffs have just been so strong, and they can make the difference. They can win you rounds. Showstopper available for Tens as well if he wants to use it. Superman is going to be creeping his way onto the side. Superman will take down Tens, but Vice is there to respond, GB. And these Sheriff rounds, they've been so strong from both sides.
Yeah, and very impressive across the board.
I have retrieved the
Though has to just go for this one. Maybe a little bait out there, cheeky bait with it. Oh man, could have actually gotten that kill on Heaven instead. Relics, a good movement, backs him away there right at the nick of time. Mitcho is not going to be all that much fortunate.
No more charges left.
And continuing to bait with this. They have a lot of time, and that is just so good. The way that they're playing this. Now watch out for that molly, though. It could actually burn Def. Def does move away, and he is going to get roasted a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Def is there to meet Relics at the end. That's going to bring things up just by 1 here for Cloud9. But a start that was actually really strong, Gaskin, and you had noted it before, the way that they've been playing these Sheriff rounds. Both teams, I don't know what it is, they just have so much confidence with that weapon.
Just so much one-tap ability. I mean, at least Cloud9 were able to do some damage there to Homeless economy. Can Mitch buy up here? He might be on a weak buy, yet he's just going to opt to go for the Sheriff and a half armor, whereas Tens is going to be on the op now. And we'll see whether Cloud9 can pick up a 4th round or whether Homeless can continue to fight back and slowly but surely reset the economy of Cloud9 and start to put some more rounds on the board. Only 6 rounds is what they got on their side attacking against T1.
That was filthy. I don't know if you saw that, but the shock bolt all the way from downtown actually ended up doing damage to Tens, who was waiting with an op looking at the showers. Just a rat play. You love to see it.
I mean, we saw yesterday just how important some of the strategic ability that Sam offers, and the time he's put into a lot of these angles for arrows and whatnot. As Shinobi will get the first frag onto Def, and now the rest of the team will probably push on with his orbital strike.
They do manage to get on, and a few more kills are going to start to go on for the favor here of Cloud9. Relics does manage to get that critical kill there. And Superman maybe can start coming alive here. But it's Tens. Tens stuffs him and ends him, giving him their 4th round win.
Yeah, they tried to use the orbital strike just to force people out of that B site and away from it, but unfortunately it just forced them right into their sight lines. And it's a decent hold from Cloud9, and they're looking pretty strong on both sides. And that's the scary thing, is when you are attacking on bind and you've gone A, you've gone B, and you've struggled in both sites, you say, well, we don't have a C like we would in Haven, so we need to try and go for something a little bit different. I'd like to see Homeless go to their kind of split A strategy, which we saw a lot of them do in the group stage. They sent like 2 people into showers and 3 people down to short, and they would wait, I don't know, about 45 seconds, and then they would push in. They just try and bait out a little bit of utility before they started getting aggressive and pushing onto the site. They'd smoke the site very deep, they'd smoke off heaven, and then they'd smoke off the back site, which is exactly what they're doing here now, and they've got the showstopper to work with.
Oh no, a lot of ults starting to come online, and look at this, Lasky all the way on the other side actually sends a rocket out, but doesn't get any kind of value out of it whatsoever. Relics gets him instead. Tens inside of heaven, what a nade there, connects to poise. It was really no option for him in that instance. Last player, Def, he was just hanging out by the bench. There wasn't really much he could do there, unfortunately for him. And that was a lot of investment.
It was a lot of investment. I mean, they probably thought they were going to be able to comfortably get on that site, but then it was the showstopper coming out from the other side, and really Tens showing us what he can offer on this raise. The grenade was on point. He knew exactly where Homeless were going to be pushing.
Yeah.
And they lost a couple just because of that sheer fragging power that Raze has to offer. And Tens on this Raze, like, is so scary with the op as well. Just being able to, like, blast pack his way out of windows and then suddenly get a quick scope, and then he can blast pack back out of dodge just like you would do with a jet, to be honest. But it just means you have a little bit more fragging power with the grenade and, of course, with the showstopper as well.
One of the reasons why you'll continue to see Tens playing the roles that he's been known for, that high intensity gameplay. He was before playing the Sage for his team, and that changed. Tens does have a read though as to what's going to be going on here by Shower and Lasky. He went for the poke. He thought maybe he could actually take him out there. Tens was just a little bit to the side, not enough to get the connection though. Smart play, just dropping back to site, waiting to see if anyone else is going to be pushing in. But on the other side, a rotation now starting to happen. Lasky's going to continue to work this here.
Trying his best as Mitch, though, will catch out Def, and that's happened time and time again now already in this first map, where Def has been lurking, as he always does as the Cypher, but has been picked off early. But there's the res from Poised, so it's not too detrimental in this round. But now it does mean with 25 seconds left, they need to start heading towards a site. Hunter's Fury will be popped by Psalm. Does catch his teammate, but at least he manages to get frag onto Relics. Now here comes Def pushing onto site. Neural Theft will allow to find one, and they will, or should, get this plant down, as the other 2 members are going to be rotating from spawn. It's just going to be the lone player of Tens now on this op here, GB.
Doing his due diligence, checking the corners, does have an op. It'll be that much more challenging though. 1v2, not impossible, but with the way here that Def is just playing this, and they're also going to have that body in hookah. He's doing the pokes around the corner where you would typically expect him to go to, but Lasky from hookah ends him, and they'll benefit from taking that op away from Tens.
That was a lot better of a push. We've not seen that much success on a B site push for Homeless across this tournament. They've certainly found more success on A site. They've usually tended to go towards B when they're on an eco round, or whether the other team's on low money. But maybe they've noticed a little bit of a weakness, or they've realized that Tens wasn't playing B site with that op. The op's now going to be shifted over to Mitch for C9 here. So maybe that is them trying to counteract Tens being avoided here on this map. They say, okay, well, if we give it to someone else, then maybe he can get the opening frag, which he does. Def again caught out on B long with his pants down, just trying to put a camera up.
Always with the pants down.
Always.
You know, and that's rough, because you want to have a belt normally. That ain't gonna happen this time around. You have to maybe buy that in your next round.
And it's just a shame for Homeless, because they find themselves 4 versus 5 again. This time they don't have the Resurrect. They can't pick up Def. Lasky does have the op and is in showers. He's been able to get this orb quite comfortably round after round, which is always going to be a scary factor because Showstopper is such a powerful ultimate. Tens just having a little jump peek here to see if anyone is popping out of showers, and he does still have the nade available. Those paint shells can do some real damage here to this potential A push, and it is going to be an A push realistically, looking at where they're all heading with only 38 seconds left now.
All right, well, here we go. Now this is going to be the push. They start to make their way in. Shinobi is going to be in the backfield. Hunter's Fury does manage to connect with 110s. What a shot, but Sam is there for cleanup duty. Unfortunately for him, it was not going to be a multi-kill. Vice ends that one, and Lasky, only player left alive, just has to get out of there. No time remaining. That's going to be the round. They'll still have the op, but the round will go to C9.
6-3. And for Homeless, it's still manageable. They've still got the op. They've been able to have that this round, so they'll probably buy up a couple of weapons around it. No, they're just going to go for the Sheriffs, and we've already seen what damage they can do with the Sheriffs.
There.
I think Cloud9 has done very well at transitioning this op from site to site, just to try and catch Homeless off guard. I mean, we actually heard from the interview when we saw Sentinels and how Shazam was saying he thinks that they found a way to kind of topple this op meta by getting aggressive and pushing onto the sites and not peeking alone, instead always double peeking, always facing together. No one facing with death. Again, Mitch gets the opener.
Yeah, Mitch has just been amazing. Every game that we see Mitch play, he's the sage that everyone should be. Rocking this angle here is Lasky now. Plenty of time remaining, obviously. 105. A few more shots are starting to go out. That shock dart could actually be a little bit of a problem there. The shock bolt, excuse me. With only the Sheriffs, they have found success with these weapons in the past. And if Lasky can continue to hold on to this op, that would be at the very least good news for them, but I'm sure that they would want to try and convert these into some round wins. With 2 players down, that will be very challenging. Now 33 seconds remaining. Waiting for this poke around Gaskin, and I don't think they're going to give them what they're looking for.
No, they don't need to face at this point. They don't want to give any sort of entrance onto either site. They don't want to give away any weapons either at this point, because then it would allow a save to happen from Homeless as well as this op. Maybe now they'll go for a little bit hunt. Now they know it's just Lasky, and now they know he has that op, and here comes the teleport. Everyone is going to be having a little hunt. It's like an Easter egg hunt at this point, but where is it going to be? Is it in a bush? Is it around the corner? It is going to be around the corner. He misses the shot, and Relics gets the 3K. Lasky loses the op, and that is a massive kill for Cloud9. Because it means now going into this round, Homeless won't have the money to buy up an op.
Rough goings for Homeless so far. Cloud9, though, picking up the momentum from where they left off against their game, or in their game with the Immortals yesterday.
Okay. Superman's opted to go for just half armor to ensure that Lasky can have the op. Superman not having the rounds that we saw from him yesterday. 2 and 9.
And I think that this game really just opens up if Superman can start to frag out the way that we would see him do. But when you're pushing like that, there's not a lot of options. And Mitch just ends Superman there. So his unfortunate run continues on Bind. All stacked up on the Garden Gaskin. Relics has an orbital strike.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No, I think he's just going to wait this one out. And more stall. If they do commit, though, he still has that orbital strike to just delay them a little bit more and give Tens and Mitch time to get around. But they have pulled away some utility. Perhaps they're going to debate whether or not they... And this is the conversation they're having here. All right, let's see if we can get a look around. We have 40 seconds. We got to start acting fast. If Def gets a kill, maybe they start moving quickly by A. This is just to mostly get some indication as to what's going on here. Mitch now going to have to deal with this, and he does so swimmingly. So the call has been made. Unfortunately, though, Mitch is waiting for them right at short.
They had the debate, and they went for the debate, GB. They've gone for the TP, but with only 20 seconds left, Orbital Strike's going to slow them right down. And now they have to absolutely peg it to B site if they're going to get this one down. It's going to be so difficult to get through Hookah. Only 5 seconds to actually get there. I don't think he's going to get the plant. This is going to be so close. Fractions,
Yeah,
okay. He's just got it.
He got it. Oh. That was a little squeaky bum time there, Gaskin, but it works out, albeit in a not the best way possible. Both players are going to be coming from the defender side, so Lasky will be okay in the angle that he's watching. Look out for Poise, though, and I think Lasky's going to be the one that should make first contact before he swings, and there you go. Nicely done there for Homeless. They get themselves a win, and that was a little bit all over the place, if I'm being honest with you. Just from the start, Superman getting picked off. I mean, shout out to Def for getting that frag in the market and giving them the indication to start to push, but there was still one more player there waiting. It was everything just went wrong there, and it still managed to come out on top.
But I like the quick decision making, the quick thinking to just retreat to either site, go for the teleport, and then straight back to the B site. Would they have gone for that if there wasn't the orbital strike that was blocking them going onto the site? Maybe not. But very good and quick decision making there out of Homeless, and they needed that round. Now it gives them the chance for potentially a 7-5, which is definitely still manageable going into their defensive half. And they had a very strong defensive half when we saw them against T1. That's where they really won their game. It's a very even attacking half for them when they only found the 6 rounds against T1, so 5 rounds here wouldn't be the end of the world.
And they have a whole mess of ults available, Gaskin. Use them all. Use everything. Crush through that hookah wall and start to just rain death and destruction down on your opponents. But unfortunately, though, Shinobi gets a kill on Lasky while he was trying to fire in the hole. Doesn't end up happening. Tens is going to be picked up on the defensive side. And this 7-4, 7-5 is looking a little bit more likely here, given that they're going to be playing in a 4v2. Relixo on the flank. Look out for him. He has been known to clutch out a few in the past. Now it's just going to be all up to him in a 1v3. Back here by Elbow, smoked out. No real options. Needs to wait for this smoke to dissipate, which it will in a few moments. And then once that does, the fireworks will begin. Doesn't expose himself to hookah. Has to check so many corners, and Poise will get that. 3 kills for Poise, and what a half it was for him as well. To start getting that res early on, just giving his teammates some upper hands from time to time. But now we're going to swap sides here. And let's see what Homeless can do on this defense, which they have put together some amazing defenses on this map in the past from what we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and Superman might not be shining right now, 3 and 10, attacking as a Brimstone, but it was really his defensive half when he showed up against T1 on Bind. Like, when he was on B site and he was being able to hold it against 3, hold it against 4, it didn't matter how many were pushing him. He was smoking the right places, his pre-fire was excellent. If he can carry on doing the same, he can lock down that B site. And it means that Cloud9 will be forced to try and hit A site over and over again, which then means you could see the stack. We are going to see a little bit of a change, though. Superman is going to be on the A site, certainly for this pistol round. Maybe that will change a little bit later. Having the Molotov and the grenades available makes it very difficult for a team to push up short.
And an interesting position, too, for the Sage to be all the way back in the cubby on A. Sages would normally play closer up to that choke or play the shower. But this time around, and I would assume that means that probably just running slows, which would be safer from distance.
Yep. You're probably right. As the rest of the team now of Cloud9 have started to move towards B. They are going to be gathering up in hookah, though, which is always a very scary place to go because it means you have to jump out of that window and it leaves yourself quite vulnerable. But
here we go.
This is going to be unfolding right here on B side.
Oh, this is bad news. That's bad news. Gary blows up right in front of Def, though. Kills are starting to come in. Sam will get 2 kills out of that one. And now Superman gets on through. Only 1 player remaining. And it was Vice. It was a valiant effort without a doubt. But now they're going to be within 1. And that looked like it could have gone real poorly. But Sam was the hero in the wings waiting to be unleashed.
Fortnite players, lol. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, Sam is unreal, by the way. The amount of grief he got for being a Fortnite player. I mean, mechanically, the things that people have to do in Fortnite for him to now come into this game and be this dominant just shows, like, skills can transition in different ways. And honestly, I love what he has to offer for this team. Like, it's not just your standard mechanical aim that he has to offer, but it's the time and the research he's clearly put in. you can tell that he knows what he wants to do on a map, and I think you said it best. Like, it's almost like the team shapes themselves around what he has to offer and what he can do with a Sova or a Viper or whatever it is he's playing.
It was one of his strongest traits when he was competing in that game for millions of dollars. He was always just bending the meta to whatever it is that he wanted. But we'll reflect on him in a little bit here. I'm sure that there will be plenty of opportunities to do so. Now, this play that happens with these sheriffs and overall with these pistols was mostly just to get that orb. And what worked out was they ended up getting a kill. Poise goes down.
It's something we see a lot more in kind of like high-level Valorant play than you would see in your normal matchmaking games, is people prioritizing getting those orbs, like having a little bit of a force towards one side of the map to ensure they get the orb, and then transitioning to the other side of the map, or continuing the flow if they're able to pick up a significant amount of kills. And it's very important because the ultimates can make or break rounds, as there's going to be a heavy push now through short, but here comes Lasky, satchel right to the face of Relics.
Yeah, he planted that one exactly where he needed to. Spike's going to go down, but now the fire starts to come through here. Shinobi executes on getting that spike down with the coverage of the smoke and doesn't take all that much damage, but now it's going to start getting banged up. You can't shoot through that box with the Spectre. It doesn't work out, unfortunately. He isn't able to do the damage, but when he comes around the corner, though, that actually pays off now. Last player left alive is going to be Tens, 22 HP in a dream. The nade goes down, doesn't quite pick up the kill yet, though, but players are going to be very weak. And Tens. Oh, boy. And Psalm clutches out right through the structure, does manage to get the kill, the headshot. Tens was looking mighty scary there, but now we're going to be all tied up here, Gaskin. We got ourselves a game.
I mean, thank goodness Psalm actually had the Phantom there, because if that was just a Spectre, he might have died. Because as you say, wallbanging with the Spectre, not so great. Wallbanging with Phantom, you're going to have a good time. And he was able to just spray him down through the box. And yeah, now we're at 7-7, and Homeless have done something they weren't able to do against T1. It was win a pistol round and the following round afterwards in bind. So now, if you imagine the fact that they were able to beat T1 after losing both pistols, here at 7-7, and they had a strong defensive half against T1, there's no reason why they couldn't do the same here and just kind of close out Cloud9 slowly but surely, just with their superior defensive possibilities.
Watch out for Tens, though. Showstopper is out. He knows players are in hookah. There goes the wall. He gets through right in the nick of time. He gets through, but he can't get out. So he'll just have to wait. But now this play is going to pivot just a little bit. Superman goes back and plays his tight angle here on the garden. On the other side, you have Vice, a few cyber cages down. I don't know if he anticipated him to push out. Well, certainly worked out. Vice had a great read on that one in the garden. B site wide open for them, and that is why everyone's starting to make their moves here.
Yeah, 3 members of Homeless is just firmly stuck to the ground on A site. Even with the 2 picks on B, they're just holding their ground and hoping that maybe they can bluff their way into this, but it's probably going to be a case that they save their weapons at this point. Can't see them trying to take this 3 versus 5. Can we just talk about Tens' aggression into hookah?
Oh, it was great.
I mean, you know, when you've played a Sage and you watch a Sage, you want to wait to that last second to put the wall up. But when there was already a little bit of fire and that first satchel had already come out, you would have thought the wall would have gone up slightly earlier, but Tens just, with a lack of respect, pushing in with the wide peak into hookah. And really, probably won them the round.
Yeah, and I'm also a little surprised too that it didn't come out sooner, but I think the reason why was because Tens had Showstopper. And if he was to like potentially get through there, he was just going to fly through it, right? Like he was going to fly through
On the money.
Relics roaming, getting kills. So he would have flown in and then, you know, blast packed up, boom, exploded. And then at that point, right, like I think that there was just a hesitation because he was anticipating him to get aggressive inside, and it just didn't end up paying out because he did, and he just wasn't prepared for the way he approached it. He didn't use Showstopper. He just went in there with his weapon with all the confidence in the world that Tens has.
So much confidence. I mean, he breathes it at the moment, and he really is the kind of central point of this Cloud9 squad. But Cloud9 squad has been improving around him drastically, tournament after tournament, and now they've been able to reset this economy ever so slightly on the side of Homeless. Lasky's going to get aggressive with the op here, but it's not going to work out. Relics catches him out.
That is unfortunate, Gaskin. Lasky, had he been just a touch quicker, would have seen Relics on the transition and then might have been able to do the thing that Tens was doing so many times. Def might get a kill with this and does so. That shorty at close range will do a heap load of damage to you, but so will a blast pack. And Tens delivers that one right to the loving hands of Def.
And blast packs are just so deadly. And Tens now continuing to tear through lamps here. Has another set of paint showers to lob out. That's going to be the 3K and going to be the round.
So clean.
Very clean round, as it should be, but I guess it's all down to Lasky really getting aggressive there with the op. You can understand why he wants to do so. If he gets a pick there and maybe he catches one player off guard and maybe they're able to get a gun, then it could be a winnable round. But at least it was a somewhat weak buy, and at least now they can full buy here on the side of Homeless.
I am getting a little concerned for Homeless here. They're making some plays that I haven't seen them, or at least in their match against T1. I don't recall how many times Lasky decided to get aggressive on short A. Like it wasn't all that much, honestly. So it seems like we are going to be on a pause right now, and then once we get that sorted out, we'll jump back into the action. But yeah, man, it's a little concerning, Dan.
It is concerning, but you can understand why he got aggressive, right? Like, they had only saved the op and one rifle from the previous round, so if it had worked, we would have been singing his praises and been like, all hail Lasky, our god. But Mitch gets the opener onto Superman, and Superman, again, just not really stepping up like he did yesterday. And getting picked off early is not going to be the best way to start this. I'm surprised he faced that aggressively, considering they already lost that early pick in the previous round when they tried to get aggressive. Something they did very well against T1 is they kind of just sat back deep in sights and they allowed T1 to push. Maybe they need to start doing something similar here.
And perhaps that could be the winning recipe. Tens is already going to be inside of Lamb, so they've won this one out. Mitch is going to get a little aggro pushing forward. That spike is down. Oh my goodness, Mitch is just, he has like 1 HP. Will be able to give himself some more health. Lasky waiting for anything that can maybe work out for them, but Tens, showstopper, is going to stuff Poise. Very unfortunate there, but very fortunate for Cloud9. Because the Hunter's Fury now, and Tens just smart, so smart, getting out of dodge with that blast pack. Only person left alive was Psalm, and that will be a wrap on that round with a bow on it. 10-7 now as they're the first to hit double-digit territory and getting so close to taking this first game win. And on a pick that Homeless has been extremely comfortable on throughout the entirety of PAX Arena.
Last time we saw Homeless play this against T1, Superman went 23-14. He's now 6-14. Like, that is a major difference. I don't know whether it's down to playstyle, whether it's down to Cloud9 just shutting him out and he's not being able to have the freedom that he was able to have against T1. But certainly is not on his A game right now. And I think that is a big loss because some of the rounds he was winning, some of the clutch moments he had yesterday were unreal. And now without that clutch factor, there are a couple of rounds where Homeless look a little bit flat here and there.
Yeah, it's not that same energy that we had from them in their battle against T1, right? Tens marches onto the site, though. Poise is going to meet him with a Spectre and does manage to come out on top with that one. Psalm with 47 HP. Now, this team has done well with the Sheriffs in the past, and just I say 47 now, loses 20 of that, so down to 27. You basically breathe on him and he'll die at this point.
At least they were able to guess right and stack this B side. There is going to be one rotation. Def's going to move his way all the way around to A side now. Which isn't really going to work out. They had hedged their bets correctly. And fair play to Cloud9 for holding their ground even after losing the first pick. And now Hunter's Fury will come out to try and clear the site. Psalm will take down Relics, but Mitch is there to get the trade. And now they should have enough players to be able to waltz onto this site as Lasky and Superman fall. Now it's just going to be the one remaining player of Death who does go down. 11-7. It was a scary start to the round with TenZ falling to the SMG. As I said, I'm impressed that they didn't retreat after that. They didn't say, oh god, well, we've lost a pick here. Maybe we should go round to A. They said, no, sticking to our guns. We're going to continue to push. Just wait a little bit. Maybe force the rotate out of the opposition. And they did so. Now 4 rounds in a row for Cloud9. And they're in touching distance of taking this first map, GB.
Yeah, they had that confidence because they knew the weaponry for Homeless was going to be weaker, and it was for that reason that they knew that they could take that fight and succeed, which is exactly what ended up happening. A few ults are now going to be online, most notably the Brimstone Orbital Strike that Relics could potentially use here. We give them some space to get onto this site. Lasky, though, can actually be able to do some real damage with the Showstopper. 4 players are going to be stacked short A. Lasky will get called out here.
Does get called out, got spotted by the Owl drone, but didn't get tagged. That's at least a good situation. There's a lot of ultimates available.
He's playing
both sides, really. This round could be bloody nuts. And I'm a little bit scared as to what is going to unfold.
Oh, yeah. It's happening. It's happening. Lasky now. But TenZ is playing this angle. He anticipated it. He knocked him down. I think he saw the gun, and that is going to prompt Lasky to just bail out of that one. But with those smokes coming down, you thought that the aggro push was going to start to happen. Lasky will have to do something here. With that Showstopper, kind of tip the odds in their favor. They have a whole bunch of ultimates available. Orbital Strike on the lamps. Might be able to get one, and it does. Relics is good for the kill against Depth. And here goes the Neural Theft now. Mitch is going to bring Relics right back into fighting position here, only leaving 2 players remaining. It's going to be Poise along with Superman, and Poise by short. TenZ, once this wall goes down, you'll get the better. It works out. I mean, it feels almost like it works out every time for them with the way that TenZ plays. Superman is going to try and make this one into a possibility. He's going to force the situation. And if he's able to pull this one out, it will be huge, but it looks like it just is not very possible. They're giving him nothing to work with here, Gaskin. 1 player's tucked away in the cubby. Superman will encounter Mitch in just a second, and Mitch will win that. Just a courtesy crouch on his remains.
Yeah, and an impressive angle to be holding from Mitch as well, because I think they didn't realize he had managed to sneak through to lamps there.
Yeah.
So they could have been all focused on kind of heaven and that defender's spawn entrance. But instead, Mitch was wise to it and kind of thought, well, could he have got through lamps, guys? And that question was probably asked to the team, and they said, well, maybe it could have. And just being able to hold that angle just ensured there wasn't going to be any sort of clutch happening. And now 12-7, money not great on the side of Homeless. We see half armors being bought, a Bulldog there as well. They need to play some flawless Valorant if they're going to take this to overtime. But the way it's going, Cloud9 have just been too aggressive and too successful with their executions onto site. And I feel like this isn't the same Homeless that we saw against T1. It doesn't seem like they're quite as on fire, which is a shame because you don't want to see them burn out.
Oh.
They are going to get aggressive.
Oh, they're actually going to push this one. I respect that play. They went right for it, but Vice was there on the cross to help his buddies out, and now A site's going to be available. Superman still with that orbital strike will get there in time. Oh, actually, he's going to double back, but the call's been made. They're putting Spike down. There goes Orbital. Is it enough to get the kill on TenZ? No, TenZ is still going to be... Oh, I was going to say he's still going to have a little bit of HP remaining, but certainly not going to be enough there. And also Mitch really just going to be all banged up here. Both players, as a matter of fact. Mitch is able to give himself some help again. There goes Sam. He knows exactly where these guys are going to be, but Mitch, instead, around the corner there was Superman, gets the headshot, and that is a sigh of relief to keep Homeless going in this game, but Gaskin match point still belongs to Cloud9.
Does still belong to Cloud9, but that is at least the start of a possible comeback from Homeless. Like, I want to see them relight that fire that we saw yesterday from them. Just kind of get that communication going, get the chemistry on point, making sure they're trading out kills, not pushing alone. Several rounds that they've lost here on this defensive half has just been someone peeking on their own just to try, I don't know whether it's something a little bit fancy, trying to get an early pick themselves, maybe they're overconfident, I don't know. But now when you're down 12-8, if you're going to take a risk, you need someone to hold your hand there just to trade out in case it goes wrong. Because otherwise, if you find yourself 5-4 down in terms of like player advantage, then you are really going to struggle.
Look at this. 4 players at B site. 2 players inside a hookah. Poise is going to be dropping back and playing patrol. Def watching the angle, and he's inside of that. Tense is going to go for this poke potentially. He will have his teammates to support him there, but Psalm gets 2. Psalm gets 2.
Huge from Psalm there, and I love this setup as well. Stacking B site, but using Cypher, his camera and his traps on A site just to get any information. Neural theft comes out as well. So now they'll know exactly where these remaining members of Cloud9 are. As they are actually all very separated on the map. Does look like they are going to think about heading towards A. With the player advantage, and now here in the TP, I imagine that rotation is going to come through here.
Lasky's going to be the lone gunman here holding down the site. Does have Showstopper, might have to use this one, but instead it's going to send Gary out first to get some intelligence, and it is going to be job done, mission accomplished there for the Boombot. Lasky's holding this down for so long, and Mitch, though, he's been so amazing with that. Oh my goodness, Mitch! Oh my goodness, Mitch! He got a triple there at the blink of an eye, and Shinobi around the corner on the box is going to end that game. Cloud9, just like that, pick up the win on Bind.
Was that a 3-for-1? Or is he fired 2 shots?
It was 2 shots. He got the first kill, and then he got the 2-for-1 through the structure.
Jesus Christ! I mean, Lasky was holding on to his showstopper there as well, probably thinking that round was in control and they had the player advantage, but I feel like he should have just popped it. As soon as he saw those several members in showers there, pop that showstopper. You are having to play flawless Valorant at this point. You can't afford to lose another round, but Cloud9 showing up on Bind, arguably one of Homeless's better maps here. And well, we'll I guess have to head into Ascent and see whether Homeless can pick up where they left off against T1. But honestly, Cloud9 have really impressed me.
I'm impressed as well. And I you know, some knucklehead called it a 2-0 for Homeless at the beginning of the broadcast. I'm not sure who that was, but you know, as far as the way that round played out, I mean, there was moments there where I thought Homeless was going to kind of crawl back into it. It wasn't an absolute slapping like we saw a little bit early in the day. But Cloud9, they were consistent and they definitely shut me up. That was a great game from them, Golden Boy.
Yeah, it was just more of Tens doing the same, being that reliable hand, the top fragger that Cloud9 can always turn to. But what I do want to put my attention on is the man who basically put an exclamation mark at the end of that game, and that's Mitch. Mitch was great. That op every time. Also his plays long B, he was getting aggro. They weren't expecting that. He plays this Sage in a way that you and Gaskin, you keep talking about it and you keep praising him for it, and no one's really been prepared to shut it down, because you don't expect a Sage to just cold push down long with no utility to support, and it works out. It's really a thing of beauty.
He's been watching the David P VODs, Gaskin.
He definitely has. I mean, yeah, David P certainly made it famous, should I say, or he certainly brought it to light anyway, how different you can play Sage. Yeah, like, and I think that what we saw from Cloud9 there was them saying, all right, we can't allow Homeless to get confident. We can't allow them to think they're better than us. And what they did better was they were facing together. I think there were several times Homeless were just peeking alone, and Def got caught out a couple of times on the flank, which is going to happen. He's lurking, he's playing Cypher, right?
Yeah.
But every time he was going up against 2 rifles rather than just the 1. Superman peaked a couple of times on his own. He didn't have the same kind of shot that we saw from him yesterday. So we're going to need to see a big step up from Homeless if they're going to get back into this series. I mean, amazing team, amazing players, but just in that particular game, they weren't on fire.
I just want to say, though, not necessarily just Homeless. I'm actually going to keep my eyes on Def and Superman. Superman had so much hype coming out of that win against T1, and really just silent, right? Like, it's just, you could hear a mouse fart. That's how quiet he was. He really needs to really go online for this next game.
I think so too. I have some thoughts on the map choice. I think Ascent was the pivotal moment for Homeless yesterday. But before we get to that, we have some highlights to show you guys. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to gather our thoughts, and we're going to head into game number 2 for Homeless and C9. We'll be right back.
I felt it once 'cause I Thank you for wasting me away. Thank you for wasting me away. Away, away. Thank you for wasting me away on your own accord. You had me locked in a battle, fighting for more. You made me chase aimlessly like a child. For all my time that you killed, I hope it was like a wow. You were just an infant when your mama died, and your father was taken by the leader of some mysterious jungle tribe. Life can seem to isolate until you find someone to love. What you gonna do when they try to take your life, your love, your dreams? I'm a wild child, you can't tame me. Grew up in the wild since the day I was born. I'm a wild child for all I own, and I won't let him take me. Feel like I grew up on my own, on the corner of Mount Prospect and Valentine. But little did I know I was living on some sort of racial dividing line. When your crown shakes, don't forget from where you came. I'm a wild child, you can't take me. Grew up in the wild since the day I was born. I'm a wild child for all I own, and I won't let him take me. I'm taking you with me. I'm taking you with me. If I ever say
Welcome back to the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational, presented by Seagate Gaming, and we are getting ready for game number 2. We're headed to Ascent. It's Homeless, and it's C9. We were just having a conversation. We probably should have saved it for the broadcast, but we're professionals. We can repeat everything we just said. Gaskin, we were talking about the map Ascent, which is what I think for me was the kind of the coming out party. The style in which Superman was playing on Ascent was great. But in this particular case, Superman is coming off of a relatively quiet, well, let's call it a bad game, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I wonder whether, I mean, this may be completely wrong, but whether the pressure just got to him a little bit much. GB summed it up perfectly where he said that, like, there was a lot of attention on Superman after his performance yesterday, and like he's gained Twitter followers, and everyone's kind of saying, oh, who's this Superman? Where's he come from? Oh, Crossfire, what's that? And I wonder whether he tried to do a little bit too much because of that. And he felt like he had to be peaking and he had to be being the Superman that everyone now expects him to be. And instead, he found himself falling short a little bit, and which will be a good lesson for him to learn, don't get me wrong. And maybe now going into map number 2, he'll suck that up and say, okay, I don't have to be kind of the big boy who gets all the kills, but I can still do a lot for my team, even if it's not the entry frag.
Absolutely. Golden Boy, do you think the pressure is maybe getting to Superman a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's played at a high level in Crossfire, which has a pretty sizable international audience, right? I mean, that game's massive in Asia. And from what I can gather in my limited knowledge of Crossfire competitive, because I love following obscure esports, in case you guys don't know.
I don't.
I actually really like, I would imagine that, he's used to the pressure, but the spotlight is a lot different here in Valorant, given the size of the game and the enormity of every situation that you run into. Also defeating T1 yesterday, which many had claimed to be the best team in the game at one point. There clearly is some pressure here for Superman. It is a different conversation than what we had yesterday, but let's not just put it on Superman too.
Yeah,
I think that Def needs also to step up here. He was a big player in that T1 game, and right now it's just kind of being neutralized completely. And I think that's just mostly because Cloud9, they're just so good at the raw aim. And I know that we said earlier that perhaps the game could be changing to focusing on the mechanics and the use of utility and how you play around that a little bit more of the, I mean, people is going to flame me for this, they're going to flame me anyway. Overwatch style, where like you're relying on more of your abilities rather than just the weaponry. Right. And that is something that Sam and that team have done incredibly well. But Cloud9, they dominate on the 1v1s and just they frag out, man. They're so good. Look at the way Mitch just ended that team on Bind. Every time Short A, he was just all over their face.
Flipping the script and talking about that 1v1 potential, we talk so much about how good TenZ is, but there's moments, and there was one specific one yesterday where we as a collective broadcast team were in awe of this one moment on, I believe it was Bind, where he managed to quick scope, get a kill, fall down, rando shoot a classic burst into a smoke, kill another guy, and then finish the round off in what was like maybe a second and a half. It seemed like time slows down for this guy. And and honestly, when I saw that was the first moment I was like, okay, wait a minute. But then you clip it and you watch it and you can see he's getting intel from his teammates and he's just able to act on it in light speed. He is the best player, honestly. And Mixwell, Wardell, all these guys are saying TenZ is the best. He's the Michael Jordan factor. He can turn the whole game if you just let him run free. So Gas,
wait, hold on. I just want to say this. You said the Michael Jordan factor, but then I think yesterday you said that he was Allen Iverson. And let's not forget that Michael Jordan had an incredible support team around him, whereas Allen Iverson did not. So where is he now? Is he Jordan or is he Iverson?
Okay, well then I'm gonna go back to the old hybrid thing and call him Kyrie then, if that's what we're gonna do. And I imagine, because Kyrie is a flashy player and he needs a team around him and stuff like that. And I've completely lost about 20,000 people, so we're gonna cut the basketball sports references immediately before people are like, what are you talking about sports about? Anyway, I think that TenZ is an impact player of the highest caliber in the scene, and ultimately he can win games on his own. But also, I mean, the rest of C9. We were always talking about, they're mixed team. They're not really solidified. They're feeling kind of solid right now, Gaskin.
They are. They weren't there necessarily in previous tournaments. They were there or thereabouts, and it was all about TenZ, but now they have kind of shaped themselves around him. And when you've got someone with the confidence of TenZ, just being able to waltz into Hookah if he fancies it with a blast pack and just win 1v1s, then suddenly you're like, okay, well, if he's doing that, we can kind of just follow him in. Like, that's what entry fraggers do. Like, it's so easy to play this game when you've got an entry fragger who is successfully getting the kills, because all your job is to do is to make sure that either you get the trade if they die. If they don't die, you follow them until they get their next opportunity to die, and then you trade it if they die again. That is an easy job as a secondary fragger if you've got someone who is that good fragging.
I follow that. I know exactly what you mean. Exactly what you mean. Let's quickly change topics before we have to respond to it. Let's talk about the map choices here. And we've been talking about Ascent. Do you think that Cloud9 has got a strong Ascent game, Golden Boy? And do you think that that for specifically Homeless, that they'll be able to relive the magic that we saw yesterday against T1?
Yeah, the what happened yesterday, I don't want to say it's an outlier, because that was not like one of those miracle games where it comes down to the wire. Like they owned, they slapped, right? But Cloud9 are 10-3 on this map, 77% win percentage, very clearly a favorite for them. I know that the maps are changing regularly. I think that was what Shazam said in his interview earlier, where like for them, They don't know what their favorite map is or their best map is yet, because it's like always changing. And I would imagine it's actually like that for a lot of players because, well, I mean, the game's still so new. But looking now at this, we have a composition that this is where I think Homeless, though, might actually have the upper hand over Cloud9. And I say that because Mitch is running the Sage, and I've liked the Sageless comps, Gaskin, more so than I've liked Sage comps on Ascent.
You
I
say
think so
that,
too. Go ahead, Gaston.
but actually in this tournament we've seen quite a lot of success with Sage comps on Ascent specifically. When we've seen two teams going up against each other, when one team has had a Sage, they've actually found success, which does surprise me, because I'm with you. Like, I quite like the non-Sage comps. I think they work, especially when you've got Omen and Brimstone. You've got so much control. But my worry is, do you just get stuck in middle like we saw yesterday for T1? Like, they kind of had mid control, they were smoking everything off, and then it was where do they go after that? Homeless need to have that answer of, we need that direction, and they had that yesterday. They had that reassuring factor from the in-game leader to say, all right, well, when we've got mid, let's go B, let's go A, and they knew exactly where they were going. But can they do that when they're being challenged directly by Cloud9, who are going to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more on fire? They're not going to be as scared as T1 were yesterday, because T1 were scared. They just got beaten on bind. They weren't really expecting that. They went into Ascent and they were fearing Homeless, whereas Cloud9, they don't look like they fear Homeless whatsoever.
And I don't think Cloud9 is a team that has any fear in them at all. It's either like they do what they do, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, well, then they're going to try it again next time. They're gonna keep going at you. And I think that as they evolve, and we talked to Relics a bit about the coaching aspect and stuff like that, and they kind of stated that they're not really ready for a coach because the tools aren't there. I can understand that, and obviously they have to finish their roster. But I really think that Cloud9 has got the pieces, and if molded correctly and practiced correctly, could easily become a long-standing top team in the North American Valorant scene. So we've been talking a lot about stats today, and again, we have been partnering with the Spike GG, who has been offering us all sorts of crazy insights. They've connected their API to the Twitch chat, and we have done a little bit of a poll, and we wanted to know what the average rank through everyone in the Twitch chat is. And you know, Golden Boy, myself, and Gaskin all in the chat, so there might be some changes there based on the fact that we're really good at Valorant. But the average rank in the Twitch arena, or sorry, excuse me, the PAX Arena Twitch chat is Iron 2 still to this day. I was hoping it would go up when we got the Saturday crowd,
really?
But unfortunately, as we've been able to discern from reading the chat, you were all trash. Anyway, so let's jump into Ascent. Golden Boy and Gaskin, take it away.
Is that like real? Is that possible?
I don't think that is real. No, I think that is Moses doing the same thing he does by winding up Twitch chat.
You're okay, guys. All right, I think you guys are fine. I mean, I haven't seen it at all, but I'm assuming maybe. I always ask the question, Twitch chat, have you been behaving? And then one guy just responds immediately, no. It's like, okay.
I would imagine that a genuine average of watchers of Twitch chat would be around platinum, if I'm completely honest. I think you've got the upper end of players who play a lot, and they'll be up diamond. They'll be heading toward. I can second guess the stats, Moses.
Stats are ironclad, according to Moses.
I mean, there certainly will be some Iron players in chat, but we're here to support them. All right, we're the support group.
We should lift everyone up.
Yeah,
lift everyone up so that they can all be awesome and join us in our pantheon of greatness in Valorant. Right? Did I say that right? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, the match is about to start here, folks. Here we go. It's Ascent, do or die time for Homeless. They have their backs against the wall. Cloud9, one step closer to that grand final, facing off against Sentinels. And Sentinels, they've looked so strong throughout every day of PAX Arena, and now they find themselves in that winning position. But Cloud9, they have had their ups, they've had their downs, but I genuinely believe that this roster is now starting to really begin to find their footing in an impressive fashion, because they know what each player brings to the table.
So Homeless are going to be defending to start this one. They were able to pick up 8 rounds defending when we saw them on this map yesterday against T1. They did win the pistol, but then went on to lose round 2. Because T1, well, they do those things. They're very aggressive. But this is going to be sheer aggression onto the B site, and Lasky's going to go down. Sam gets the trade, but here comes Mitch to clean things up. F is going to be on the other side just to make things a little bit more difficult, and you'll get, unfortunately, taken down by Relics, and now the spike goes down, GB.
That all comes out because of Jet, right? Jet's able to fly in and disrupt timings. So they were not prepared to take the fight against the Jet on that ledge. And that was the reason why Tens, like he always does, throws off the entirety of this roster. Superman tried to get his best frag over there on the flank, but it ended up going over to the other side. Poise, though. Poise had a hot start at the beginning of that bind game, and we were really singing his praises, but it does not seem to be the case this time around. Cloud9 will walk away with a pistol round win to start things off.
And you're completely right. It's made easy when you've got a Jet dashing into sight, fearless and prepared to kind of take those first bullets. Like, live or die, it doesn't matter. You've got onto that site. You've managed to force those players back deep onto B. And once they're deep onto B, you can surround them. You can swarm that site and take them down. And after the spike had been planted and they had the man advantage, well, things were easy from that point, and it looks like they might just try and do the same thing again.
Yeah, they're going to do it again. There's no reason for them not to, because this fast aggression, this is a thing of beauty. I mean, everything that they're doing, it's just clicking. A notable thing from the game yesterday when they faced T1, no one was running Jet. And I do think that Jet is kind of a neutralizer for the composition that this team, Homeless, is running. Because the timings, as I said in the previous round, are going to get thrown off completely.
I think if you are going to play without a Sage, you have to be fast, because you can't allow yourself to just kind of peek every now and then, let your opponents chip away at your health total, and then decide to push to a site elsewhere when you're all going to be weak, or you can have a couple of players weak. Instead, take the game to your opposition. Say, we don't care about your Sage, we don't care where you are. We have what we feel, better agents. We have more to offer in terms of fragging power, flashing ability, utility. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, is just the aggression. And yes, okay, it's only pistol round and round 2. But I have a feeling that this might be the style that Cloud9 try throughout the entirety of this game.
So then how does this team respond? They don't necessarily have agents that could slow things down. Sam isn't getting an opportunity to set up and use some shock bolts to maybe apply some early damage. Perhaps that could be what they're aiming for this time, but the look is going to change now. They're bringing this over to A. You got a 3-sack here in A lobby. They are going to back away from this, so a good read there from Poise at the start.
I think that Homeless could do with just showing a little bit more aggression in certain areas. But they won't be able to do that until they get a little bit more comfortable with their money.
Yeah, but they did that last game, and it just cost them dearly. Like,
But it's
Superman got
different
aggressive,
now.
it just didn't work. It's true.
Without the
Different map.
Sage, as I was saying, like, I mean, you just have to try and do a little bit of damage to the health total. But Sam and Superman, okay, they're holding a little bit better now. And Superman will get a second, and he's starting to look like the Superman of old, the Superman of yesterday. Doesn't need to make it 3 because Def is there to support, and this should be a comfortable round for them. And a round that they should have won anyway because of the weapons that were available on the side of Cloud9. But now that's going to give them a little bit of more comfortability in this game. I don't know if comfortability is a word, but I've made it now, and I'm going to own it.
We'll look at Webster's. We'll find out. I'm sure there. I've heard that one used a few times. Comfortability. Say it 5 times fast. I don't think I can. I knew Moses was going to do it. Just baited you into it, Moses.
Comfortability. Noun. The condition of being comfortable. There we go. See, I'm not so stupid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you, man.
Well done for me, eh?
And I'm, you know, and well done for Homeless. They were able to stop this fast, aggressive play. They stopped the A rush. That really started at the beginning when Poise dropped that molly, so they weren't able to get that timing all out of whack the way that they've been benefiting from it on B site. Perhaps this time around they're going to change things up, go back over to B, but they save that op for this next round. Economy wise though, should be all right for a few buys here.
Something we saw Mitch doing yesterday was being more than happy to kind of get aggressive into a B main here. Whether it be with an op, whether it be with a rifle, he says, look, you guys go wherever you want. I don't care if I'm a Sage, I'm going to try and get an early pick here. Because if I can get that early pick and get that information, then we can push willy-nilly wherever we may want. He's going to do the same thing again. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, he had a little nosy towards B main, but no one peeked as Def takes down Tens, and that is the perfect way to start a round. Eliminate the entry fragger. Here comes Superman to chime in as well.
So even though Superman does get killed by relics, they get the benefit of this one. And also, this is the benefit of those smokes. They control where the enemy team's going to go. They have those options. And they just play to those strengths that have really worked out for them when we saw them play the same map against T1.
A little bit more slow now.
Ooh, Poise gets on top. He got on top. Oh, what a play. Oh, Poise threats 3. Wow. What a play. He did not anticipate him to be able to get on top of the wall. And then the paranoia came right at that exact moment and gives Poise all those kills.
I think that takes me back to the real difference between having a Sage and not having a Sage, and having certain utility that's available or not available. Poise just being able to be there as this flashing character alongside the Omen, who has a flash, the paranoia of his own. If they can kind of sync up together, then that can be very detrimental on the opposition side. The Owl drone will come out to scout out B main and scare away Mitch from trying to get that early little peek, as the rest of Cloud9 are going to be heading towards A, and we are going to see the ult popped for Tens. Does have double updraft as well. We saw what he was able to do yesterday with the double updraft over the arch to try and get the peek onto anyone in heaven. I wonder whether he'll go for something similar here.
Well, Mitch will have to get around to him, because what worked there was the fact that they have that wall.
Of course, yeah.
And Mitch is holding the angles on mid with that op. More smokes down, and things start to delay. And as the rounds go on, and I know that C9's going to wait for just a burst through the archway, I do like Homeless's chances, because you allow Homeless to set up, and I think they thrive in those scenarios. Here we go now. The push is going to come. Tens is inside of sight. Gets the kill on the run it back, knows exactly where Poise was going to be located. Oh, Tens, though, only has a classic to his name, and he's going to be right underneath him. Depp and Psalm get the kills there, but Shinobi with the shock bolt from all the way at distance. And his Psalm wrapped around on the scaffolding. He's going to pay for his life with that one. Lasky, last player left alive, will get called out. And watch out on the flank there, bud, because Mitch is on the hunt. And Mitch will most definitely be the one to secure this kill as soon as Lasky gets it. And there it is. The op returns right back to the hands of Mitch. And he's all right with that.
It's all on that. It's a thrifty, and it's all down to Tens really with his ult. Just again being really aggressive, pushing into the site, dashing in to ensure that there was no sort of cypher traps to hold up the rest of the team, and then knowing exactly where that run it back was from the Phoenix. You understand why Poised is gone for that play, but as soon as Poised dies there to the daggers, he is hopeless, and no one else was there to protect him. They still have money though, Homeless, so it's not too detrimental to their economy. Because again, we're going to get a little bit of a Sova off here on the B side, as both using any sort of utility they have to offer to try and scout the other out.
Psalm will be able to get around, but gets a look. All right, so it's indication as to where Mitch is going to be located. I do wonder if that was intentional, because Mitch was there the entire time, actually. Didn't really poke out. Sometimes with these players, they're always just looking to play little mind games with each other.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even if it's just enough to keep one player at B site, that helps out the rest of the team, as Vice has got 2 and has Neural Theft now.
Yeah, well, no mind games needed when you know exactly where the enemy team is going to be located. Tens pushed out all the way here. Psalm now will meet Tens, as a matter of fact, because Psalm was on top of the scaffolding, and Tens waited for the perfect moment to jump through that glass and punish Psalm. Relics in the mid. looking for anyone that could be pushing around in the transfer there, maybe getting out of that spawn. It will be a push through the dark cover potentially. I think he might actually take advantage of that one. They're looking for them because they want to take these guns away. They have the time to work with. Oh boy, Lasky. Lasky needs to be careful. Although Def wins his battle, Lasky will not be the same. And now it is all down to Def to just hold on to this Vandal. Won't be able to do so. The numbers too great. And they get what they want out of that. They remove the guns away from their opponents. Don't allow them to be able to hold on to anything. And that is going to make their economy that much more of a problem for Homeless.
Big problem. Lasky 0-4. Just hasn't been able to get going here, and their money is all over the shop. And that's why we're just going to see a half by here, a couple of Spectres maybe to work with. It's going to be very difficult to now stop this economy rolling for Cloud9. It's going to be comfortable for them to buy up round after round. Mitch is always looking for that early pick B, but then he transitions to mid to see if anyone's going to be facing it short. There is a little bit of aggression from Homeless. They've pushed up at both sides. Cloud9, they expected this. They're waiting for this. Oh.
Ooh, okay, Superman. I respect that. That's 2, but the trade out there. So we got same bodies and advantage because that's what Sage does. Bringing your teammate back into the battle. Som lines up, though, onto Mitch. While that's going on, though, Tens does manage to body one over by the tree. Lasky with a classic and a dream. And that is a very, very ambitious shot there. It does not work out for him.
This is going to be 5-2. Realistically, as we're going to see Sam again just show us what he has to offer with the Ares. He was able to do a little bit of success with it. We even saw the Odin get broken out earlier in the game between TSM and Sentinels too. I mean, having a Sova with an Odin on a map like Ascent where there's so many walls to just smash through and be banged on the other side.
Very fun.
Very fun indeed.
Fun for Sinatra.
It was.
Not fun for TSM.
Look, money's still just ridiculous now. Like, there's so much bank balance that they should be comfortable for 2, maybe even 3 rounds at this point, even if they're dropping. So it's going to be very difficult to rescue this half for Homeless. I'm just wondering, like, what would they be comfortable with? What would they be happy with at this point? I know they looked really good attacking against T1, but they had already had the like very aggressive and very successful defensive half that kind of teed them up for that success.
Oh
and
my
there's
word.
Mitch right between the eyes of Lasky.
What a shot there. I feel as if Mitch has just been conditioning them more and more every single round, right? He would hang out back. He wouldn't get too aggressive. He would play around it. He would go back over to that little hut that's there right by on B site. You know, just giving him new looks. And I think this time around they were like, okay, I think we can push. But that went right into Mitch's hands. Shinobi does do some damage there to Def. Mitch is already, or Tens, excuse me, is already going to be on the site. You heard there the From the Shadows come out. But the kills are actually going to be working out here for Homeless. Right through the cyber cage there. Well done. Only player left alive is going to be Shinobi. So despite the great start that this team had, Def is going to be meeting him around the corner here in Shinobi versus Def. And Def just backs out of this one. Shinobi, though, waiting to see if he actually pushes this. He threw the gun down. Maybe to give them the cue as to, you know, him pushing around it. But they were a little wise to that one there. Again, those mind games that these players like to run with.
Lasky is 0-6, not looking particularly comfortable on the Omen. Does still have the op. I do prefer Lasky on the Raze. I just feel like when you go from playing Raze, where you have so much information to be gathered from your boombot, to then playing an Omen, where you kind of have to rely on flashes and almost blind peeking comparatively to the boombot, which almost works as like a little bit of an entry fragger for you. You can find it very difficult to transition between those two agents. He did it better a little bit. He did it a little bit better yesterday than he is today. But still plenty of rounds for him to make up for things, and maybe he can be influential with his op here now at 5-3.
Even yesterday, Lasky was struggling. He went 8-13 despite the win against T1. So perhaps it just could be a case of Omen just not really agreeing with him, which is a possibility. Tens. Oh, if that would have worked out, he would have been a genius, but he just didn't have enough airtime.
But he already is a genius.
He is, yes, this is true. These are facts.
But he is always just trying to think outside of the box, but he goes right into the crosshair of Superman. Superman, his aim looks a little bit better. He looks a bit more comfortable on Ascent than he did on Bind. And I think that's very important for Homeless. If they are going to have a chance of getting back into this series and maybe even winning this series, a lot rides on Superman, I feel. Him and Def, I think you mentioned it before this game started, they were the two that were slacking a little bit on Bind. And I know that's tough. When you're a Brimstone and you're a Cypher, it's not always easy to pick up kills if you are being picked off at the start of the round.
Oh, nice kill there, Orbital Strike. One thing you love to see when you're a Brimstone main is getting a kill with your Orbital Strike. Poise does manage to dink. This was going to be, I think it was just Relics that got onto site, but Vice with 2. Superman, though, around the corner. Superman gets 4, but now needs to get onto the site. Does have enough time. Som on top of the generator and manages to clutch this one out. He looked like he was going to get on top of the generator and then go for the kill above, but he didn't quite nail the jump. He had Lasky there to back him up, but Lasky still without a kill. Maybe he could have given that one to his buddy. I don't know, but it's okay.
Just give him that confidence booster. So
give him one, you know?
Lasky, go on. You go get it,
No
buddy.
one wants to be a baker. No one wants to open up a donut shop.
No one wants to be 007, which is a possibility for Lasky. No assists, no kills. He's going to be James Bond if he's not careful.
Can't believe I remember that.
Wasn't expecting you to sing it, if I'm going to be completely honest, or hum it. I guess that was more of a...
I have a magical voice. Even though my voice is kind of rough right now because of my VOs. I'm telling you, sometimes I nail it.
Oh.
Speaking of nailing it, Tens nailed that first shot, gets first blood, and there's Relics as well to have his teammates back.
It does mean Lasky is 0-7. That's yeah, that's not a very good start, but I guess he won't mind if he's still able to watch the rest of the team pick up a 5th round, because at 5-5 this suddenly looks a lot better than what it did earlier.
It does.
It's looking like Cloud9 were going to run away with things, but it's been the A hold that has been quite strong for Homeless. Superman has been stepping up, Def alongside him, and it's done some real work. Now here comes the push onto way.
Som with a cheeky recon bolt will give him information that a few players are going to be pushing out, and gets a kill out of that one too. Watch out for Tens though. Once this smoke comes out and it dissipates, Tens will have the angle on anyone that pushes this. And there he goes. Oh, but Superman is going to get the better of Tens there. That's a bit of a shocker. Poise now going to push this one forward. Superman goes down courtesy of Vice now. Poise continuing to play around this ledge. Does not obtain the kill. It's Shinobi instead. And we're at 6-4, but you're right, Gaskin. Even despite that loss, things are still looking up here for Homeless.
I mean, I hate to single out Lasky again, but when you're 0-6, now 0-7, you need to be rethinking about where you're going to be watching. Like, if you're not confident in your shot, and if now you're aggressively facing to try and make up for all those deaths, maybe drop deeper on the site. Don't be that first pick. Don't be the reason that your team loses a round, because otherwise then the conversation is going to be had between the team of like, hey, well, what if Lasky didn't die there? Would we have done a little bit better?
Yeah. I think if Lasky starts getting some more frags and them putting together the rounds that they have been able to do so in this half, despite some of the shortcomings that they've experienced, I don't feel that bad about what Homeless is doing against Cloud9. They just need some players to step it up here.
Yeah, I think if they can pick up 5 rounds, Homeless will be happy. 7-5 isn't too bad on a defensive side on Ascent. I know we've seen some big swingy games on Ascent where everyone will argue, is it an attacking sided map? Is it a defensive sided map? And to be honest, I think it just comes down to practice and how successful people can attack on Ascent and how much time they put into these executes. Or it's going to come down to who's on fire, who's hitting their shots, who's winning those 1v1 engagements. And in the early stages of this game, It was Cloud9. Now we've seen Homeless step up for a couple of rounds.
Ooh, this could be a big paranoia. And actually ends up not lining that one up. We stepped away for a second. I didn't tell if that animation was paranoia or if it was dark cover. Perhaps it was dark cover. Either way, though, doesn't matter. What does matter is that Superman is going to get that first blood. Orbital Strike is now going to be available to him. Forces back to Cypher. So no presence there for Vice. Just going to be backed away for a little bit. More time delaying too, which is the scarier part. Man. Unfortunately for Lasky, he is continuing to struggle here. Mitch with an angle at the windows. We'll see anyone coming through this mid market. He's watching around the flanks as well in case anyone's there, but no one will be. Had Lasky been able to get a kill, that actually could have given him an opportunity to just delay that, and then they can push in, right, with some more time. Mitch, though, he's just doing the job here. Slow orb as well, gets another one. Mitch, oh, Mitch with an ace. That's why you signed him. That right there.
One of the best Sages we've seen in quite some time. Definitely put him up there with the likes of David P for having that ability to be aggressive, to be that battle sage that we talk about. And I mean, I wonder whether they are targeting Lasky a little bit. Once they suss out where he is, they know he's been playing B site. I mean, that opening frag from Mitch was great. Obviously boosting himself up and then spotting Lasky right deep back in Boathouse. Lasky did suss it out and he went for the dark cover, but didn't really work out. Mitch had already got his crosshair placement, knew exactly where Lasky was. I mean, the ace was almost looked simple. You know it's not simple.
Yeah.
The fact he was able to just pick him off one by one there. Phenomenal.
Just very clean. This time around, though, they will take out Mitch, which has been a plus for them. A counter paranoia, too, does work out. Relics just had to bounce on out of there, or else he would have ended up falling. We'll retrieve this spike right back in their hands. And then they're going to go over to plan B now. So we tried to get inside of that B site. They sent all the bodies there that was necessary, and they won that battle. They're going to be looking to win the war here on the half.
And with the two-man advantage, if I'm Lasky, I'm going searching for kills. I do not want to finish a half without a kill. Otherwise, I would just not only be scared about my teammates and how they're going to shout at me, but I would not be happy with my individual performance as Superman takes down Vice. Here comes Tenzo, and well, okay, poised. He cleans those two up.
He's a team player. He's all right with that.
It's going to be 7-5. And yeah, Lasky's not going to care if they win the game, right? But at the same time, I'm sure he'll be looking at his performance right now and saying, how different could this half look if I have been picking up kills? Even though kills aren't everything, no kills is definitely something that we should be highlighting. And I'm going to stop highlighting now because I don't want to pick on Lasky and kind of like put him as the reason why there's rounds being lost for Homeless. But that is, you've got to do better than that. I'm sorry, but after 12 rounds, not finding a kill, that isn't good enough at this standard of play.
But what a turnaround for Superman. That guy was bottom fragging, struggling on bind. Now 15-9. He's been really contributing and picking up the slack, if you will, that has been helping out this team and keeping them competitive in this matchup. Their tournament life is on the line here, people. If they don't win this, that's it. They're done.
The glory run is over after getting through the group of death and beating 100 Thieves and then taking down T1 in the quarterfinals. They still have one half to get back into things and take this to a best of 3. It's definitely not over yet. Lasky is going to be the first point of entry here. Does have the paranoia to use as the flash, but there is going to be a few players spotted out as B site is going to be comfortably swarmed and taken as Cloud9 opt to just go for the retake here. All 5 of them just swarming the site now.
That was a great shock bolt, by the way, on which they won't recover any health. They got 3 members on their team that are going to be a little weakened. A few on the opposite side too, but the advantage there is that they will have a Sage in case they're able to use it. I don't even think the heal is going to matter all that much. Tens, though, locates a kill onto Poise. That was going to be happening right within that dark cover. As Tens creeps forward here, players are not going to be paying attention to him. He manages to get right on through there. Another kill, and that is going to do it. A retake that was just a swarm, a Zerg rush.
And this is something I think that we need to see more often from teams. When you recognize that there is going to be a 5-man rush, 5-player rush from any site in these early rounds, if you are on a site on your own, or even if there's just 2 of you, rather than necessarily trying to face it, just take your losses and say, okay, well, why don't we just sit back, give them a sight, let's all group up and take a 5 versus 5 fight instead of a 2 versus 5 fight. I know that in some scenarios it's going to be better for at least one person to face and try and get that information, try and get a couple of bullets in to do some damage, but in that scenario, it really worked out. And when you're playing this well as a unit, which Cloud9 are, I can completely understand why they want to make it a 5 versus 5 rather than being a player down.
Here.
There goes Def. A big kill there. Shinobi, Ares, hello, my friend. It's very nice to see you here. Ares in the mid-market. Gets himself 3 kills, maybe another one as well, but Poise's stinger is right there. He's the only player left alive, though. Spike is right in front of him, but there's 2 players there on the cross. He's checking his corners, and he knows at least one is going to be there, perhaps 2. So if he's done that math, but he also is going to be very wary about anyone pushing around flank too. The Bucky connects, does a lot of damage, and it's Relix's stinger that ends that round. It was going to be hard to from the get-go because they lost that first round, but they made the best of a bad situation at the very least.
And I mean, they opted to force up there, GB. And that's why we saw the stingers. That's why we saw the SMGs, but they weren't able to do anything with it, which now means they need to eco. And that's going to be 3 rounds realistically on the board in their second half for Cloud9, which will put them 10-5 up. And that is a risky force from Homeless. It didn't pay off for them.
No, it did not. I appreciate that they went for it, though. It's a 50-50 gamble. Darn if you do, darn if you don't. Because they lost that round out anyway. Now Psalm, though. Oh, Psalm gets some damage applied. And Superman went for the poke too. Bucky from downtown, but Psalm's ghost is going to be true. Lands a headshot on 10s. Inside of the trees is Relix. And he'll have that Phantom to go and freely take some pokes and get some shots done. But it's Vice. Vice had his buddies back there. And just look at this. The way that they march through this one. Now Psalm with a weapon. It's a Bucky. Not the best possible gun. 1 HP. But he has a dream. He has a dream here.
1 HP and a dream. If he clutches this, I'll give you $500. All right?
Sure. Sounds good.
I mean, it's a win-win situation for you. I'm not even asking for anything back. I'm that confident.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bet anything. You just got tagged on Sovadar. That's not happening.
Well, if he can get an ult point, at least that's something here.
It's like the shining light.
I mean, watch all 3 of them peek out at the same time and him just just get a 3-click. Oh, imagine.
Well, they won't do that. No, they're going to wait this one out until the final moments.
They know full well he's got a Bucky as well, so they're not going to just push in stupidly. They have Phantoms. They don't want to be throwing away those Phantoms. So
imagine the possibilities.
Endless.
Yeah, they're really endless, man.
But it's going to be 10-5, GB.
You know, there's a timeline where all 3 of them did push, though.
There is. Yeah, and in that alternate universe, I'm a poor man because I paid you $500. 10-5, and things starting to look a little bit scary for Homeless and Cloud9 on the final stretch. But this is going to be the first buy for Homeless now, and we'll get to really see what they can offer on their attacking side.
Dude, I know we said we're going to stop talking about it, but
you're not allowed to say it. I was ignoring it, all right? Just let it happen, and we'll celebrate when he gets his first. When he gets his first, we'll celebrate.
I hope he does, man. This is not a good look for Lasky at all.
I mean, have we seen a competitive game where someone goes the whole game without any kills? I don't think we have. Certainly not in my memory, anyway.
Casted a lot of Valorant. It's not one that I remember. Lasky's aggressive angle on top of this, and he didn't quite time out that smoke, so who knows? A player could have swung that, but this is an unorthodox place for him to be at the very least. 3 players are going to be stuck outside and mid.
No ultimates
also
yet.
Called out. Yep. And now Homeless decides what their attention will be focused on. And it will be the A site.
Oh, which is rough.
43 seconds remaining. Yeah, Tens has the lineup. waiting for them around that corner.
And they four-stacked it.
Yeah, and they will need Poise here. Poise has to get a flash off, but he's not with them. Perhaps Lasky's paranoia might connect. He's able to do it. Wall's out though. Tens does not connect with the shot, but he's still going to be located inside of hell. Still no shot there for Tens, but the presence is certainly going to be felt. Finally gets the connection.
Oh,
Relics
no.
is there to help his buddy out. Only 13 seconds remaining. Relics gets himself another kill. This just leaves an option here for Homeless, and I was gonna say an option for Vice potentially to try install this, but no. And instead it is Homeless that get the round win, but that was looking a little dicey there, Gaskin. Just a touch.
Lasky was so close to his first kill there as well. He sprayed down through the box.
You're putting that evil out there, Dan, and that's the reason why he hasn't been able to get it.
I would never will someone to be 0 and 12. Do not take me for that man, because I want to see Lasky.
Take me for that.
Lasky on Raze
Don't
is
you dare
incredible.
put that evil on me.
Like, I've watched this team since group stages, and I love Homeless, right? And Lasky on Raze is amazing, but he just seems to struggle a little bit on the Omen. But they're able to pick up the round. Homeless are. They're able to get going here now on their attacking half. Maybe this can be the start of a little bit of a comeback for them.
So they obtain the intelligence that there is a cipher there. A few more players actually going to back away. Som, though, off screen does get a kill. A site is going to be available to them. Vice was the only one holding that. Look at Lasky. He is still going to be playing mid. I mean, let's just say with Lasky here, because he will be running into Shinobi.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
It's your time, Lasky. It's your time. No. Yes! Yes! Lasky did it! Lasky got the kill. All is right in the world.
Now we can forget the narrative. It doesn't matter. Homeless can now focus on just picking up rounds. Lasky's going to start to play better. That will be such a confidence booster. Memes aside, it's so important for him to just get some kills on the board so he can start to believe in himself. Tens will shut his belief down. His Relics is going to shut down the push as well. And everything has gone south now. As Cloud9 might be able to rescue this round. It looked so good for Homeless, but they're running out of time. It's only going to be Psalm.
It was a personal win for Lasky, but an L for Homeless. And it will be 11 rounds now for Cloud9. So close. Oh, Som might actually get this kill here. Nope, and Mitch does. Mitch is so good. Jeez. I want to be his friend, you know?
Speaking of, David P followed me on Twitter, and I feel like that's a personal victory for me. When we're talking about sages and how successful they are. Maybe Mitch will follow me and I can have both the battle sages on my Twitter. That'll be a small
I don't know why when you
victory
say
for
battle sage, I think of that Alita movie,
Yeah.
Alita Battle Angel, which was not very good, by the way, but apparently people swear by it. I'm not a particular fan.
Oh,
Oh man, out of the gate.
That's
Yeah,
not good.
out of the gate already. A first blood, man, and they're up 11. This is just... It's an eco round for sure, so they are going to go for whatever they want because they have the freedom to do so. But this is Cloud9 playing with the utmost confidence here. They feel so good.
And I think this is going to be another demonstration of the kind of Sage versus non-Sage discussion we were having, GB. And we were saying how a lot of teams like tried the non-Sage, but I feel like Sage is so important. Like, that wall can do so much for you. The slows are so huge as well. Tens takes down Def. And this is looking closer and closer like it's going to be a 12-6. And having Cloud9 on match point, getting them close to the final. Lasky gets his second of the game onto another Omen. He's got a lot to do. TP straight into
Teleported
Shinobi.
right into Shinobi.
Mm-hmm.
That is an oof. That's an oof. Superman, the last person standing here, and Tens. 3 kills for that round. It started off with the first blood, and now Cloud9 is going to be at match point. Wasn't the most jaw-dropping, exciting game, but boy, did Cloud9 show us today that they have the consistency. They have the strats. They've put in the work. This is not the same team that you're seeing play in like Twitch Rivals tournaments. No, this team is really a testament of sticking together and figuring out what works and then playing around each of the strengths and weaknesses of your teammates.
This is Cloud9 making a statement saying, like, why is everyone talking about T1, TSM, Sentinels? Why is no one talking about us as potential winners of this tournament? Because they have the possibility to do so. We have seen that today. Considering Homeless, how they tore apart T1, and now we're seeing Cloud9 do exactly the same back to Homeless. We're seeing such differences in terms of skill level and in terms of possibilities when it comes to how practiced these teams are on certain maps, the executions that are available for them, the defensive ability that they have on certain maps as well. And I really feel like Cloud9 are just gelling more and more every tournament we see them. And now they're going to be rewarded if they can get one more round with a grand final against Sentinels.
Out of charges.
Joke's over.
Here we go. Now the push is going to come in here. Poise makes his way into the side with the run it back now. He's going to just go right through, push this one forward. I respect that play. The run it back, he's not going to die, so you might as well do it, and they'll be able to get that frag. Now the B site's going to be available to them. Watch out on the flank, though, because you're going to have Omen creeping around there. It's Relics. Lasky, though, another kill for him. Maybe get another one here, and wow, what a pop-off from Lasky. And they needed this one sooner, but hey, better late than never. And now it boils down to your last two. Viso with a kill. Only player left alive is Sam. Let's see if the Magician can pull a rabbit out of his hat this time around. He has a lot of HP remaining versus the other side. Omen's going to be tattered. Sam gets the kill, looking for another one, but Sam cannot keep it alive, and the day belongs to Cloud9. They are going to be moving on to the finals here of PAX Arena, and a cursory tactical crouch there to close things out. C9 are your winners.
And I mean, shout out to Rel. He's gone under the radar a little bit in that game, but time and time again, he's been clutching things out, winning his 1v1s, being there to support his team, trading off kills that have gone the other way. And Cloud9 looked so strong. I mean, pretty flawless for the majority of the game. There was a few hiccups that, like here or there, but that's to be expected. No one is going to be perfect. But on the side for Homeless, it is such a shame because it was an amazing story, an amazing run for them, being able to get out of that group with 100 Thieves, taking down 100 Thieves, then going on to beat T1. But Cloud9 were just a little bit too much for them. A tough game for Lasky. I'm going to be completely honest, 4-15. I'm glad he did pick up some kills, so we're not looking at like an absolute shoddy game of 0 kills. But I would rather see Lasky be more comfortable, like play on the Raze. We've seen him absolute dominate on Raze, but I guess it's not about Homeless right now. It's all about Cloud9, Moses, and they're here to stay.
You know, shout out to Lasky. Everyone's got a bad day now and again, and you know what? I did actually jump into the post game chat. Had a quick chat with Lasky, and he did say he did go 0-12 to pay homage to Twitch chat. So it's
you're really just trying to make them hate you. That's actually what you're doing. See, I'm trying to be in the good graces.
Yeah, you gotta lean into it.
I'm trying to be in their good graces and just enjoy my life. Meanwhile, Moses, you're just going for it.
I'm sinking down to their level. I'm bringing it. I'm not taking the high road. I'm going right into the trash.
That's what I love about you, Moses. You're not afraid to dumpster dive, and that's great. That's great.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know what? I think it's time to just, whatever we've been saying about Cloud9, about, you know, finishing the roster, being streaky, it is time to put it to bed. This team came out, they dominated, they had a great series. Homeless, you know, the storyline was there, but C9 just came out and showed their experience. Everything was going right for them. Mitch had a great game. Golden Boy, what stood out to you?
Well, you said it, Mitch. He's so good. This is a player that has filled a critical role for Cloud9 that they really needed. The Sage. Teams are, you know, experimenting with drifting away from Sage for certain maps like Ascent, which is what we saw Homeless do. T1 does it as well. But Sage is still, and will be for a while, depending on whatever agent comes up next, who knows. But right now, Sage is still a vital agent, and you need a player that can lock that hero down, and that is exactly what Mitch does. And not only does he do it in such a stupendous way, utilizing taking advantage of his utility expertly, but he's aggressive too. He doesn't care. He's going to take those angles, and with an op of all things, the man is just a beast across the board. And on top of that, he was playing mind games with him. He was great. He's awesome. I'm a big Mitch fan. Like I say, I want to be your friend.
Gotta get Golden Boy on Twitter at Golden Boy FTW, by the way. Let's talk to Gaskin about Homeless. Now, obviously, without dumpstering poor Lasky too bad, what did not go well for Homeless here?
It's hard to dissect it without like watching the VODs back multiple times, like seeing everything in real time and only seeing it from certain point of views. But I think ultimately their shot wasn't on as much as it was yesterday. They weren't winning as 1v1 like fights. They weren't winning those aim duels. So then they lacked a little bit of confidence. And as soon as you lack confidence, you're not going to be peaking as much. And when you're not peaking as much, it gives your opposition the peaker's advantage possibility. And when you're going up against a Cloud9 squad who were confident, who were firing, you've got Tens just saying, I don't care where you're standing, I'm going to peak you and I'm going to get that advantage. And he did just that. He was the entry fragger for them. And it meant that Homeless just really struggled to hold anything defensively. And their attacks, they weren't quick enough as well. Cloud9 countered them very well with a couple of aggressive pushes themselves on both Ascent and Bind. And I think they just studied. I think Cloud9 studied what Homeless had to offer yesterday, and Homeless kind of ran out of ideas.
Right, and that's just the nature of the business, man. When you're only together for a little while, you know the playbook is not going to be too thick if you're Homeless, unfortunately. But we did get to see a lot of great, I guess, prospects, we'll call them. Som, obviously, big brain guy. He's going to fit onto a team. I know he will. He's got a lot of competitive experience in multiple different games, ranging from Hero of the Storm to Fortnite, now to Valorant. That's quite the resume. But we will not be seeing that third map. I really was hoping to see them face off on Split, considering their win rates. But we are going to see Cloud9 move on to the finals. So I guess let's look ahead a little bit. And as we kind of dive into the players of the match for this particular one, what are you excited for the Sentinels and Cloud9 matchup, Golden Boy?
Oh, dude, I mean, you're just going to see a clash. That's what we're going to get, folks. We're going to get a clash here between Tens and Sinatra that I don't know if the world is ready for. But what's wonderful is that they play similarly with their aggressive style, but because of the agents that they use, it's a different kind of approach, right? So it's still aggression, but it's aggression built around flashes versus Tens, who likes to just break away the vision and then wrap around you with the speed. There is just so like, I think that game is going to be a game that analysts just comb over, and we're going to see so many YouTube videos for, and even this game, right? Because looking at the stats, Superman did step up this time, but I will say that the game fell apart at the first 2 rounds. That first round, when Tens was like, okay, I'm just going to walk on the side, tailwind, okay, I'm already in your face. There was just nothing they could do. The timings were knocked off. There was just, they were boomed, and they needed to try and collect themselves, which they did a little midway through that first half. And then after that, man, just C9 rolled with it. And that is something Sentinels needs to be very mindful of tomorrow, because Cloud9 will get in your head and they'll boom you.
Yeah, they'll boom you. They'll boom you. I love it. You know what? And the one thing you don't want to hand C9 is momentum. And you know, if you're going to give it to them out of the gate like that, they're going to run with it. And and they absolutely did so. So shout out to Homeless. They had a great story. They did topple T1. They've definitely put themselves in a position to have a lot of eyes on them, which for an unsigned team, that is arguably the most valuable thing you can get out of these tournaments. We are going to bring in, I believe, we have Shinobi on the line. I'm not sure if he's there just yet. Let's see if Shinobi, are you with us? There he is.
Oh, that beard is glorious.
The man himself.
Thank you.
First of all, congratulations. Happy to see you guys come through with a I'm not going to call it easy 2-0, but you definitely showed dominance there. Walk us through it. How was the excitement level on the team when you locked that thing down?
It was pretty high. There was definitely a lot of cheering and quite a bit of excitement. Feels good to win for sure.
Excellent. So let's talk about the matchup itself. Obviously, I don't think you guys expected to have a team like Homeless for a semifinals match. So what was the preparation like coming into today's games?
I mean, to be honest, we've scrimmed them quite a bit. They're a good team. Definitely impressed us when we've played them. But I wouldn't say that we were surprised to play them, because I feel like the game is pretty wide open right now. Like, I think on anyone's day, they can definitely win and put on a good performance. But most of the preparation, I just watched some of the VODs from the game and just kind of formulated a game plan, told my guys kind of what I think we can abuse, kind of what I saw weaknesses in their game, and we just kind of ran with it.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it a little bit. What was the weaknesses that you decided you wanted to exploit?
Well, so on Ascent, we kind of knew that their big selling point was to fight for A main control a lot. So we kind of knew that if they're going to commit a bunch of resources toward A main, that we can abuse mid. We can also go A late on them because they're committing all their nades to stall us, so we just know that they're not going to have a lot to actually hold the site. We're really confident using our jet to be aggressive and to enter into the site, so it's definitely something I think they were not ready for, and we just took advantage of that.
So let's talk about the evolution of Cloud9 as a team. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of, I wanted to say, well, actually not recently. There's been some solidification of the roster, let's say. How are you guys feeling from a momentum perspective? Are you starting to feel yourselves as a capable team that can go up against anyone out there?
Yeah, definitely. I think when we had Infinite on the team, dating back way back to the Rivalry Bowl that we played, we felt like we were one of the best teams, but we had a lot of roster issues. We didn't have a solid 5, and teams caught up, and they definitely put in the work, and they were rightfully so better than us, and they deserve to be. But I think now that we have a 5-man lineup that we're pretty comfortable with, we're gelling really well. We're putting in the time. I think the results are definitely showing in our favor.
I'm gonna have to. I'll go ahead, Golden Boy. I'm not gonna.
I was just gonna say first thing. One is your name from Shinobi versus Dragon Ninja. Just want to say because you got a lot of music back there, and I would like Ramones and Nirvana. I just didn't know if that was an inspiration.
It's not, but
oh, okay. If you're like legitimately just a Shinobi fan too, that's fine too because it's a great game.
No, it is a good game, but yeah.
Yeah. So now you guys have had like the storyline, and I'm sure you guys have heard it so many times, is always like the roster. It's not solidified. It's not solidified. But for you in particular, I feel like you started to really come into your own. I would see you in previous events. Like I think I casted you guys like a whole bunch, Twitch Rivals events and a variety of different tournaments. And it always felt like you were looking to find where you slotted into this team. But now you're that Sova. You're just Mr. Consistency. You guys play Vice on Cypher, you on Sova, Mitch on Sage. That's it. Like you hold that thing down. Like you guys don't really change much from that. Was that just an executive decision across the team? Do you feel like your best agent is Sova, and that's why like you stuck with it, or told him, listen, I just want to play Sova and I just want to roll with this. Just let me play this agent the entire time.
So we were actually like anti-Sova for a really long time. We kind of thought the agent was like a bit of a noob trap, but
okay,
we got kind of pummeled in some of our scrims, just seeing how you can really abuse the agent. And before, originally I was playing Sage, I was playing Breach. We were kind of mixing up our comps a lot, and we finally just said, you know, kind of fuck it, we're just gonna go with the Sova. And I think as a caller, it's definitely like beneficial to be playing an agent that gives me a lot of vision, and I can kind of play and call around what I see and what I think the enemy team is doing. So it just kind of made like sense for me to pick up the Sova, because we had Mitch playing it before, and he was definitely like pretty uncomfortable playing controllers, playing those kind of flex agents. So getting him on an agent where he can just kind of shine and frag out, and he's been doing an amazing job.
But that's crazy. He's doing that with Sage. He's fragging out with Sage. It's not something that you would connect in the sentences, right? Like we just want him to get comfortable and frag out. He's playing Sage. Like I just didn't really expect that. What has changed with Mitch? Because I feel like we're seeing a whole new player here, and he's evolved almost.
Just honestly confidence, just us finding our groove, getting time in together, just playing, you know, more cohesively. He's definitely a player that, you know, he can definitely pop off and he can carry the game, but he needs to have kind of like certain things set in stone for him. He needs to kind of know what's going on. I think definitely with like the structure we're putting in now and just the consistency, it gives him like an avenue to really perform and play to the best of his abilities. And I'm really happy to see him play so well.
And I don't want to dominate, but I just want to say one. Have you always been the IGL for the team? Or
I have, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I just thought if it was like Tens just doing whatever he wanted. Everyone's like, Tens, where are you? Where are you, Tens? And he's just going nuts, getting like 3Ks, you know, in the middle split. Like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
They had to put like one of those toddler harnesses on him where they just like reel him back into the team every once in a while. You know, it's
you're going too crazy, man.
You asking anything for Shinobi?
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about exposing weaknesses on the other side, and we certainly noticed Lasky was struggling, had 0 kills for the majority of the game. Was there a point where you said, look, Lasky hasn't got a kill for quite some time, let's find him? Were you trying to expose him on certain sites? Because I certainly saw that Mitch was bullying him a little bit on B side.
Honestly, we didn't really pay attention to who, like when we're playing the game, we're not really looking at who's killing, who's doing what. We just kind of treat everybody as just 5 humans, just we're all the same. We don't really try to let any of that get in our head when we play the game. I mean, after the fact, I think when the half switch, we kind of noticed that he was 0-10, but I don't know, weaknesses aren't necessarily like who's fragging, who's not fragging. It's definitely about what we feel like we can take advantage of. Even if someone's like popping off and getting kills, they could be playing in a way that we know that we can abuse. So we just try to look for those things over just who's playing poorly or who's getting frags.
And as the in-game leader, I mean, is there ever that worry with Mitch playing quite an aggressive Sage at times? Like, if you lose him in the early stages of the round, would that change your game plan for the round, or are you always prepared for that to be a possibility?
So yeah, we kind of know that. I mean, the way that we set the team, we kind of give everyone a bit of freedom in the beginning of the round. We just do our defaults, kind of feel out what's going on. I try to make reads off of the information that we're gathering. We definitely can be overly aggressive. Like on that last round of the half on a set, I called that there was 3 pushing toward B. Mitch kind of overpeaked, and the round just kind of crumbled there. But we don't really let things like that get into our head. We just kind of play, do a mental reset. Our mentality is really good right now, so I think it's not really an issue for us. We just try to play our game, and we know that if we play tight and we keep our comms up, that we can win the game for sure.
You're headed into one of the, I guess, arguably one of the most important games or series in your short Valorant tenure. So, what are you guys looking forward to for Sentinels? Is there anything that you might be looking to exploit without, giving all the strats away?
Yeah, I don't really want to say too much, but
okay,
I definitely want to get some revenge on them and show that we can compete and be with them. They're looking really good right now. They're a great team.
It's pretty cool to see that you have 2 teams that are basically fighting for that #1 spot that both have a lot to prove. Obviously, you guys have had a lot of question marks around your consistency, whereas Sentinels has had the same. So I guess I have to ask you, Mitch, should I be putting your name on this thing, or should I just be penciling it in just as a temporary thing? Or I do have this ready for you, so should I save it for you?
Yeah, you can hand it to me tomorrow.
Okay, great, excellent. Shinobi, thank you so much for jumping in, talking with us. I look forward to the series tomorrow. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. I know it is, and I hope that you guys come up ahead, because you know what, you deserve it for sitting here and talking to us. All right, so thank you so much.
Man.
We'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Okay, so have a good one, man. Thanks again.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks guys.
Thanks, bud.
All right, the man himself, Shinobi from Cloud9, who take a 2-0 over Homeless to seed themselves into the grand finals, where they will be sending it off to Sentinels. See if they can whack it. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy.
Sending it off to Sentinels.
They're just handing it off. They're gonna do basketballs. There's gonna be some shooting, a lot of man clicking. It's gonna be all in there, and you guys should watch it. This is gonna happen tomorrow at 2 o'clock Pacific time. So let's give our final thoughts here. Golden Boy, how do you feel about games that are just too big and don't fit on specific hard drives?
Oh, well, you know what? When the game is too big and it doesn't fit on your hard drive, the good news is that you always have Seagate Gaming to have your back. And I just want to make sure that I'm sticking with the right one here.
It's this one.
All right, cool, because I have so many. Here it is, folks. If you are a PlayStation 4 gamer, which I'm sure that a lot of you guys have PS4s. I know you guys are all playing in the chat.
Do you have a PS4?
I think so.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
FIFA. Plays FIFA quite a bit. So this right here is exactly what you need. This is a 2 terabyte hard drive, limited edition, by the way. Last of Us 2. If you haven't played Last of Us 2 yet, it actually is a fantastic game from Naughty Dog. Just came out. Yeah, this is definitely what you're going to want to pick up here. All your games within reach with Seagate Gaming, they got your back. And games that you mentioned it before, Moses, storage is getting crazy these days. So luckily, Seagate Gaming will make sure that you are good to go and you're able to put all your favorite games right here on your Seagate Gaming hard drive. Nailed it.
Nice job, everyone.
I think so.
And yours still in the mail. Don't worry about it.
PlayStation.
Oh no! Oh God! My wife is gonna kill me. I just destroyed a cup. This is actually one of our favorite cups, and she's gonna kill me. Oh man! Yeah, no. She just came in and said, "No, it's okay, honey. I'm still alive." Anyway, we're good. Don't worry about it.
All right, let's recap the day. Golden Boy is gonna be sleeping on the streets tonight, and with a little broom with his busted mug in there, and
she's very mad.
Very upset. Well, you get some glue out, get some super glue out there, put it back together. I'm sure.
Yeah. I think
arts and crafts.
It's completely fixable.
It looks fine. It's just a small dent.
Yeah.
Don't cut your hands open.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's all right. You're just missing a couple of pieces.
Hey guys, this is the beauty of doing broadcasts at home. This is how it is. All right, we're all human beings at the end of the day, and I'm just gonna sleep on the couch tonight. So it is what it is.
And even though Twitch chat can be a little bit mean to us, and there's at the end of the day, we're all just trying to do our best and break mugs. That's what we're trying to do.
That's it. That's all we're trying to do.
So to recap the day, I mean, it was a relatively short day. We only had the 2 series, and ultimately it's going to be Sentinels and Cloud9 facing off in the finals. That's what's going to happen. So we'll just take a live look back as to what's going to happen. And there it is. Sentinels and Cloud9. We're going into the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 series. There's going to be no map advantage or anything else like that. It's just straight up 5 games. And I imagine going to hopefully see all the maps as well, unless we go with 3-0, which would be, honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that either team is at the level where they could 3-0 the other. But I'm not going to cast a curse. Golden Boy, what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
I mentioned it earlier. The Tens and Sinatra square off will be fun, but it was great to get the insight from Shinobi. This is a team that just wants to play their game. They're not too focused on what the other players are going to do. They're looking for just some small things to exploit. And if I'm being honest, there are definitely things to exploit for Sentinels. That is kind of how they have struggled in the past, where teams just kind of abuse the things that they constantly feed them over and over and over again. So perhaps it's going to be the way that Cloud9 gets the win. That said, though, Sentinels are hot right now. So what excites me is that we're going to see a really good game.
Gaskin, how about you? What's the dealio? What is the curveball? What were we not talking about for Sentinels and Cloud9?
I think we're not talking about like just how important this is for the North American scene, really. To see TSM and T1 fall early, and there's always been that discussion of who is the biggest team. Is it T1? Is it TSM? Neither of those. For both C9 and Sentinels now, they can say we are the best team in North America if they win that tournament. Straight up. It doesn't matter what past results, they can say right now we're the best. And I think that's huge for them. It was also big to get Homeless having such a successful run in the tournament, and I am sad to see them go. But we can all celebrate together in a grand final tomorrow, which should go the distance. You're completely right. I don't see this being a 3-0, but I'm excited to see who takes it out.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, I think it's time to say goodbye. I'm going to kick you off the broadcast once again. You did a great job.
Probably for the best.
It's probably for the best before Golden Boy breaks anything else. But you know what? I saw Jack in the chat from C9. So if C9, if you got any coffee mugs, I think Golden Boy could use an extra one at this point. Or maybe 2, one for him and one for his wife, who's going to be kind of mad.
Yeah, I'm not looking for. I actually want to stay on the broadcast for as long as I possibly can.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. I'm messing around.
No, get out of here. Both of you. Beat it. Thank you. All right. Golden Boy, Gaskin, the absolute gems. And they'll be joining us once again tomorrow for the grand finals. It all comes down to Cloud9 and Sentinels. 5 games, hopefully all the maps, and a lot of action. So I wanted to say thank you guys out there for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being so kind to us in the Twitch chat, as we can always expect from you. And we hope to see you back tomorrow, where we will have finally, I imagine, we'll be crowning the best team in North America, because things are shaking up. A lot of moving, a lot of shaking, and a lot of shaking. I'm running out of things to say, so I'm going to let you guys go. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Seagate Gaming, our title sponsor. Thank you to PAX Arena for putting this event on, and of course to Riot Games for the Ignition Series. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals.
like it here. Hey, it's nice to meet you. Hey, so good to see you. Hey, it's a brand new day, so much to share. Come take my hand, I'll take you there. I think you're gonna like it here. A little bit different atmosphere, like a brand new frontier. I think you're gonna like it here. Hey!